Chapter 576, Six-Winged Angel. Fiddling with a glittering, translucent jade-like lance in his hand, Long Yi felt as if he had the power of a god. This lance was almost certainly a divine grade weapon of the light attribute and was only a grade below the lightning god hammer. He pondered whether he should hold this lance for Ziman Wuan or Sibai. However, both Ziman Wuan and Sibai excelled in long-range light magic. But this lance was a close combat light-attributed weapon. Lai Lai began to explain how they had found this location after Long Yi had left. It turned out that after Long Yi left to examine the terrain, Barbarian Bull had suddenly comprehended a form of his evil vanquishing technique. Being unable to endure the anticipation, he had practiced that technique, but who would have thought that the green light shot out from Greenstone Rule would hit the wall of this cave and cut open the magic gate. Thus, they discovered these historical remains that had been buried for an unknown number of years. They were greatly shocked upon seeing these ruins. Just the remains of that dragon god were enough to shock the entire world. In addition, there were angels and that unknown strange monster. Young master, what happened? After speaking, Lai Lai saw that Long Yi was in a daze, so she couldn't help but call his name out. Long Yi came back to senses and said with a smile, "Nothing, just thinking of something." Long Yi was thinking about that warning voice he had heard when he had first grabbed the lance stuck in the head of that monster. He found it very hard to express that voice. It had been very indistinct, but was also very clear. It had seemed like a female voice but also like a male voice. Very conflicting. He was very eager to figure out whose voice it was and also wanted to ask him what that monster was. But, was it all just his hallucination? What was going on here? After that monster had disappeared, the dense pitch-black mist had appeared in his sea of consciousness. What was that? All these made Long Yi feel uneasy, especially that pitch-black mist that had materialized out of thin air in his sea of consciousness. Every time he used his spirit power to examine it, a kind of bloody, cold and ruthless feeling would appear in his heart. It was different from dark magic. Dark magic only had a murkily threatening inclination, but this pitch-black mist was completely evil. It was equivalent to a ticking bomb in his sea of consciousness that could explode at any time. But what made Long Yi even more worried was the vast evil chi it contained. If this evil chi corroded his mind someday, he feared that he would degenerate into a real devil. He would exist only for the sake of destruction. "Boss, should we pack up these skeletons?" Barbarian Bull asked. "No, how can you say that? This was found in our Dragon Island. We should be the ones to decide how to deal with them." Midair opposed before Long Yi could reply. "That is also true. This indeed is your divine Dragon Island, but if these skeletons insisted on going with me, I can also do nothing about it," Long Yi said with a smile. "Brother-in-law, I never thought that you would brag more than me. If you can make them follow you, I will listen to whatever you say hereafter," Legu Xia proclaimed. Not believing Long Yi spun the lance in his hand a few times and pointed at the skeleton of the six-winged angel. Then, along with the slight movement of his lips, a layer of dim light flashed through Long Yi's black eyes. Kaka, that skeleton of six-winged angel unexpectedly stood up and walked toward Long Yi step by step. Suddenly raising his hands, he grabbed the translucent lance in Long Yi's hands. Long Yi was surprised. He had used undead magic to awaken this skeleton, but he had not ordered this skeleton to grab the lance. Was this some strange skeleton? Long Yi loosened his hand, and the six-winged angel took the lance away, before standing still in front of him. Everything was so natural. It seemed that this lance had indeed been his weapon. Was there still a bit of his consciousness in this skeleton? Are you using undead magic?" Midair exclaimed in surprise. "Have you ever seen an undead that snatches a weapon by himself?" Long Yi frowned and asked a question in reply. "Are you saying he is conscious?" "But, that's impossible." Midair shook her head, watching Long Yi and the skeleton incredulously. "This world is very insane. Nothing is impossible." Long Yi's left hand flashed with red light, and Long Tu wielding the death scythe appeared in front of everyone. Now, with Long Tu and this six-winged angel skeleton together, They created a yin-yang contrast of black and white. One held the holy and pure lance, and the other held the evil death scythe, and both of them had 6 bony outgrowths from their backs. They looked like a pair of twins. Merely compared to Long Tu, this angle skeleton looked too weak. Big brother. A dark she flashed around Long Tu, and this 6-winged angel skeleton was unexpectedly blown a few meters away. Then, he mechanically greeted Long Yi. That 6-winged angel skeleton crawled up from the ground and returned to Long Yi's side as if it hadn't felt any pain. Long Yi patted the shoulder of Long Tu and said with a smile, "Long Tu, look, I have found you a companion. Aren't you satisfied?" Long Tu turned around, and the red light in his eye sockets flickered upon looking at that 6-winged angel skeleton. He then mechanically said, "Big brother, I don't like his aura." Long Yi seemed to be lost in thought as he recalled that scene in the dark space where the Light Spirit Tablet and Dark Spirit Tablet were mutually conforming and said with a smile, "Light and dark are not incompatible. Listen to Big brother. Try to accept him, and since it is lonely to stay alone in the dark dimension space, you can discuss passion or whatever with him if there is nothing else to do. If you are annoyed, then you can also beat him." Long Tu instinctively rejected this 6-winged angel, but he would still listen to Long Yi. Even if Long Yi asked him to destroy himself, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Pa! The death scythe in the hands of Long Tu suddenly flashed with red light and swatted toward this 6-winged angel skeleton. That poor skeleton was sent flying and slammed against the cliff. Cracks spread on his bone hand that held the lance. Clearly, Long Tu was carrying out the orders of Long Yi. He was beating the White Angel because he was in a bad mood. Ignoring the dumbfounded mid-ear siblings, Long Yi used undead repair magic. After repairing the cracked bone hand of this 6-winged angel, he put both him and Long Tu into his dark dimension space. If his vision had not blurred just a moment ago, he had clearly seen that the moment when Long Yi's death scythe had landed on him, that skeleton had actually raised his lance to block. Did that mean that this bit of his remaining consciousness had also been reawakened by his undead summoning magic? Would this skeleton also evolve automatically like Long Tu? If that was the case, then he had picked up a treasure. Impossible. How can undead be conscious? Mid-ear muttered. It was nothing strange for her to not believe this. Other than the king of the legendary undead world, undead basically didn't have any consciousness at all. Even those evil zombies, golden skeletons, and other greater undead were no exceptions. As a matter of a fact, Long Tu had appeared in the fierce battle at the Imperial Palace, but at that time, Mid-ear had been seriously injured and Leguxia had been busy becoming Long Yi's arrow. They had yet to really see Long Tu, so they were now shocked. Nevertheless, the matter of Long Tu being conscious was no secret to the other people close to Long Yi. As I told you earlier, there is nothing impossible in this world. Long Yi smiled and walked out. He stopped in front of the broken skeleton of the dragon god. This dragon god skeleton was badly damaged. He wondered if he could repair it with his undead repair magic. If he could repair this skeleton and summon it as his undead, then he would have a big helping hand. After all, this was a skeleton of the dragon god. Even after death, his might still exist. Behind him, Mid-ear and Leguxia saw Long Yi seeming to have wicked thought about the remains of this dragon god. They couldn't help becoming anxious and rushed forward to stop Long Yi. If Long Yi dared to do something, then they would fight to stop him, even if it meant risking their lives. I am just looking at it with reverence. You two can rest assured. This dragon god can be considered your ancestor. How could I have any evil thoughts? Long Yi laughed hollowly, giving up the alluring thought after considering the feeling of dragon race. If someone summoned the skeleton of his ancestor as an undead, he would also definitely get violent. That would be for the best. You can take away the skeleton of that six-winged angel, but leave the others. Mid-ear heaved a sigh of relief and said, but her tone wasn't strong. Instead, it had a hint of pleading. Divine Dragon Clan venerated the light god, and they greatly respected the angels of the divine world, so she didn't want these angels who had died gloriously in action to reduce to an undead under the control of other people. No problem. How can I not give any face to the first tyrant dragon king of the Dragon Clan? Long Yi said with a smile. After obtaining the skeleton of the six-winged angel, he was no longer interested in these two-winged and four-winged angels. Midia rolled her eyes at Long Yi, but she was happy in her heart because he had listened to her opinion. Long Yi looked at this huge grotto once again and said, "Let's go now. We'll leave this place to your Dragon Clan." The entire group returned to the cave, and the magic gate disappeared without a trace. In order to confirm that they could open the magic gate in the future again, Midia used her dragon power to hit the wall, but there was no response at all. "Barbarian Bull, go and try again," Long Yi said. Barbarian Bull swung his greenstone rule and along with sparkling radiance, the magic gate appeared. "Why can he do it, but I can't?" Midia asked. She was a bit miffed that there was something on the Dragon Island beyond her control. Long Yi thought for a bit and made everyone try it. Li King could, Lai Lai couldn't, he could, but Leguxia couldn't. "I think this magic gate needs divine power to open." "Wait until we've rescued Liuxu's parents." "Perhaps, this can be an important condition to haggle with your father Emperor, otherwise, only after your father Emperor advances to Dragon God Realm, will he be able to open it." Long Yi reached this conclusion after analyzing the situation. Without the needing to speak about himself, the greenstone rule of Barbarian Bull contained the Mad God's incomplete soul sealed within it. As for Li King, he had the bloodline of a god. Their divine connections made it so they could open that magic gate while the others couldn't. Midia couldn't help but sigh. "My father Emperor will definitely rebuke me and Leguxia for being unfilial. Now, I also don't know whether or not this is the right thing to do. It is nothing that serious. We all have the same purpose, to save the parents of Liuxu. It is not that you are abandoning your ancestor. You also know that your father Emperor will not think like this. After rescuing the parents of Liuxu, he will not blame you too much. He would at most put a show of doing something without really doing anything to appease those stubborn elders." Long Yi smiled and patted the beautiful face of Midia. "Be that as it may, I always feel like my action is a kind of betrayal." Midia angrily slapped off the hand of Long Yi and said, "If she got accustomed to such actions from him, that would absolutely not be a good phenomenon. As long as you have a clear conscience, it will not be considered betrayal. Your aunt has already been tortured for more than 1,000 years in your Divine Dragon Clan's forbidden area. Could it be that that still isn't enough?" Long Yi asked. Fine, you are correct. I am the problematic one. Now, let's wait for some thunderstorm weather and leave this main island through that lake. If my father Emperor wakes up before we can flee, that would be bad." Midia was upset, but she didn't think much about it. Since she had already embarked on this path, there was no turning back. The sky gradually dimmed, and the sky filled with stars. Looking up, one could see countless twinkling stars. Lying on the grassland to admire this scenery while accompanied by a gentle breeze was very pleasant. "Long Yi, it seems like it's almost the time." Midia flew over to the side of Long Yi, bringing along a fragrant wind. Long Yi, who was lying on the grassland, looked over. He watched Midia's beautiful face. The more he looked, the happier he became. "What are you looking at? It is already so late. When are you going to make it rain?" Seeing the gaze of Long Yi, her beautiful face became hot, and she was somewhat unable to endure this gaze. "Why are you so anxious? It is still so early. Why don't you appreciate this beautiful starry sky? Look, do you see that brightest star? That is me." Long Yi smiled and pointed at the brightest star in the east and jested. Midia sat down beside him and looked at the direction Long Yi was pointing. She saw a very dazzling star. "Then, where am I?" Midia knew that there was a profession called Prophecy Master who she believed could use stars as their medium to predict the future. "The sixth one next to me is you. The first one that is sticking to me is Zhao Yi. The second one is Xiangyan. The third one is Lai Lai. The fourth one is Ao. What are you doing?" Long Yi innocently looked at Midia, who was panting in rage. "All the stars next to you are your women. I am not your woman. How can I be next to you?" Midia glared at Long Yi, but her heart was secretly beating rapidly. Why was she sixth? Oh, is that so? If you hadn't mentioned that, I truly wouldn't have noticed that. It's so strange. Why can't you be next to me even though you are not my woman? Long Yi smiled and asked, looking at Midire. I don't feel like reasoning with you. The beautiful face of Midire became red, and she ran away. Long Yi just smiled and caressed the sparkling prophecy pearl on his chest while looking at that vast starry sky. Jia Yi, can you feel my heart? Jia Yi, what do the two prophecies that you gave me in my dream mean? Long Yi sighed and muttered. The first prophecy had arrived before entering Lightning God Forbidden Area, which stated, blue waves in chaos, Lightning God descends, bloodshed in just cause illuminating the human world, cleaving the firmament relying on the sword. At first, he had thought that the third phrase's bloodshed in just cause was some blood, but later, after considering the problem for a while, he had thought that it might be the metaphor for a spirit that was loyal unto the death. Then, was cleaving the firmament relying on the sword referring to the lightning god Hammer? And the second prophecy had occurred in Blue Moon City and stated that, distant ocean nation, continent vanishing into thin air, evil curse of God, my sweetheart, your end comes at the end of light and dark. He didn't know the meaning before, but now, he understood some. Ocean Nation should be pointing out Undersea City, which had been built by the sea races. The continent should be the Blue Moon continent. The curse of God might be the evil curse that led to the fall of Divine World. Merely, he had never been able to guess what exactly the end of light and dark was. As if feeling the confusion of Long Yi, the prophecy pearl on his chest emitted a milky white radiance, warming his heart. And with that warm aura circulating in his hands, a white beautiful figure seemed to appear in the sky. Her transparent eyes were filled with wisdom as if she grasped everything in the universe. After a long time, Long Yi stood up from the grassland. Since it was already so late in the night, it was time to leave. A group of people gathered at a lakeside, and the lightning spirit tablet in Long Yi's sea of consciousness glimmered with a silverish purple radiance. Then he used his spirit power to draw the magic elements in the air. Those lightning magic elements spirit cheerfully rushed towards Long Yi, and they intimately ran into him to greet his presence. Immediately afterward, dark clouds appeared in the starry night along with a fierce wind. Crackle! Lightning streaked across the sky along with thunder. The others were nearly blown to the ground by the fierce wind. Not long after, big droplets of rain fell, which instantly became a heavy downpour. This damned weather. How come it is changing so quickly? A dragon guard patrolling the bottom of the Dragon King Peak cursed, then shrunk back into his cave, fearing the lightning might strike him again. My husband, I am so afraid. The attractive wife of Elder Feely shrunk into the bosom of Elder Feely and said coquettishly, don't fear, don't you have me? Elder Feely hugged his beloved wife, but he was helpless in his heart. The needs of this wife were too excessive. Even though his beard was already white, his will was still not firm. He was unable to endure the teasing of his wife, so he began to make love with her to make the next generation of Dragon Clan. Long Yi and his group snuck into the center of the lake, and when the passage connecting to outside opened, all of them jumped in without any hesitation. Not long after, all of them had already escaped the main island. After everyone popped out of the sea's surface, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the starry sky looked even more serene than before. Long Yi led everyone back to the small island where Xingxing's family resided. Just when they landed on the shore, they saw Teresa wearing a golden skirt holding Xingxing. Both watched them with smiles on their faces. Big brother Long, you came back. Xingxing missed you very much. Upon seeing Long Yi, Xingxing was very happy. She immediately jumped down and rushed into Long Yi's bosom and hugged him tightly, promising to herself that she would never let him go. Chapter 577, Cyan Wind Empire. Holding little Xingxing, Long Yi gently kissed her forehead. Looking over at Teresa, he said, it's so moving that you didn't sleep and specially waited for us here. Teresa smiled warmly. Looking at Xingxing in Long Yi's bosom, she said, after you all left, this girl kept on crying. I haven't been able to sleep since yesterday, so without any other choices, We came here to wait for your return. I saw the weather suddenly changing and guessed that you all were returning." Long Yi was startled. Patting the little butt of Xingxing, he said, "Little Xingxing, were you disobedient?" Xingxing looked up and felt Long Yi's cheeks with her little hands. She pouted, "Big brother Long, you didn't keep your word. You said that you would never leave me and my mother, but you ran away when Xingxing was sleeping." Long Yi felt somewhat sad in his heart and apologized. "Fine, it's Big Brother Long's fault, but why didn't you sleep?" "Without Big Brother Long, Xingxing will neither sleep nor eat." Xingxing acted like a spoiled child. Long Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt a kind of indescribable happiness in his heart. It truly was a good feeling. At this time, Lai Lai, Barbarian Bull and Li King greeted Teresa. As for Midire and Leguxia, they watched Teresa in a daze. "Two naughty ghosts, don't you two recognize your aunt?" Teresa smiled. Striding toward them, she rubbed the heads of the siblings. "Aunt Teresa, you're Aunt Teresa. It turns out you were living in this island. Every time I asked where you were to Father Emperor, he'd never told me," Midire said with some excitement. When she was young, Soliania and Teresa regularly played with her, so she had a particularly deep feeling towards them. Merely, after Teresa had snuck out 800 years ago, she had no longer heard any news about her. Teresa's beautiful eyes became somewhat dim as she sighed. "Your father has his own difficulties. Okay, let's return first." By the time they had returned to Teresa's log cabin, Xingxing had already fallen asleep in Long Yi's bosom. Now, Long Yi and the others drank tea while discussing the matter of rescuing Liuxu's parents from the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan. However, only elders of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon King were qualified to enter the forbidden area, so no one knew what was inside. Blue Moon Continent. A cold and austere aura enveloped the atmosphere that was warm with spring. In order to compete for the limited resources, an endless battle between all the big races had begun. Many lives had been shed, and many more remained to be reaped. Trees cut down, flowers trampled underfoot, and cities burned down. The victims had nowhere to hide. Their only fate was dying unburied in the wilds. The war in this place was much crueler than the war on Blue Wave's continent because the war was not for power but rather for survival. Blue Moon Continent, which had once been a fairyland, had already changed beyond recognition. Now, Blue Moon Continent was divided into two big opposing camps. The agglomeration of the dwarf, elf and other humanoid races were in the human camp. The agglomeration of the winged people, spirit, and half-beast races were in the spirit camp. Cyan Wind Empire was the foremost empire of mankind. Emperor Mu Qingming naturally assumed the leadership of the human camp. At this moment, it was late at night. The sky was full of stars, but Mu Qingming wasn't feeling sleepy at all. He stood in front of a window with a frown, gazing at the lands below. A warm breeze blew against his face, carrying the faint whiff of gunpowder. "Your Majesty, please eat this midnight snack." A beautiful woman walked in, bringing a delicate fragrance, and placed a food tray on a table. The so-called midnight snack was just a small dish of sliced meat, plateful vegetables, and a bottle of alcohol. This was the best food available even for those in power, so one could well imagine the life of the common people. Mu Qingming turned around. Looking at this woman, his sharp eyes instantly became gentle and soft. He slowly walked over, sat down and said, "Let's eat together." "I am not hungry, Your Majesty," that woman softly said. Mu Qingming also didn't request her to join him again. He picked up a piece of sliced meat, put it into his mouth, chewed for a long time and sighed. There was a hint of exhaustion revealed on his face. The heart of this woman tightened a little. This man had killed decisively throughout his entire life. He had iron in his veins and was ruthless. It had been nearly 30 years since she had begun staying together with him, but she had never seen this kind of expression. It seemed as if he had instantly gotten a lot older. Cyan Wind Empire is trapped. All three paths of reinforcements are already cut off, and the Spirit Clan has already occupied Cyan Wind Plain. Moreover, we don't have sufficient food. We can hold on for at most only 2 months. Mu Qingming closed his eyes and his beard lightly trembled. The woman was neither surprised nor afraid. Clearly, she had already known this. She walked over to Mu Qingming and gently massaged his head. "Yanner, how is that girl?" After a long time, Mu Qingming opened his eyes and asked. After waking up, "She has been staying at Tanya Mountain in a daze. She doesn't want to see anyone." The woman softly sighed. Walking over to the desk, she lifted a piece of black cloth, revealing a head-sized crystal ball. Then, she silently chanted an incantation. A hint of radiance appeared around her hand, and mist circulated inside the crystal ball. Not long after, an image appeared inside. On the tall mountain peak, a lonely and thin figure sat quietly in a daze, watching the boundless starry sky. "I owe her too much. Merely, I had never expected that her heart would be moved so easily." Mu Qingming spoke while watching that figure in the crystal ball. "Your Majesty, although Hanyan is very capable, she is also just a young girl." According to the words of Hilai, that man appears to be a stunning personage, and his strength is also unfathomable. If we can request him to help out, then perhaps this disaster might be prevented. Although Yanner once schemed against him, he presumably also knows her affection for him. "He will not stand by with folded arms," the woman softly commented. "How could I have never thought of that?" "It's just that all 3 energy stones that could cut open the energy barrier have already been used up. Since Master Yi has yet to discover the method of breaking the energy barrier, this hope is only a daydream." Mu Qingming shook his head and said. The woman opened her mouth as if to speak but then stopped. "If you have something to say, then say it," said Mu Qingming. "Your Majesty, in the shrine." "Shut up. If you dare to mention that again, I will not let you off lightly even in light of all our years together. Take away this midnight snack." Before the woman finished speaking, Mu Qingming angrily interrupted. The woman kept quiet out of fear with a pale face. The woman saluted with a tremble and walked out. Only after that, did Mu Qingming sigh softly. He wore a complicated look. Then, he walked over to the desk and waved his big hand above the crystal ball. The scenery inside the crystal ball changed. Inside were ruined pillars and broken tiles. There were several spotlessly white pillars and several broken statues littering the ground. Everything was covered with a layer of thick dust. It looked endlessly desolate. Chapter 578, Forbidden Area. Divine Slaying Array. Time always passed without being noticed. Life changed and sometimes suddenly reverted, yet there would still be great changes. Yet another night. Long Yi sighed, watching the bright night sky. He didn't know why he sighed with such emotion. The past had already passed, and the future remained unknown. Compared to this starry sky that had existed for an immemorial time, the life of a person was insignificant. Yes, this night is so beautiful. No one knew whether Lai understood Long Yi's mood or not, yet she still agreed with him. Long Yi looked over in surprise. Then, laughing at himself, he reached out a hand and hugged Lai's slender waist. The night was indeed very beautiful. Wasn't this already all they needed? "You two, can't you whisper sweet nothings to each other later?" "We are leaving soon," Midir muttered from behind. They were going to the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan soon, so she was very nervous and was tense compared to yesterday. These two people acted as if they weren't nervous at all. Moreover, they were cuddling in front of her, a single person. Wasn't that intentionally provoking her? "It isn't time yet. Besides, you're just jealous. How about coming here and letting me hug you to soothe your lonely heart?" Long Yi turned his head and suggested with a smirk. "Sometimes, I truly hope that you were dumb and mute." Midir angrily glared at Long Yi but felt helpless. "Sometimes, I truly hope that you find a man." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "You? What do you mean?" The beautiful face of Midir became hot as she asked. "It is said that a female T-Rex will become gentle and soft after she is claimed by a man, with yin and yang blending." "Hey, what do you want to do?" "A gentleman only uses his mouth and not his fists." Seeing Midir's dragon aura soaring, Long Yi hastily grabbed Lai and retreated 2 steps back. Placing her behind him, he adopted a defensive posture. "I am not a gentleman, Midir gnashed her teeth and said, "Then, that's good. Come, I will say this in advance. You are responsible for your own actions." Long Yi made a bad smile and reached out his hand toward Midir. Midir just stamped her feet. Turning around, she simply ignored him. She knew full well that she could hardly be considered his opponent in a fight. Perhaps he would use this as a pretext and take cheap advantage of her and eat her tofu. Teresa looked at these two bickering people and smiled faintly, shaking her head. This niece was unable to endure Long Yi's teasing. It seemed she also had some affection for him. Teresa truly didn't know what would happen in the future. "Okay, it is almost time. You all should go now. I have to take care of Xingxing, so I cannot go together with you all. I will pay attention to the movement on Dragon Island for you all. If you encounter something dangerous that you all cannot resolve in the forbidden area, then don't force yourself. Just return." Teresa looked at the sky and warned. After coming out of the Master Island, Long Yi's group had stayed here and discussed their next steps for a long time. However, because no one had explored the forbidden area, they were unable to predict what they would encounter inside. Thus, Long Yi had laid out a transfer magic array in Teresa's log cabin. Writing several transfer magic scrolls, he passed one to everyone. If they encountered mortal danger, they could teleport back using these scrolls. This was the safest way they had conceived. After discussing for a long time, everyone agreed and flew away, disappearing from Teresa's vision. A group of islands shrouded within mist all year round. The Dragon Clan's forbidden area was at the edge of Divine Dragon Archipelago. One couldn't clearly see it, and the only visible parts were just a corner of the iceberg. Only God knew how big it was. There was only one entrance to these islands. It was useless to try to enter the forbidden area from any other direction because they would then only arrive at a hazy place and fly about, before somehow ending up outside again. At this moment, it was late at night. Most of the dragons on Divine Dragon Archipelago had already gone to sleep. Since everyone had concealed their auras, they didn't fear anyone seeing them. The crowd quickly landed before the sole entrance to the islands. The mist surged around that area, and they could only see a towering cliff with 8 grooves. Long Yi took out the Dragon King seal and the 7 Elders seals from his space ring. Then, he embedded Dragon King seal in the groove that was located at the topmost location without any hesitation before successfully placing the 7 Elders seals into the remaining grooves. Immediately after that, a mechanism sounded, and the cliff cracked open in the middle. The gap gradually enlarged until it was wide enough for a person to walk, then all movement stopped. "Big sister, are we truly going in?" Leguxia was nervous in his heart and asked in a whisper. One should know that there was a strict rule in the Dragon Clan: entering the forbidden area without authorization was punished with death. "Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then scram back." Midir glared at Leguxia as if her palms were not drenched with sweat due to nervousness. Long Yi turned around. After thinking for a while, he said, "You two brother and sister don't need to enter these muddy waters. In any case, we are not of your Dragon Clan. Your clan matters don't affect us. But if you two go in, then the consequences might be truly unpleasant." Midir took a deep breath. Rolling her eyes at Long Yi, she said, "Do I have a route of retreat now? It was me and Leguxia who stole the Elders' seals. But, you don't need to worry. I have never regretted anything I have done." After saying thus, Midir took the lead to enter the path in the cliff. "Let's go." Long Yi rubbed his nose and entered behind her. Even though Midir had already said so, he truly felt somewhat sorry. It seemed he had truly pulled down these siblings into his naughty plans. Several light balls dimly illuminated the path in the middle of the cliff. They were not very useful because this path was filled with dense fog, so the visibility was still very limited. At this time on Divine Dragon Master Island, one of the 7 elders, Elder Feely, was pressing down his young wife with vigor. Suddenly, he trembled and stiffened, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "My husband, how come you are so fast today?" Elder Feely's wife opened her eyes and reprimanded with dissatisfaction. The dragon power of Elder Feely surged, and an elder seal appeared in his hand. Then, after examining it carefully, he exclaimed, "It's a fake. There is a mishap." He pushed away his wife and hastily ran out after putting on his clothes. At this moment, all the other 6 great elders also noticed that the forbidden area of Dragon Clan had been opened. Immediately after that, they took out their elder seals and discovered that they had been swapped without anybody knowing. They hastily flew toward Dragon King Peak. The 7 great elders gathered and hastily used their spirits to call the Dragon King. However, the Dragon King didn't reply. Only the 2 great guards of the Dragon King came. "Please inform Dragon King that something major has happened in the Dragon Clan," one of the 7 great elders hastily requested. Replying to Elder, Dragon King is in complete seclusion and attempting to break through to Dragon God Realm. He has instructed that if something happens, the elders should discuss it among themselves and deal with the matter, one of the Dragon King guards said. The 7 elders looked at each other in blank dismay. They knew that when one was in complete seclusion, unless others broke through the barrier and woke one up, one would not wake up by his or herself. Are Princess and Prince still within their prison? Elder Feely suddenly thought of a matter and asked, "This? They aren't. Moreover, we don't know where they are." One of the Dragon King guards nervously spoke. The Elder Feely's beard trembled. Looking at the remaining 6 elders, he gravely said, "I am certain that our elder seals were stolen by the Princess and Prince. In addition, taking advantage of this time while Dragon King is in complete seclusion, they stole the Dragon King seal too. Now, they have opened the forbidden area of our Dragon Clan. Presumably, they want to rescue those 2 damned sinners. What should we do now?" Entering the forbidden area without authorization is a capital offense. Even Imperial kinsmen are no exception. We absolutely cannot let them save those 2 damned sinners. I suggest that we, the 7 of us, activate the Divine Slaying Array. If they have the luck to escape death, then that is heaven's will. This way, even if they are killed, Dragon King cannot blame us old fellows. Among them, one elder with a ruddy complexion, white beard, and cruel face said. His name was Alusi. If Long Yi were here, he would have recognized him as the dragon elder he had fought in Illusory Forest. The evils brought on oneself are the hardest to bear. Even if Dragon King blames us, we should activate the Divine Slaying Array. There is no loss in punishing sinners, Elder Feely said. The rest of the elders thought for a while and successively nodded in agreement, although some were a bit reluctant. After that, the 7 elders flew toward the forbidden area. By the time they reached it, the gap of the cliff had already closed, and the Dragon King seal and the 7 elders' seals embedded in the grooves had already disappeared. The 7 elders stood in a circle and began to chant an obscure spell of the Dragon Clan. Then, golden light spun in midair above them, forming strange magic runes. When all of those magic runes combined into one multi-leveled magic text, the entire forbidden area shook. The Divine Slaying Array activated, and the 7 great elders rose with different expressions, watching the thick fog surging in the sky. The might of this diving slaying array was incomparably great. It was a powerful and peerless magic array which was equally famous to the divine trapping array. Once it was activated, even gods couldn't escape the might of this array. In the Dragon King's treasure cave, Dragon King, who had been in complete seclusion, suddenly opened his dragon eyes. There was worry flickering in his eyes as he muttered, "Although the might of the Divine Slaying Array is peerless, with that kid, there shouldn't be any problems. As long as they survive the Divine Slaying Array, even if Sulaianya and Fandi are released, these old fellows will also have nothing to say." At this moment within the forbidden area of Dragon Clan, Long Yi's group who had just emerged the crack within the cliff had no time to glance around before everything started shaking. It was as if the world were breaking down. A huge pressure condensed in the air, making people gasp for breath. Sharp ear-piercing hissing sounds resonated, making people feel as if their internal organs were turning and teeth tingling. Chapter 579, Guardian Dragon God. Ting, ting. Red, yellow, blue, green and cyan-colored radiances flashed. Immediately, a beautiful harp melody resounded, dispelling the ear-piercing shriek. The 5 colors circulated around the heads of everyone, making them feel at ease. Layuli played with her fingertips, skillfully dancing across the strings of her harp. Although she had mastered only the first 5 notes of her soul-locking 7 notes, her current might already far surpassed her previous self. This technique could be counted as an attack magic that belonged to the spirit magic category. It could shake and disperse the spirits of opponents, yet could also protect the spirits of allies. Not long after, Layuli stopped, and her 7-colored glaze harp disappeared. However, the 5-colored radiance circulating above everyone's heads didn't disperse even as the haunting echoes of her notes faded away. Now, without any pressure on their spirits, everyone relaxed and looked around them. The scenery around shocked them. The boundless green grassland they had glimpsed a moment ago was already shrouded by mist. What's more was that even their companions standing beside them were barely visible. Long Yi's complexion changed upon sensing that the pressure around them was getting stronger and stronger, but he slowly calmed down and said solemnly, "Everyone, be careful. We cannot use barriers to defend ourselves in this goddamned place." "I know. Just a moment ago, I thought to put up an isolation barrier, but I was unable to do so," Leguxia bitterly said. "Young master, did we activate the magic array of this forbidden ground? I don't think that Dragon King and the 7 Great Elders would be attacked like this," Li King said. His tone was flat without any anxiety. After going through the Moxie clan's 18 paths of testing, his nerves had already become tough and nearly indestructible. Even if he knew that he would die in the next second, he would not even frown and instead choose to remain calm. Relying on his calmness, he had escaped death many times. "As I see it, those old fellows must have noticed us, so they activated the magic array of this place," Midir hatefully said. "Who cares? Whoever dares to obstruct me, Barbarian Bull, will be pulverized," Barbarian Bull said, brandishing his greenstone rule. A familiar blood-red radiance appeared in his bull eyes. This was a kind of bloodthirsty radiance. The worldly pressure had made his blood boil with passion. Just at this time, as if the heavens had heard Barbarian Bull's brave words, a hole suddenly split open beside him, and a silent suction force pulled him in. Barbarian Bull was startled, but he quickly moved his center of gravity down and nailed his legs to the ground. But his upper half had already sunk into that hole. He felt a chilly feeling had begun to spread all over his body. "Your mother!" Barbarian Bull roared and swung his greenstone rule around him. That strange hole vibrated, and a sad and shrill dragon roar resounded out of nowhere. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Even Midir and Leguxia also looked confused and shocked. "It seems to be a soul, a dragon soul," Long Yi said with a frown. He had noticed a powerful soul fluctuation, but there had been no undead aura. It truly was somewhat strange. "Dragon soul? Could it be?" Midir exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Long Yi asked. "When one of our clansmen die, Dragon King and the elders will seal that dead clansman in this forbidden land. It can be said that this forbidden land is our dragon clan's graveyard," Midir replied. Long Yi suddenly saw the light. So it turned out that the dead clansmen of the Dragon Clan were sealed in this forbidden land, becoming a part of this forbidden area's big array. They were responsible for attacking. This truly was making the best use of everything. Even in death, the clansman could aid the clan. When Long Yi revealed his thoughts while watching Midir with a smirk, the Shiti Rex unexpectedly blushed. In the ruins of the Divine Dragon Main Island, when Long Yi had proposed to make use of those bones to create undead, Midir had obstructed him, saying he shouldn't blaspheme the dead. But now, in this place, her dragon clan was not only using the remains of their clansmen, they were also cultivating the souls using unknown magic. Merely, this calmness didn't last long. Overwhelming attacks soon befell them, one after another. Big space rift-like holes appeared around everyone, and a powerful suction force pulled at everyone. Without a doubt, if they were sucked into these holes, their final ending would definitely be death. Long Yi even wondered whether these holes might be the big mouth of those dragon souls and connected to a different boundless space. In other words, these holes might very possibly be true space rifts. The greenstone rule of Barbarian Bull shone with a faint green light as he swung it around him, knocking these big holes shut. The ice sword of Li King was also no exception. With an indistinct god beast outlined around him, he emitted a powerful aura, his cold chi freezing the holes around him. Midair and Leguxia appeared far more hasty and disorderly. Their dragon power and dragon breath were not too effective against these souls, so they could only dodge them to avoid being sucked in. As for Long Yi, he alone was calm, standing still in the same place. Nevertheless, it was quiet around him. There was not a single hole around him. This was strange. Long Yi raised his eyebrows and thought for a bit. Looking at the current state of affairs, it seemed as if these spatial distortions would never stop. Thus, he no longer procrastinated. His globula flashed with purple light, and along with an earth-shaking rumble, a lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky and formed Lightning God Hammer. He looked fearsome with lightning flickering out of the weapon in his hand. Lightning God Strike! Long Yi roared, and lightning bolts suddenly scattered all around in the sky. The mist suddenly dispersed as if it had encountered its nemesis. The Lightning God Hammer became as big as a mountain, and world-destroying might spread throughout the air. The entire space suddenly swayed as if the world were being destroyed, and lightning enveloped everywhere with crackling sounds. Long Yi's complexion became a bit pale, and the Lightning God Hammer sunk back into his body. The energy required to use this one attack was honestly too great. Since the dense mist had already dispersed, the world regained its clarity. In front of them, there was once more a green prairie that stretched as far as the eye could see, with a few umbrella-shaped trees scattered here and there. In the sky were green transparent dragon souls that densely covered the entire sky. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this spectacular scenery. Long Yi was no exception. However, he was not stunned because he was shocked, but because he was lost in his calculations. With this many dragon souls, if all of them were summoned as his undead, that would be wonderful. Even if he couldn't summon them all as his undead, he could also use them for energy and feed Long Tu and Nai. While he was thinking, the dragon souls in the sky suddenly began to move quickly before fusing together to form a huge dragon head in the sky. Compared to that huge dragon head, Long Yi and others were tiny like ants. Little dragon, hello, good to meet you for the first time. What is your honorable name? Long Yi took a step forward. Gazing at this huge monster, he asked politely with a smile. The reason why he was using such an opening was just to test whether this big fellow had a conscience or not. Lightning God Inheritor, this is not a place you should come to, at least not before you become a real main god. Just leave this forbidden land of the Dragon Clan I guard. I don't want to make things difficult for you. The huge dragon in the sky spoke in the human language. Opening its big mouth, a magic door appeared in front of everyone. Brother-in-law, let's just leave quickly. Facing the pressure of this huge dragon, Leguxia's heart trembled, and he shouted these words while cowering behind Long Yi. Long Yi turned his head and glared at Leguxia. You useless fellow. Don't ever mention that you know me after getting out of this place. Want to go? Then you can go. I don't guarantee that the other side of this magic door is not the stomach of this little dragon. A hint of surprise flashed through the pupils of that huge dragon head in the sky, and it praised, you are truly different from Lightning God. You have a stomach full of schemes, but you are very smart. The words of this huge dragon head proved that this magic gate truly had a problem. You never intended to let us leave from the very beginning, did you? Long Yi, however, smiled and asked without a change in his expression. Correct. Death is the only path for those who intrude this forbidden land. Even if you are the inheritor of Lightning God, you are no exception. The huge dragon soul gravely spoke. How about we have a discussion? Release the 2 dragons that are imprisoned in this forbidden area, and we can meet your demands. Regardless of anything, they are your clansmen. Isn't that so? Long Yi said with a smile. Sinners cannot be forgiven. Besides, you don't have the qualifications to haggle with me. The dragon soul firmly said. I was only making a polite remark when saying that I wanted to discuss with you. To tell the truth, I am very interested in your huge energy body. Long Yi snickered with a smile. Ha ha ha, since I became Dragon God 100,000 years ago, No one has dared to threaten me like this." The huge dragon soul laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Hearing this person in front of them was a dragon god, Midir and Leguxia wanted to kneel down. Dragon gods were the supreme existences in the eyes of all dragons, but Long Yi stopped them and glared at them with disappointment, before laughing. "Although this little dragon claims to be a dragon god, he has already died. Now, his current body is formed by absorbing the souls of these dead dragons. Without the support of these clansmen's souls, he is inferior to even an insect." Upon hearing this, the dragon soul was furious. He opened his big mouth and like a black hole, a powerful suction force appeared. Everyone felt their body tremble, and they were unexpectedly unable to suppress the energy stored within their own body, allowing their energy to disperse outside. Devouring dragon physique. Long Yi was stunned. This little dragon actually had the devouring dragon physique. Long Yi felt a bit silly because he should have already guessed it. After all, if the little dragon didn't have the devouring dragon physique, how could he have absorbed and condensed so many dragon souls? Chapter 580, Dealing a Counterblow. Part 1. Throughout history, there were only 3 dragons who had possessed the devouring dragon physique. Nier was one of them. This dragon god guarding the forbidden land of the dragon clan was actually one of the remaining 2 that possessed the devouring dragon physique. This was beyond the expectations of Long Yi. Every dragon with the devouring dragon physique was bound to become the leader of the entire dragon race and lead the dragon race to glory. One could well imagine the power of the devouring dragon physique. Although this guardian dragon god in front of them had already died, his soul still had the ability to devour. It could absorb everything that contained energy, no matter whether they were living or non-living things. Long Yi became solemn, and he used a huge amount of spirit power and internal force to make a shield through a solid layer of energy in front of everyone to block the powerful suction force coming from this dragon god. The dragon god was startled. Apparently, he was surprised by Long Yi's resistance. However, he suddenly increased the suction force, seeking to devour that shield containing a huge amount of energy. Merely, this shield created by Long Yi was connected with his sea of consciousness. How could the dragon devour it so easily? As for Long Yi, feeling this dragon god putting forth his strength, his handsome face deformed as if his soul were having a back-and-forth warfare against this powerful suction force. Long Yi gritted his teeth, but his eyeballs were already squirming. His whole body felt as if it might collapse at any moment. He quickly turned around, looking at Lai, who was using her spirit power to help him stabilize the shield. He ordered, relying on their contract, "Take them and leave first. I will stall this dragon god and meet you all later." "No, I am not going." Lai, nevertheless, bit her lower lip and said with her eyes filled with stubbornness, "Be obedient." "Do you still have no trust in this young master?" "I have a way to counter him, but I cannot go all out with you all here." Long Yi expressed his thoughts with certainty. Lai looked at Long Yi, and seeing that he was determined, she gritted her teeth and retracted her spirit power before saying, "You all, follow me." "Young master said he has a way." Everyone looked at Long Yi and saw him nodding his head, so they chose to believe him without any hesitation because Long Yi had never disappointed them before. After everyone flew away and disappeared in a blink of an eye, the dragon god laughed. "Do you think that they will be able to escape like this? The divine slaying array of this forbidden land is laid out by me in person. As long as my soul is not annihilated, it will never be dispelled. Even if I fail to devour you all will die. No one can escape." As if confirming the dragon god's words, several screaming sounds could be heard from far away. Then everything became silent. "Give up. You cannot hold on for much longer," Dragon God said while watching Long Yi. "Indeed, I cannot hold on for a long time." Under the full-powered devouring power of the Dragon God, Long Yi's cheeks deflated, and his black pupils changed into glass beads without any fluctuations. Suddenly, the shield in front of Long Yi was dispelled, and he was pulled into the huge dragon mouth of the dragon god within the sky. The Midir siblings and the others were drawn into a whirlpool. Countless ghost claws stretched out from that whirlpool toward them. This made them attack chaotically in panic. Big sister, where are you? Barbarian bull, Li King, where are you? After the whirlpool simmered down, Leguxia found that he was alone in the midst of mist. Everyone else had disappeared without a trace, so he could only shout for them at the top of his voice. But he only heard his voice echoing in reply. Leguxia was very frightened in his heart, and he carefully walked forward while covering his entire body with dragon power to be prepared for all contingencies. At that time, footsteps sounded behind him. Leguxia immediately transformed into his true form and swept his dragon tail behind him. Dumb idiot. I am your big sister, the voice of Midir resounded. Leguxia relaxed upon hearing this voice and turning around. Midir's familiar figure appeared before his eyes. Well, since you are so frightened, quickly come with me. Midir warmly looked at Leguxia and said as she walked forward. Leguxia transformed back to his human form and followed Midir. After taking a few steps, he stopped. A hint of divine light flashed through his eyes before he punched at her head using all his power. His fist penetrated her head without any obstructions as if he had punched empty air. Midir turned around and asked with a smile, "How did you know that I was a fake?" Leguxia retreated 2 steps and snorted, "I knew it because of your coquettish appearance. My big sister never treats me so gently. Her gentleness is hidden within the bones, not on the surface. I and she have been siblings for over 2,000 years. I know her every action like the back of my hand. Do you think you can deceive me? Even if you've realized it now, it's already too late. Look underneath you." Midir waved her hands and dispersed the thick fog around them. Leguxia looked down, and he was so startled that his heart jumped to his mouth. He saw that he was above a black swamp. Countless disgusting tentacles stretched out from that swamp and had bound his legs and were pulling him down. He wanted to fly up, but he was unable to struggle free no matter what he did. Soon, Leguxia was completely pulled into the swamp. Something forced its way into his throat, making him unable to breathe. He wished to cough out the disgusting gunk that seemed to crawl toward his lungs. In addition, he felt like he was sinking into this bottomless swamp. Only the complacent laughter of Midir reverberated through the sky. Clang, clang, clang. At that time, a harp sound suddenly resounded, and Leguxia, who had already sunk into a semi-coma, woke up with a start. He opened his eyes and looked around. Where was the swamp? Where were the tentacles? In addition, he discovered that his own big hand had been strangling his neck. If it weren't for the harp sounds, he would have strangled himself to death. It turned out that everything was just his hallucination. Leguxia was terrified. That illusion had been truly powerful. But, at this moment, he saw 2 ugly monsters, each with a triangular head, 4 legs and 4 hands holding strange weapons approaching him from the dense fog. FK, whether this is an illusion or not, I'll stake it all. Leguxia roared and rushed towards those 2 monsters. Leguxia, stop, I am Lai. Between those 2 monsters, one spoke with an unpleasant voice. You are Lai, then I am your grandfather. Do you think I will be deceived like this? Leguxia was startled, but immediately afterward, he cursed. Leguxia, because of these words, now you are certain to receive 100 lashings from boss. Another monster said while swinging his 4 hands. Long hair grew all over its body. Leguxia was stunned. He was somewhat confused. He was unable to tell what was true and what was false, but the speaking tone of this monster made him realize that it was Barbarian Bull. But, why am I seeing you 2 as monsters? Leguxia asked. In our eyes, you are also a monster, the monster that claimed to be Lai said. Then, how do you recognize me? Leguxia was also not stupid. He immediately expressed his doubt. We have our own ways. Don't talk too much nonsense. Now, walk 100 steps towards your right forward direction. No matter what you see, ignore it. After you reach there, use all your strength to hit the air. The monster that claimed to be Lai indifferently said. Leguxia still wanted to ask what was going on, But the two monsters that had claimed to be Lai and Barbarian Bull walked toward two completely different directions, step by step, as if they were also counting their steps. At this moment, he had already believed their identity. After looking at them for a little while, he also began to move towards his designated direction while counting his steps. But, after taking a few steps, Leguxia saw various kind of monsters rushing towards him, their wide-open mouths emitting stinking odors. Illusion. It's all an illusion. Leguxia repeatedly said to himself in his heart. Even when a monster with a wide-open mouth bit his head, he still didn't stop his steps. But, just when he felt pain in his neck and believed that he had lost his head, those monsters suddenly disappeared. In the process of taking 100 steps, countless illusions appeared in front of Leguxia. He saw himself walk towards the abyss and also walk towards piles of skeletons. He saw Li King, Barbarian Bull and other companions calling him out. He even saw his father Emperor, but he ignored everything. After he took the final 100th step, Leguxia felt like thousands upon thousands of years had already passed, and his entire body was practically drenched with sweat. "Watch out, behind you." An unpleasant shout came from not far away. Leguxia turned his head back and saw a beautiful flower was being blown towards him from behind by the wind, bringing along a hint of delicate fragrance. He punched that flower without any hesitation, and a screaming sound resounded as that beautiful flower turned into smoke and disappeared in the air. Leguxia sighed in relief. He didn't understand why Lai and Barbarian Bull knew what was an illusion and what was a real danger, but he didn't think about it too much. He transformed into his true form and attacked the air in front of him. Boom! Leguxia felt pain as if he had hit an incomparably hard thing. "Put forth your strength, smash it." That unpleasant voice resounded again, this time accompanied by a harp chord as well as several rumbling sounds. Clearly, Lai and Barbarian Bull were similarly attacking different places. Chapter 580, Dealing a Counter Blow Part 2. Leguxia twisted around and suppressed the pain. He truly didn't know what invisible thing was in front of him. Unexpectedly it was so hard and it appeared as if all the power of his attack was directed towards the ground. But, he knew that he had no route of retreat. No matter how painful it was, he had to smash this thing. Leguxia hit that invisible and unknown thing repeatedly using his full power. Now, his entire body was aching and blood was flowing out from his dragon mouth because the power of rebound had injured his internal organs. On the other side, that harp sound was getting faster and faster as if a heavy rainstorm and strong gale. Then, along with a cracking sound, a white light shot out from not far away along with the crisp voice of Lai. "I succeed." Practically at the same time, another shattering sound resounded along with the voice of Barbarian Bull. "I am also done." Leguxia gritted his teeth and roared madly, then gathering all his strength, he ferociously attacked again. Bang! The internal organs of Leguxia churned and he felt as if his body was falling apart, but he finally heard the shattering sound. Then a similar radiance shot out from his direction and the thick fog dispersed. Now, he saw that there was a mountain-like wall in front of him. A huge black bone was inlaid on that wall, and his attacks had already broken this bone into two halves. Leguxia turned around and saw that there was no thick fog within a few hundred meters around him, only green hills and green grasses, and Lai and Barbarian Bull were walking towards him. "Not bad, kid. Now, this old bull acknowledge that you are a man." Barbarian Bull carrying his greenstone rule on his shoulder laughed and said, "I was always the man." Leguxia transformed back to human form and said, sticking out his chest, but, in his heart, he was proud. Receiving the acknowledgement of other people truly felt good. Midair and Li King are on the other side of that mountain. Let's go to look for them. Lai said. A huge transparent dragon head floating in the air was surprised seeing Lai. Barbarian Bull and Leguxia had broken through that small area and thought, impossible, how can they understand the composition of divine slaying array? Moreover, How come they were not confused by illusions? One should know that this divine slaying array of the dragon clan's forbidden land, however, was the proud work of this dragon god. It was his genius idea successfully put into practice. The composition of this divine slaying array was different from general magic arrays. The general magic arrays were commonly standardized magic lines and accumulation of energy, then laying down energy stones in various positions. It could be activated or deactivated, but this divine slaying array was different. He used the mountains and rivers of this forbidden land and his own 1,500 pieces of dragon god bones to make it. It had several hundred small regions, and altogether, it was also a whole area. In addition, tens of thousands of dragon souls were inlaid here to supply energy to his soul. Although it was impossible to slay the main god, if the said main god was not proficient in arrays, then this array could trap him, her for a period of time without any problem. As for first-tier gods, they would at least suffer serious injuries, and as for the second-tier and third-tier gods, they would be annihilated here. The heart of this dragon god was full of curiosity, so he didn't go to personally take care of these three people. Rather, he thought to see how many waves they could create in his territory. It had already been many years since anyone had stepped into this forbidden land. This time, since the 7 great elders of Dragon Clan had wakened him up from his deep slumber, he was very excited. At this moment, he was very interested in watching them. In any case, he had already devoured that strongest person and he should have already turned into a part of his soul. He wanted to see what kind of surprises these people can give him. Lailai, Barbarian Bull and Leguxia crossed a tall mountain in front of them and were shocked to see a fairyland-like scenery. Although they knew that this was very likely an illusion, it was still fascinating. All the way, the three people walked carefully. There were beautiful flowers and trees with shade-giving foliage everywhere. There was also a splashing waterfall and a gurgling spring. This place didn't resemble anything dangerous. Seeing this clear spring, Leguxia felt thirsty and prepared to run over and drink water. But Barbarian Bull grabbed him to stop. "Do you want to die? Did you forget where we are?" Barbarian Bull solemnly said and began talking about his dangerous experiences. Leguxia immediately fawned on him. He also understood this principle. The most dangerous place might be the safest place and the place that appeared to be the safest might be the most dangerous place. Leguxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and thinking about the plight of other people, he didn't object. No one knew what kind of consequences one would suffer drinking this water. Lailai closed her eyes for a good while and said, "You too, follow me." Lailai walked towards the left, and after walking roughly 100 meters, she suddenly went around a big tree and returned. She repeated this process 10 times. Leguxia finally was unable to endure and asked, "Lailai, why on earth are you making us walk around the same place? You just need to follow. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Barbarian Bull shouted, spraying saliva all over the face of Leguxia. "Enough, don't be noisy. Although we seem to be repeating the same way, we actually are moving forward. Instead, when you think that you are moving forward, you however are walking around the same place." Lailai explained. "How did you know all of this?" Leguxia received a huge shock. He had never felt so useless before. Lailai just smiled without any reply and she just continued to walk in circles. When the three people walk around several hundred laps, Lailai stopped and pointing at the big tree in front of them, she said, "Now, we need to smash this tree." Clearly, this tree was not just a tree. The three people felt that familiar solid hardness. They knew that this tree was another piece of dragon bone. Sure enough, after this tree was smashed, 2 pieces of huge broken bones dropped from the sky, and the scene in front of them changed again from fairyland with flowers and trees to a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. In addition, the fiery red sun was floating in the sky and heat was rising from the sand. "Is this also an illusion? How come I am sweating like flowing water?" Leguxia wiped the sweat on his forehead. If this goes on, then he might dehydrate very soon. This is a true illusion world. Everything we encounter might be real. Midir and Li King are here. Lai Lai used her spirit power to create an isolation barrier to keep out the heat, then added, "Barbarian Bull, you go straight to the west until you encounter Li King, then you two should go to northwest direction. When you two encounter the third piece of black sandstone, smash it. Leguxia, go straight to the north, and after you encounter red sandstone, turn south and smash the second black sandstone you encounter. As for myself, I will head east to reinforce Midir. You all must bear in mind that the dangers encounter here are most likely real, so be careful of everything." The three people individually took action, advancing towards the direction Lai Lai directed. That huge head of dragon god in the sky was surprised, immediately being able to determine the set track. How could that mermaid be so familiar with this divine slaying array? From that illusory world with dense fog to Greenfield fairyland to this boiling desert, she used the most direct method to take the shortest route. Moreover, if they successfully leave this boiling desert using her method of breaking his dragon bones, then the entire divine slaying array would suffer great damage. But the most important matter was they would directly arrive at 9th floor hell, where those two sinners were imprisoned from this boiling desert. How could this not surprise him? Now he decided to end this game. This exceeded the limit of his tolerance. But, just when Dragon God wanted to make a move, a powerful force came from inside his body and he actually was unable to move. That Dragon God struggled desperately, but all his efforts were futile. His body was occupied by a large amount of 6 attributed energy and his soul was fixed on the same spot as if it was nailed securely. That kid is scheming in secret. Dragon God quickly reacted. He didn't understand what was going on. Even after he had devoured that kid, how come that kid was not melted by his powerful absorption ability and become a part of his soul? Lightning God Inheritor, come out immediately. Dragon God roared. Are you joking? If it were you, then would you come out? From now on, you will enjoy it slowly. At the center of this huge soul, Long Yi complacently laughed heartily. His entire body was covered with a layer of golden color energy and there were 6 shining spirit tablets in different positions around him. Originally, at that time, after Long Yi felt that he was unable to contend with this dragon god for a long time, he thought of a risky way in haste. He guessed that this dragon god should also have a vulnerable place like other strong beasts. His powerful aspect was his abnormal absorbing ability. No matter the hardness of a substance, once absorbed, it would be melted away immediately. And his weakness was also obvious. As long as he had the way to not get absorbed and melted, it would be much easier to deal with him from inside than outside. And Long Yi just happened to have a thing that could obstruct powerful absorption and melting ability inside devouring dragon physique. It was that keepsake of mermaid clan given to him by Bi-Fi. That golden fin could cast a powerful barrier. Long Yi had studied it before and there was no other defensive barrier that could rival that barrier. At that time, he thought to use it as a life-saving measure, but beyond his imagination, he truly had to use it today to save his life. The reason why Lai Lai was so familiar with this array was also because of Long Yi. Long Yi had hidden within the soul of Dragon God without anybody knowing, and the things Dragon God saw, he saw it as if he was seeing in person, so he was overjoyed. Long Yi had researched magic arrays considerably and he had naturally seen the method to arrange God-slaying array in that magic arrays collection. Merely because the conditions to arrange it was too demanding, very few people use it. Long Yi borrowed the eyes of Dragon God and quickly realized the key points of this array with his comprehension of magic arrays, then he directed Lai Lai via their blood contract to break this array. Such a huge energy soul, if he didn't have any thoughts about it, then he would meet the wrath of heaven. Long Yi smirked and summoned Long Tu and that 6-winged angel skeleton from his dark space dimension. At the same time, Nair, who had been in low spirits for quite a few days, also appeared. Chapter 581, Dragon Gods here. Father, Nair is bored to death. Nair transformed into a small black dragon and coiled around Long Yi, but her dragon mouth spat out a childlike voice. Aren't you out now? Nair, are you hungry? Long Yi asked with a smirk. Hungry? There is so much energy here. Nair blinked her eyes in confusion, but seeing that she was in the midst of a large amount of energy, she opened her mouth and inhaled without demur. Long Tu also began to insanely absorb this energy. But, as for the six-winged angel skeleton holding a white lance, it stood still. This somewhat disappointed Long Yi because not being able to absorb energy meant that it was unable to evolve. At that time, as if sensing Long Yi's disappointment, Long Tu stopped absorbing the energy. The red light in his pitch-black eye sockets flickered several times. Then, he used his death scythe to tap this six-winged angel skeleton. Immediately afterward, a matter that surprised Long Yi occurred in front of him. This six-winged angel unexpectedly moved and began to absorb the energy around them along with Long Tu. Could it be that undead creatures could communicate with each other? Long Yi was excited and full of curiosity. The dragon god felt endless fury. He could clearly sense that his energy body was being nibbled at bit by bit. As a matter of fact, Long Tu and that six-winged angel skeleton weren't really absorbing the energy rapidly. Nair, however, was absorbing his energy at a terrifying speed. Opening her little dragon mouth, his energy flooded towards her. Lightning God Inheritor, come out quickly. I will truly let you all go. Dragon God was frightened and quickly admitted defeat. He had never thought that someone else would absorb him. He who had devoured the energy of others throughout his life. This truly was a kind of irony. Why on earth would we want to go out? This place is very good and has a large amount of energy to absorb. Is there any better place in this world? Long Yi laughed complacently. What exactly do you want? Dragon God was somewhat helpless. I want to absorb all your energy, Long Yi answered without any hesitation. He had no sympathy for this dragon god. It is impossible to absorb all the energy even if I let you all absorb it. The energy you all are absorbing now is just the energy that has yet to merge with my energy body, and I myself am a soul. You all cannot absorb me. Moreover, as long as I exist, it is impossible to break this divine slaying array. Even if your friends find those two sinners, it is impossible to take them out, Dragon God said. Humphrey, it is our problem to determine whether we can take them out or not. Do you think this divine slaying array is flawless? As long as I break all your 1,500 bones, won't this array break? Long Yi snorted coldly. Lightning God Inheritor, do you think this divine slaying array I laid out is so easy to break? I can tell you for sure that even if you break all my 1,500 bones, this divine slaying array will not break. Dragon God tone seemed especially confident. Long Yi became silent for a while. He meditated on the structure of the divine slaying array and suddenly realized something. He laughed. I understand. You used to arrange this array. When you were still alive, you melted your own body here. If my guess isn't wrong, then this divine slaying array has two main energy points. One is your soul, and the other is your dragon god's heart. One yin, one yang, ever-changing. You are quite dedicated. The dragon god was startled and aghast. How did you know? Because the might of the divine slaying array was too great. Everything about it was destroyed long ago by the gods. Only some incomplete and imitation versions of these magic arrays should still exist. Is that so? Long Yi frowned and added, but I have seen a magic array book that had not only the detailed diagrams of the divine slaying magic array and the divine trapping magic array but also had a note saying that someone had once attempted to fuse them into a single magic array in search of ultimate power. However, it claimed that they failed in the end. As I see it, this magic array you have laid out is very similar to that magic array. What? Where did you see that? That combination idea was originally thought of by the first-tier god Jila Bengchuo. His physical body was completely destroyed, yet he still failed in the end. My divine slaying array is based on his vision. How could you see that? The dragon god felt that this lightning god inheritor was honestly giving him too many surprises. Long Yi became silent again. How could the magic array collection he had found in Lost City's shrine have a record of the matters of the divine realm? This was truly too strange. At this moment, in the midst of her dangerous adventure, Lailai had already found and almost roasted Midire. She used her ocean aura to save and wake her up, then took action according to the predetermined directions. Barbarian Bull also successfully found Li King. Since Li King cultivated Iced Gate and had even survived Moxie Clan's 18 Paths of Test, which contained even worse environments than this place, his circumstances were a lot better than Midire. The 5 people advanced forward in different directions and faced many dangers along the way, such as crowds of sand monsters that suddenly burst out of the ground, unknown numbers of quicksand traps, desert fires that materialized out of nowhere, and so on, but everyone was more scared than hurt despite falling into tough straits. The 5 people arrived at their preset destination and attacked their targets. Bang, bang, bang. 5 dragon bones were smashed one after another. Then, 5 people felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the vast scorching desert changed into a gloomy and cold space. They felt a chill seep into their bones as if they had fallen into an icy cave. A strange burst of wails and howls suddenly resounded, making the hairs of everyone stand erect. Look over there, so many corpses. This is an illusion again, isn't it? Leguxia said, suddenly seeing a pile of corpses in front of them. There were humans, beastmen, monsters, angels and even gods. They had died in different ways. Various weapons stuck out of their bodies and various colored blood flowed like a river. When a gush of cold wind blew, a dense bloody smell spread, making people feel nauseous. This should be an illusion. Everyone, there's no need to fear. Ah! Midire screamed before she suddenly stopped speaking. She saw that the blood had flowed beneath her feet, so that when she lifted up her leg, she discovered that the ground below her was already covered in sticky blood. Everyone involuntarily retreated a few steps, but looking around, they discovered that they too were already in the midst of corpses. They could clearly see those corpses' ferocious faces they had worn before their deaths. Lailai frowned. She hated this kind of scene and hated the pungent smell of blood even more. Lailai, where should we go now? Leguxia asked. All along the way, Lailai had directed them as if she had known this divine slaying magic array like the palm of her hand, so he naturally asked her, facing a problem. We cannot go anywhere now. Lailai's complexion changed as she said. One by one, specters crawled out from those corpses. A few corpses directly stood up, changing into zombies. Among those zombies, some changed into skeletons after their rotten skin and flesh fell off. This kind of scene truly tested the visual tolerance of people. Are these undead creatures real? Midire asked. Lailai quietly nodded her head. Then, do we need to smash some bones again? Where are the bones? Barbarian Bull sent a skeleton flying and asked, aren't you already smashing bones? Lailai said. Lailai, don't joke around. Leguxia kicked away 2 zombies and shouted loudly, I am not joking. If we want to break through 9th floor hell, we have to kill all these undead creatures. Lailai seriously spoke. She didn't appear to be joking at all. At this moment, Long Yi had a hint of smile on his face. He admired the dragon god's ability and courage to lay out this kind of magic array. Just the first part of destroying his own physical body, many couldn't do so. Ha ha ha, you are flattering me. The 9th floor hell of the divine slaying magic array is supported by dragon god's heart. It can be said that all these undead creatures are dragon god's heart, and dragon god's heart is formed by these undead creatures. Unless all of them are killed, let alone rescuing those 2 sinners, even your friends will be trapped forever. The dragon god proudly laughed. Isn't it fine to just use undead magic and control all of them? Long Yi muttered as if he were asking dragon god and also as if he were thinking aloud. Can you control so many? Dragon god questioned in reply. In this case, with the addition of the dark spirit tablet and the dark god's familiar, 3-headed demonic dragon, don't you think I can make these undead creatures submit obediently? Long Yi smirked and asked. Dragon God was startled. The spirit tablet of Dark God was especially effective against undead creatures, and 3-headed demonic dragon was the overlord of the undead world. With just one of them, wouldn't these undead creatures of 9th floor hell submit without putting up a fight? In fact, Don't you feel something is wrong with you? Have you even calculated it? Based on the current absorption rate, how long do you think your soul energy will last until it is thoroughly absorbed? Long Yi suddenly smiled wickedly and said, I just know that there is 6 attributed energy within my body. To be honest, I am truly curious about what you are using to absorb my soul energy. In such an extremely short period of time, I have already lost 1/3 of my energy. Dragon God frowned. I want to ask you a further question. What do you think of whether a person with the devouring dragon physique like you can completely devour your origin soul? Long Yi smiled. Devouring dragon physique? Could it be? The dragon god's spirit shook. Could it be that the one insanely absorbing the energy within his body was one of his clansmen with the devouring dragon physique? Chapter 582, Mighty Dragon God. You guessed it right. Under the heavens, other than the devouring dragon physique, what else can have such a fast rate of absorption? Long Yi smirked and said, the dragon god, nevertheless, remained silent for a long time, but he was secretly agitated in his mind. Did a fellow clansman with the devouring dragon physique finally appear in the dragon race? The appearance of the devouring dragon physique heralded a time of glory for the dragon race, but it similarly implied that a disaster was around the corner. Just like that catastrophe 100,000 years ago. It seemed that the quiet days of peace were over. Lightning God Inheritor, come out. I pledge in the name of the Supreme Creation God that not only will I let you all go, I will also release those 2 sinners. Dragon God sighed and his voice appeared incomparably lonely. Long Yi was startled. He could feel the sincerity from the Dragon God. However, once he exited, it would not be this easy to control the Dragon God. If by chance he went back on his word, then the losses would outweigh the gains. So shaking his head, Long Yi said, I shall gauge the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. My friends are still trapped in that 9th floor hell. What will you use as an assurance for your trustworthiness? My origin soul, Dragon God faintly said. Then, with a thought, a ball of faint green light floated in front of Long Yi. I think I can determine your sincerity now. Long Yi grabbed this green light ball and put away 6 spirit tablets, before rushing out with Nai Long Tu, and the 6-winged angel. After rushing out of the dragon god's spirit body, Nai transformed from her little fat dragon form back into a little girl and happily acted like a spoiled child in Long Yi's bosom. Nai did you grow up? Long Yi was surprised to discover that Nai who had looked like a 3 or 4-year-old child in the past now looked like a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. Upon hearing Long Yi, Nai looked at her plump little hands and exclaimed, Father, Nai doesn't want to grow up. Nai doesn't want to grow up. If you don't want to grow up, then you must not eat hereafter. If you don't eat, then you will not grow up. Long Yi said with a smile as he smacked her little butt. This little kid unexpectedly didn't want to grow up. Nai thought for a bit, then shook her little head like a rattle drum. Not eating hereafter, wasn't that asking for her life? As soon as the word eating was mentioned, her eyes shone, and she looked toward the sky. Instead, she saw that huge dragon head was watching her with a warm gaze. Upon seeing this, she involuntarily shrunk into Long Yi's bosom and softly said, Father, why is this grandfather dragon looking at me like that? Did I eat too much of his energy just now, so he went absolutely crazy? No, even if you ate all of his energy, he would not blame you. Isn't that so, Your Excellency Dragon God? Long Yi smiled, looking at the dragon god in the sky. Now that he had the origin soul of the dragon god in his hands, as long as he shattered this origin soul, the dragon god would also disappear for real. Yes, my physical body was already destroyed 100,000 years ago, and my spirit has been sleeping here ever since to guard this forbidden land. Now that a new devouring dragon physique has appeared, it is time for me to retire, Dragon God seriously said. As a matter of fact, as long as his origin soul was not destroyed, his soul consciousness could exist forever, But he couldn't explore anywhere beyond this forbidden land of the Dragon Clan. There was no meaning to an existence like this. He would rather become a speck of dust within the vast universe. Long Yi looked at this dragon god somewhat disbelievingly for a while, and he suddenly understood the heart of this dragon god. Moreover, it looked like the spirit was relieved from his expression. The dragon god truly was great. In order to guard the dragon race's inheritance, he had dedicated everything he had. Although his soul could exist forever, he had been confined in this forbidden land for more than 100,000 years. Wasn't this a situation where death was better than life? The gaze of the dragon god swept through two skeletons of opposite attributes beside Long Yi but wasn't too surprised. Merely, when his sharp gaze landed on Long Yi, as if he had discovered something terrifying, he exclaimed, "Lightning God Mark, Wind God Mark, Water God Mark, Light God Mark, how is this possible?" The eyebrows of Long Yi shot up. Lightning God Mark, Wind God Mark and Water God Mark, he knew about, but when had he obtained the Light God Mark on his body? How come even he himself didn't know about it? The eyes of the dragon god sent out a dim light which enveloped Long Yi's body. Suddenly, his body emitted four different colored radiances, which changed into a golden cloud-shaped mark, a faint blue ripple-shaped mark, a silver-purple lightning-shaped mark and a milky white star-shaped mark. How come there is one more? Long Yi was dumbfounded as he was unable to understand how he got the Light God Mark. Since the beginning of the divine world, such a thing has never happened before, but among the four main gods' marks, only the Lightning God Mark has truly integrated into your body. If the other three marks were also truly integrated into your body like Lightning God Mark, then... Dragon God didn't finish his words, and he looked solemn as if the remaining words were not something good. Then what? Long Yi urgently asked. They might merge peacefully with each other, and you might become something unknown. But, there is another, more likely possibility. They might reject each other and explode, completely annihilating your soul and body. Dragon God sighed softly and said. Long Yi touched his nose with a bitter smile. Would he truly have such a miserable fate of being annihilated in soul and body? But, thinking back, what kind of difficulties had he not faced after arriving in this world, and despite all them, wasn't he still living nicely? Seeing Long Yi's solemn expression once again glowing with pride and happiness, Dragon God highly praised Long Yi in his heart. It was no wonder that several main gods had chosen him as their inheritor. It seemed that truly wasn't an accident. His talent and personality were outstanding. Moreover, he had great luck, obtaining such a good fortune. Just a moment ago, you mentioned the dragon spirit tablet and three-headed demonic dragon. Could it be that? Before Dragon God finished speaking, with a thought by Long Yi, 6 spirit tablets shot out from his globula and slowly revolved above his head. You actually got 6 spirit tablets. No wonder. Dragon God was shocked by Long Yi. What kind of luck would one need for him or her to obtain 6 out of the 7 main gods' spirit tablets? In addition, it was still possible that Long Yi might obtain the 7th spirit tablet too in the future. When the spirit tablets appeared, Nair immediately became extremely excited. When they were in Lightning God Forbidden Area, she had been chosen by the three-headed demonic dragon to be the familiar of the Dark God. After being awakened in the Origin Ice last time, as long as the Dark Spirit Tablet come out, she would become excited and prepare to fight. When Long Yi saw Nair was not too calm, he directly summoned the other god beasts from his dark dimension space. The Light Holy Beast, Fire Kylan, Violent Lightning Beast and also Beiyu. Beiyu corresponded to the Wind God Spirit Tablet. Long Yi looked at Beiyu in a daze. Since Mu Hanyan had left, he had cast aside Beiyu in his dark dimension space, fearing that if he saw it, he would miss Mu Hanyan and recall her sad beautiful eyes and crystal clear tears. Like that, the wound in his heart would reopen and bleed again, making him sad, grieved, remorseful, and other negative feelings. Beiyu cried and flapped its spotlessly white wings. It appeared beside Long Yi and rubbed its long beak against his leg as if it were comforting him. Long Yi's black pupils regained focus. As for Dragon God, even though he had already been shocked many times by Long Yi, He was still shocked like before. Now, he understood one truth: even if something strange appeared on the body of this fellow, it was not worthwhile to be surprised. Three-headed demonic dragon, the familiar of your excellency dragon god, has already perished, but Nair and this younger brother behind me have some relation with him. Long Yi explained. I can feel the aura of three-headed demonic dragon on their bodies, Dragon God said. Your excellency dragon god, now that we are fortunate enough to meet, isn't his a predestined connection? Moreover, speaking about it, the relationship between your dragon clan and me is deep. Less beating around the bush, I can see through you. Speak, what's the matter? Dragon God interrupted Long Yi and bluntly asked. Fine, as a matter of a fact, I wanted to ask you something. I was puzzled by this matter for a long time. What exactly happened in Divine World? Was there truly the so-called battle of demons and gods? Then, where did demons come from? Long Yi smirked and asked continuously. When you met main gods, didn't they tell you? Dragon God asked. If I knew, then would I have asked you? Long Yi said. Since you don't know, there must be some reasons. The main gods should have their own plans. I don't want to foil them, Dragon God said. Long Yi helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Again, he received such an answer. But, I can tell you something. The divine world changing greatly, catastrophe falling on the human world, everything is because of a kind of evil curse, the curse of God. As for the rest, you must find the answer yourself. Dragon God shook his head and said, The curse of God? I am looking for an answer, but the answer is hiding from me. Long Yi sighed. It won't be too long. You are the luckiest person chosen by the main gods, but you can say that you are also the unluckiest person. Your final result, it depends on only you yourself. Dragon God laughed, and a hint of worry and determination flashed through his eyes. Since Long Yi, this person with 4 god marks and 6 spirit tablets along with the devouring dragon physique of the dragon race, had appeared in this world, this clearly showed the beginnings of disaster. Everything you said is equivalent to saying nothing, all nonsense. Long Yi muttered with dissatisfaction. Everything I needed to say I have already said. It's fine if you think it is nonsense. From now on, this forbidden land of the Dragon Clan will no longer exist. Now, the world is of you young people. Dragon God smiled, and looking at Long Yi with an encouraging gaze, that huge dragon head became dimmer and dimmer. Hey, Your Excellency Dragon God, what do you want to do? Long Yi shouted. But at that time, the origin soul of Dragon God in Long Yi's hands suddenly struggled free. Flying into the sky, it suddenly exploded. Chapter 583, Imprisoned Divine Dragon and Demonic Dragon. This explosion of the souls suddenly surged, and the world seemed to stir and crack. In addition, a powerful energy fluctuation rippled through the air. Long Yi hugged Nair and stood at the center of this energy fluctuation along with the 2 skeletons and god beasts. His expression was solemn and quiet. He had never thought that this guardian dragon god would disappear just like that. He was still not mentally prepared for this. The energy fluctuation in the air suddenly fluttered down and practically all the energy gushed toward the opened little mouth of Nair. Long Yi and his god beasts benefited a lot from the passing torrent. After everything settled down, the sky reverted back to its normal clear state. There were some clouds being blown by a gentle breeze. The sun brought warmth and light to the ground. There were no longer illusions around them, rather, there were trees, green mountains and clear streams. Even the air was pure and fresh. Merely, this diving slaying array had been supported by 2 energy sources from the guardian dragon god. Although the soul source had ceased to exist, Dragon God's heart still existed. However, that didn't mean Lai Yilai's group and Lai Yuxu's parents were still trapped in the 9th floored hell. At one side of the mountain, Lai Yilai and others were already sweating profusely in 9th floored hell. There seemed to be infinite numbers of these powerful undead creatures. No matter how many they killed, there was never an end in sight. They were about to collapse due to exhaustion. But at that time, the entire 9th floored hell suddenly shook, and those numerous undead creatures stopped moving. Immediately after that, All of them were annihilated and changed into specks of golden light. These specks of golden light flew in the sky and condensed together. Not long after, a glittering golden heart formed in the sky. But those 5 people didn't have any time to be surprised. The entire 9th floor hell shook again. Space itself unexpectedly collapsed, and the resulting surge was not a small matter. Lai and the other spirits felt such an acute impact that they lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, the 5 people felt a gentle warmth circulate through their body, and they regained consciousness. Opening their eyes, they saw Long Yi with his familiar smile. "Wake up, how do you all feel?" Long Yi asked with a smile. Everyone got up and moved their bodies. They discovered that they were not injured. On the contrary, their powers seemed to have increased slightly. "Boss, what actually happened here?" Barbarian Bull asked, waving his greenstone rule. Long Yi briefly explained the matter, making everyone gasp endlessly. At this time, Lai looked at Nair in Long Yi's bosom, and a hint of a surprised hue flashed through her eyes. Firstly, it was because Nair had suddenly grown a little. Secondly, it was because of the necklace hanging around her neck. That pendant was a heart-shaped thing that shone with a golden light. There seemed to be golden liquid flowing within it. It was very beautiful. "This is the dragon god's heart. It is a souvenir set aside by the guardian dragon god for Nair," Long Yi explained, seeing Lai's surprised gaze. "Young master, you said that this dragon god's heart was condensed with the essence, chi and spirit of the dragon god, but does it have any other effects?" Lai asked. She felt that this dragon god's heart was not simple. "I also don't know, dragon god must have had his own plans for him to present it to Nair. Now, we should look around. Since the 9th floor hell has already ceased to exist, the parents of Lai Yuxia should be nearby." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said. They separated into 3 groups and went in 3 different directions to search. Now, this island where Guardian Dragon God had lain out divine slaying array revealed its true features. This island seemed to have an area that was almost on par with the Master Island. It was a big island. Long Yi and Lai walked toward the west. Along the way, Nair had already fallen asleep in Long Yi's bosom. Now, he held Nair with one hand. His other empty hand held the little hand of Lai. They softly chatted and laughed along the way. They were incomparably relaxed. If Lai Yuxia knew that her parents who had been imprisoned for more than 1,000 years would now regain their freedom, she would definitely be happy. As for Nair, she was young and had no impression of her parents. He wondered how she would react when she met her parents. While he was thinking, Nair suddenly opened her eyes as if she had sensed something. Pointing to the right side, she said, "Father, someone seems to be calling Nair from that side." Long Yi was startled, and he immediately flew along with Lai toward the direction Nair had pointed. Following Nair's directions, they arrived at a concealed valley between a mountain and a river. Without paying careful attention, it would be hard to notice this valley. Long Yi sensed 2 weak dragon auras in the valley and became happy in his heart. Immediately after that, he entered the valley with Lai. He saw 1 black and 1 golden dragon on the verge of death lying on the ground, facing 2 different directions. They were roughly a kilometer away from each other. Although they were close at hand, they couldn't touch each other and couldn't even see the other party. Nair stared blankly, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. These 2 dragons had 10 black iron chains embedded within their backs, which seemed to suppress their spines. This truly was an inhumane torment. But, even though they were imprisoned like this for thousands of years, and had been constantly tortured in 9th floor hell, they had unexpectedly still persisted until now and hadn't died. Long Yi greatly admired them. Long Yi, holding Nair, landed between these 2 dragons. At the same time, those 2 dragons suddenly started struggling together. "Child, my child." That golden dragon tried hard to turn around to face them but was basically unable to accomplish this and could only merely used a weak voice to call out. Long Yi put down Nair. Patting her little butt, he said, "Nair, quickly go." "That is your mother." Nair looked at Long Yi with some hesitation. This feeling of blood connection made her heart throb, but being a child when facing this kind of feeling, she panicked a bit. "Be obedient, Quickly go. Long Yi encouraged. Nair no longer hesitated and flew in front of that golden dragon. That golden dragon opened her eyes with great difficulty. Seeing this little girl, tears rolled down from her huge dragon eyes. Nair extended her little hand and wiped the tears from the corner of this golden dragon's eyes. She solemnly spoke with her immature voice. Don't cry. My father said that children with crying habits are not good children. Child. Child. My child. The golden dragon, however, only called out weakly. She felt like she was dreaming, and at this moment, she dearly wanted to pull her daughter into her embrace, but she couldn't move at all. She dearly wanted to kiss her daughter's cheeks and tell her how much she loved her, but she practically lacked the energy to even open her eyes. Long Yi looked at those black iron chains penetrating the backs of these two dragons and softly sighed. Who the hell had come up with this method to imprison them? The spine contained countless complicated nerves. If he forcibly destroyed these chains, he was sure their spinal columns would be hurt. It was truly difficult to handle this. Chapter 584. Seeking Revenge for the Smallest Grievance. Part 1. When Nair heard that heartbreaking call and saw that she couldn't completely wipe the tears on this huge dragon's face, she found it all very difficult to bear in her heart and cried. Even she herself didn't know why she was crying. She cried simply because she wanted to cry. She cried because of the blood connection with her mother deep within her bones. She cried for what could have been. Young master. Layulai pulled Long Yi's sleeve. Her eyes were also filled with tears. She knew the pain felt from separating with one's kin because she herself had never seen her mother even in her farthest memories. At this moment, her heart ached even more. Long Yi patted Layulai's shoulder and walked in front of the black dragon Fandi. Compared to the golden dragon Sulayanya, Fandi was weaker. Just a moment ago upon sensing Nair's aura, he had struggled. Now, he was still, and his eyes were closed. The black scales all over his body had turned dim and lusterless long ago. If it weren't for the weak aura he emitted, everyone would have thought that he had already died long ago. Long Yi pointed at Fandi's globula and injected his strong internal force and spirit power into the black dragon's body, nourishing his withered internal organs and heart veins. At this moment, his only thought was to cure these two before anything else. He absolutely couldn't let Liuxu see them in this kind of state. She would be very broken-hearted and most likely consumed with hatred. Although she had been quietly cultivating the past few years and her temperament seemed calm and indifferent, Long Yi knew that once she erupted, she would be so unyielding that even he wasn't sure that he would be able to persuade her. As matters stood, who could be held responsible for the suffering Fandi and Sulayanya had endured? The previous Divine Dragon King who had issued the orders had already become part of the Guardian Dragon God's energy, his remnant energy used to guard the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan. Another thing that could be held responsible was the clan rule of the Dragon Clan. But denying that clan rule would be equivalent to denying the members of the Divine Dragon clan who complied with this one rule. Could it be that both the Divine Dragon and the Demonic Dragon clans should be completely wiped out? After a long time, Fandi opened his eyes, but Long Yi was shocked to find that both his eyes were completely white. There were no signs of his eyeballs. Uncle, what happened to your eyes? Long Yi asked in surprise. Just from this matter of Fandi being blind, he could anticipate that Liuxu would never let this matter drop. Uncle, thank you for bringing my daughter. But, I want to ask your identity first. I apologize for being rude. Although the voice of Fandi didn't have strength, there was a hint of toughness and prestige. Actually, I am a good friend of your oldest daughter, Liuxu, and Nair, your younger daughter, is my goddaughter. As for my specific identity, I am the prince of an empire on Blue Wave's continents, Long Yi explained. Your identity shouldn't be so simple. Just based on that strange energy you injected into my body, I can feel that your strength already outclasses mine, Fandi said. In fact, I have other identities as well. I am also Lightning God's inheritor. Long Yi thought for a bit and said, purely for the sake of making Fandi feel at ease. No wonder. Thank you for taking care of my two daughters. As for my eyes, when I was first imprisoned here, they were burned by hellfire. Fandi helplessly sighed. Long Yi frowned. First, not to mention Fandi's eyes, just those 10 black iron chains embedded into his spinal column were very thorny to deal with. Long Yi muttered to himself while thinking about how to break off those black iron chains without damaging the spinal column nerves. But Nair's wail from the other side made him unable to concentrate, therefore, he walked over and picked up Nair, saying, "Nair, be obedient. Don't cry. Your mother will be even sadder if you cry." Hearing Long Yi, Nair stopped crying, but she still choked with sobs. And when Long Yi used his warm big hand to wipe her tears, she hugged Long Yi's neck with her little hands and didn't let go. "Nair is truly obedient. Quickly call your mother." Long Yi caressed Nair's hair and gently said. Nair looked at Sulayanya. At this time, Sulayanya heard Long Yi, and her eyes suddenly shone. "Mo mother," Nair softly called out. She was still unaccustomed to saying this. She was very accustomed to shouting father while snuggling in the Long Yi's bosom. Good, my child." Sulayanya was somewhat excited and happily spoke these few words before losing consciousness. She was truly unable to endure any longer. At this moment, Barbarian Bull, Li King, Midair and Leguxia, who had gone the 2 other directions, arrived here by following the marks Long Yi had left after finding nothing on their sides. When they saw the tragic appearance of these 2 dragons, anger involuntarily welled up in their hearts. "Aunt Salyanya!" The Midair siblings sadly called out, but their aunt had already fallen unconsciousness. How could she hear their call? If she were awake, she might have been happy to see her nephew and niece. After all, when all was said and done, she had used to dote on them. Long Yi handed Nair to Lai and discussed with Li King and Barbarian Bull at one side about how to extract those black iron chains from their bodies. If the other end of these black iron chains is completely hooked to the spinal column, then we first need to exert powerful energy to protect their spinal columns, then use external force to break these chains. Merely, the spinal column is too fragile. Even a little injury might lead to great consequences, Long Yi said. "Young master, as I see it, only you could completely protect their spinal column and assure that no injuries occurred by accident. It is impossible for any of the rest of us," Li King said. "I also understand this. Merely, I am also not 100% confident in my ability to do this. Moreover, the ends of these black iron chains have already become one with their flesh and skin after being embedded in their body for such a long period of time. Perhaps those iron hooks that were hooked into their spinal column are also like that. It might be impossible to break them off from outside. Only by cutting the bodies open and separating the 2 directly is viable. For that, the most important thing is that the body must have enough vitality. In addition, we cannot let patients fall asleep. I reckon that kind of pain could exceed the cruel torture they experienced on 9th floor hell. If by any chance one of them lost consciousness along the way, then that would be truly troublesome." Long Yi shook his head and said while frowning. This task not only needed them to be sufficiently careful, it also needed Fandi and Salyanya to have sufficiently tough nerves. Naturally, living until now had already proven their toughness, but their constitution was already exhausted and their vitality was weak. This operation would be quite difficult. In addition, this kind of pain would have to be repeated 10 times because they both had 10 black iron chains. It was very likely that they would not be able to endure this and die. While discussing, they thought of more ways, but all of them were very risky. At that time, suddenly dragon roars came from far away. Without a doubt, the 7 elders of the dragon clan were coming. Sure enough, several golden lights flashed, and the 7 great elders of Dragon Clan landed in this valley in their humanoid forms. Looking at Long Yi and his group, these 7 great elders didn't speak. They had never thought that these people would actually thoroughly destroy the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan. Even the guardian dragon god of the forbidden area had completely vanished. "Princess Midair, Prince Leguxia, you 2 have brought outsiders and trespassed in the forbidden area. This is a capital crime. Are you still not coming over to admit your crimes?" One of the sinister-looking elders, Elder Alwasi, shouted angrily, breaking the silence. Long Yi looked at him with his sharp eyes and sneered. He naturally recognized this elder of Dragon Clan. This elder was none other than the Dragon Clan elder who had made him vomit blood in Illusory Forest in the past. Since Long Yi had met him again, it would be impolite to not repay him for his previous gift. Long Yi walked forward and stopped the Midir siblings who were somewhat frightened. He calmly said, "Who do you think you are? You dare to raise a howl and cry in front of me?" Alwasi was so angry that his beard trembled. Watching Long Yi, his gaze became all the more sinister and ruthless. Then, he angrily said, "In my Dragon Clan's forbidden land, when was it your turn to be so unbridled?" At that time, if I hadn't let you go out of kindness, would you have gotten a chance to stand here and talk in front of me? Elder has a good memory. Long Yi have always remembered your mercy. At that time when you made me vomit blood, I vowed to pay you back 1,000-fold. No, 10,000-fold. Granted that 1,000-fold is good, 2,000 mouthfuls of blood is even better. TSK, I wonder how much blood your old bones can vomit, Long Yi said with a very bright smile. His pupils however were dangerously narrowed, emitting an ice-cold baleful aura. Presumptuous. The complexion of Alwasi became green then white. He was unable to endure anymore. Rushing over, he raised his hand and an illusory dragon claw shot towards Long Yi's neck at a lightning speed. Long Yi just sneered and stayed still without dodging. He punched out at the last moment using the internal force of his Outanju. Boom! With these two people as the center, the ground caved in. Then, Long Yi took 2 steps back, and his fist felt somewhat numb. As for Elder Alwasi, he was sent flying. Even after landing, he was forced to take 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His right claw was convulsing, his linula was torn and bleeding. What, did you think you could do whatever you wanted like in the past? Long Yi swung his hand and sneered after jumping out of the crater. Impossible. Impossible. In such a short few years, how can you achieve such strength? Elder Alwasi shook his head in disbelief. A human being normally couldn't defeat him even if he or she had reached the Sword God realm. In the past, so-called dragon slayers could kill dragons with low cultivation realms, but even they were doomed upon encountering an elder-level dragon. Now, aren't you greatly regretting not killing me at that time? You ought to regret it. I have the principle of returning that which I have received 100-fold. If people respect me 1 inch, then I will respect them 1 yard. If someone made me vomit a mouthful of blood, then I will make him vomit 1,000 mouthfuls of blood as repayment, Long Yi said with a smile. Chapter 584, Seeking Revenge for the Smallest Grievance Part 2. Part 2. That depends on whether you have the ability. Alwasi gnashed his teeth and said, although he knew that this kid was completely different from before, how could he ruin the reputation of a dragon elder? You will see right away whether I do, Long Yi said coldly. With a thought, a silverish purple radiance flashed out from his globula, and lightning streaked across the clear and sunny sky. Now, Long Yi's entire body was shrouded in purple light. The lightning god armor appeared on his body first, then the lightning god arm guard and the lightning god war boots. Finally, the lightning god helmet appeared, and lightning bolts hit his right hand as he summoned lightning god hammer. Long Yi uttered a long, loud cry, and the pressure of the main god made everyone retreat several steps back. The thick and heavy lightning god suit of armor made people feel fear in their hearts. Heaven shocking mad lightning dragon. Long Yi gave a loud shout, and the lightning god hammer in his hand became huge. Carrying a might capable of annihilating life, it smashed towards Elder Alwasi. Although Long Yi had yet to completely inherit the power of the lightning god, it was not difficult to take care of this Alwasi. Even against the dragon that had reached the dragon god realm, he had had the strength to fight. If he truly inherited the complete power of the lightning god, then even the dragon god with devouring dragon physique would not be his opponent. That would be the might of one of the 7 main gods. The huge lightning god hammer continuously followed the figure of Alwasi as if a maggot attached to the bones. The surrounding space was completely filled with crackling electric currents. Boom! Alwasi gave out a horrible shriek as the lightning god hammer smashed into his arm. sending him flying while vomiting blood along his arc, before slamming against the nearby mountain. Now, a powerful electric current flowed around his body, and his burned black beard and hair stood erect. The other 6 dragon elders, upon seeing that this situation was anything but reassuring, simultaneously stepped in front of Alusi and faced Long Yi's might while gritting their teeth. At that time, Nair, who Lailai had been holding, felt irritated for some unknown reason. She struggled free from Lailai's bosom and transformed into a 20 or so meter long black dragon. The golden dragon god's heart hanging from her dragon neck shone brightly under the sunlight. Then, Nair issued a dragon roar and opened her dragon mouth wide. A huge suction force shrouded the 7 dragon elders. In her heart, all those who hostile to Long Yi were bad fellows. In the past, Long Yi didn't allow her to make a move, so she had obediently stayed still, but today, she had decided to make a move for an unknown reason. Devouring dragon physique. The elders exclaimed. They cooperated to resist the powerful suction force from Nair, but their energy was still leaking out little by little. Although Nair had the devouring dragon physique, she was still in her growth period. She couldn't display even 1/10 of her true power, therefore, if these 7 elders cooperated, Nair wouldn't be able to absorb their energy. However, in the dragon god's heart she wore was the entire essence, chi and spirit of that guardian dragon god. Under its stimulation, her suction power was suddenly strengthened a lot. Stop! At that time, a dazzling golden light streak across the sky, and a powerful dragon power cut off Nair's sucking. The Dragon King in his huge dragon form appeared in the sky. As a dragon that was about to break through to Dragon God realm, his strength was unfathomable. Nair, return. Long Yi put away the lightning god's suit of armor and called back Nair. Upon hearing Long Yi, Nair stopped attacking and observed the Dragon King in the sky for a bit. She rushed into Long Yi's bosom after transforming into her humanoid form. After seeing both sides had stopped, the Dragon King also transformed into a mighty middle-aged man wearing golden armor, Father Emperor. Seeing the Dragon King, Midair and Leguxia knew that they couldn't hide nor run, so they toughened their scalps and greeted him with forced happiness. Dragon King, however, just waved his hand. He didn't scold them as they had imagined. Lightning God Inheritor, you took advantage of the time when I was in seclusion to steal my Dragon King seal and many treasures of my collection. I will not look into it for the time being. Merely, can you tell me what the Guardian Dragon God told you in his last moments? I don't believe that you alone were able to break the divine slaying array of our dragon clan's forbidden land. Dragon King calmly asked while watching Long Yi. But he still unintentionally emitted that invisible might. Then I thank you, Dragon King, for being magnanimous. Long Yi meaningfully looked at Dragon King and smiled. Now, he was clear that Dragon King had intentionally let him steal Dragon King's seal but not those treasures. Still, it was impossible to make Long Yi spit out what he had already eaten. Indeed, the divine slaying array laid down by that guardian dragon god was not something I could easily crack. Look at this dragon god's heart on Nair's neck. I think you should understand its meaning. He gave over half his power to her. Long Yi said while fiddling with that heart-shaped pendant shining with golden light on Nair's neck. Dragon King sighed softly and said, it turns out it was like that. There is ancestral teaching held by the dragon race. Once the devouring dragon physique appears in the world, he or she will become the leader of the entire dragon race. Guardian Dragon God must also meant this, thus, my divine dragon clan will comply with it. After speaking, he turned to the 7 elders and said, I wonder if you elders have any objections. We have no objections, we will comply with our ancestral teachings. The 7 elders respectfully said. They were obstinate because they adhered to the past practices, and they would meticulously carry out the clan rules. Therefore, they had no objections to this ancestral teaching. Moreover, Long Yi who terrified them because he was the inheritor of the lightning god. This meant that he would become one of the 7 main gods in the future, having supreme authority within the divine realm. Actually, Demonic Dragon Clan is also counted as a part of the dragon race. Do they also comply with this ancestral teaching? Long Yi suddenly asked. He had not expected that the devouring dragon physique of Nair would bring such a benefit. If he had known earlier, he would have just brought her along with them from the beginning and paved the way in this way. There had been no need to intrude upon the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan. But, thinking about it, everything was destined. Without intruding upon the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan, how could they have met that guardian dragon god and experienced the might of the divine slaying array? In addition, he also wouldn't have known the self-sacrifice made by that great leader of the Dragon Clan. This had truly been a precious experience. Demonic Dragon Clan are the members of the Dragon Clan that abandoned the Light God and wallowed in degeneration. We haven't acknowledged them as the same race as us since long ago. The fat elder Feely harumphed. Whether you acknowledge the truth or not means nothing. The sun does not rise in the night by your say. They are a part of the dragon race as long as you all follow the same leader and have the same goal. In the world, the greatest thing is not exclusion but integration. Long Yi indifferently said, looking at Elder Feely. If he could use the prestige of Nair's devouring dragon physique in the dragon race to integrate both the Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan, that would be the best, because the Guardian Dragon God had said that the appearance of the devouring dragon physique was a herald of the beginning of calamity. And thinking about the bad end of the 7 main gods, that calamity would not be an ordinary calamity. Besides, having more strength was always better. You are right. In this world, the greatest thing is not exclusion but integration. The Demonic Dragon Clan and our Divine Dragon Clan were spawned with the same veins. Although their beliefs are different, they are also a part of our dragon race, and we will both be under the same leader, Dragon King said after Long Yi. A hint of interest flashed through his golden pupils. Long Yi looked at Dragon King and said with a smile, "Since we have already reached a consensus, there is no need to accuse these 2 innocent dragons as sinners. Moreover, it just so happened that the so-called sinners have given birth to your dragon race's leader with the devouring dragon physique. Now, shouldn't Dragon King release Fandi and Salayanya?" Dragon King made the seriously injured Alwasi return to heal his injuries. He, along with the remaining 6 elders, walked in front of Fandi and Salyanya. "Little sister, you have suffered." Dragon King's emotions suddenly fluctuated abnormally. He walked to the front of the unconscious Salyanya and sighed, caressing her dragon head. Unexpectedly, his eyes were somewhat wet. Ever since his own biological younger sister had been imprisoned in the Forbidden Land and tortured, he often felt pain as if his heart had been cut. He always felt sorry for her because he was unable to protect her. In the past, when Dragon Race had been tracking them, he had secretly let them run away several times, but the elders had still found them in the end. At that time, the soul of the guardian dragon god had personally used these black iron chains to imprison them here. "We simply don't know how to free them," Elder Feely admitted to Long Yi. The corners of Long Yi's mouth twitched. If even Dragon King didn't know how to undo these black iron chains, he could only use the method he had come up with and take the risk. If by any chance something happened, how could he explain it to Liuxu and Nair? In all these years, Liuxu had been cultivating strenuously for revenge, but later, hearing her parents from Midair that her parents were actually still alive, she had gained great hope. If by chance they died, then that would be the cruelest thing in the world for her. The damage would be a lot worse than before. Perhaps she would go mad, or perhaps she might sink into self-torturing herself for the rest of her life. Elder Feely is right. I wonder whether you have any way to undo these black iron chains without injuring them. Dragon King looked at Long Yi with a gaze full of expectation. Long Yi told his previous method to Dragon King along with the possible risks. Dragon King remained silent for a long time, and his expression changed countless times. Finally, he sighed softly. "The only way is to leave their life and death to heaven's will." At that time, Lai jerked Long Yi's sleeve and said softly, "Young master, we should bring big sister Liuxu here. If I was her, I would rather stay here to see my parents, otherwise, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Having heard what was said, Long Yi nodded his head. If by any chance something unexpected happened, Liuxu would never be able to see her parents even during their final moments. In addition, with Nair and her here, Fandi and Salyanya might hold on because of their familial love. Chapter 585, Difficult Rescue. Part 1. At that time, another 2 golden lights shot over from beyond the horizon. These 2, however, were Teresa and Xingxing. They landed outside the valley. Big Brother Long. Xingxing looked around, and when her gaze fell upon Long Yi, she suddenly burst into a happy smile. The Dragon King and the elders looked at Teresa in surprise. Her dragon power had been sealed. How had she resolved it? Teresa greets Dragon King and elders. Teresa ignored their gazes and calmly greeted. She had been continuously paying close attention to the situation within the forbidden area, so she had naturally noticed such a big activity. Seeing that there had been no movement within the transmission area located at her house and that the 7 elders and the Dragon King had rushed over here in succession, she was worried about the safety of Long Yi's group. Therefore, she had gritted her teeth and also rushed over with Xingxing, thinking that if they were in danger, she would try her best to protect them no matter what had occurred. Long Yi walked over while holding Nai in his heart. He knew very well why Teresa had come over. He softly said, "Thank you. Sorry for making you worry." It was all Xingxing. This girl was so noisy, saying she wanted to see you. I, however, just brought her here. Don't think too much about it. Teresa warmly smiled and cleverly pushed the reason to her daughter. She believed that Long Yi would understand. Sometimes, cumbersome words of gratefulness were not needed when actions were taken out of concern for a friend. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and smiled. He carried little Xingxing in his bosom along with Nai, one on the left and one on the right. Both of them were very cute. With gentle Teresa standing beside Long Yi, they looked just like a warm family. Nai, she is younger sister. Xingxing. Quickly introduce yourself, Long Yi said with a smile. Actually, Nai appeared somewhat younger than Xingxing. If Nai hadn't absorbed the energy of the guardian dragon god in the forbidden land of the dragon clan and grown up a little, she would have appeared much younger. This might also be because of her special physique. Nai watched Xingxing for a while. She had never met anyone who was similar in size to her. At this moment, she was very happy and happily said in her immature voice, "Younger sister Xingxing, my name is Nai. Hereafter, call me big sister. I will protect you." Xingxing was also happy. She was not unwilling to call Nai big sister even though Nai appeared somewhat younger than herself. In the Divine Dragon Archipelago, she had been too lonely, and at this time, upon meeting a big sister who was about the same age as her, how could she not be happy? The 2 little girls immediately snuggled close together within the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi turned his head to look at Dragon King and said, "Dragon King, I request you to look after Fandi and Salyanya for the time being. I will go and bring your other niece. In any case, we have to reunite their whole family before we decide on a treatment." "That's natural." Dragon King nodded his head and said. Then, he looked at his cousin Teresa and appeared as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to ask how she had gotten rid of the seal, but after thinking about it, he didn't need to ask. Just looking at how close Long Yi and this pair of mother and daughter were, everything was clear. Since this kid has such great capabilities, I hope he can save my younger sister too. Barbarian Bull, Li King, let's go, Long Yi said and disappeared in front of everyone along with the 2 little girls he had been holding. In the imperial palace of the Nelan Empire, Liu Xu was sitting in the viewing platform with a restless heart. The roaring sea waves were slamming against the cliff, creating water splashes that glimmered under the sunlight. However, she had no time to appreciate this scene. She felt very nervous in her heart and greatly agitated. "Big sister Liu, come and eat something." Nilan Ryu, carrying a tray, walked over. These days, Liu Xu had always been so restless, merely staring across the ocean. Nilan Ryu was very worried looking at her frail body, so whenever she had spare time, she would come over to chat to loosen her feelings. Liu Xu didn't refuse Nilan Ryu's good intentions and sat together with her on a bench. These days, she was very grateful to Nilan Ryu for worrying about her. She indeed needed a company to comfort her pent-up emotions. "Big sister Liu, can you guess where mother and sisters are now?" Nellen Ryuayu deliberately avoided talking about Long Yi. She talked about Dongfang Wan and Nangong's Inajian and their other sisters. This big group of women had gone to Icy Wind City after strolling around the Nellen Empire. I heard Mi Principality has also built a Transformagickery. I think they will absolutely go there to join in the fun. Lai Yuxia followed the Tropic of Nellen Ryuayu. Such light chatter truly eased her mood. I also think so. Big sister Suira Oyen and Lina, however, are from Mi Principality. Moreover, Elven Forest is also nearby. They will definitely take a stop to Elven Forest to meet Luxia, and as luck would have it, Elven Forest truly is very beautiful. Nellen Ryuayu smiled and said while thinking about the day when the Nellen Empire would completely merge with Violent Dragon Empire. She would give up power then and be free from her position. Like that, she would also be able to freely stroll around everywhere together with her other sisters. And if Long Yi also joined the group, that would be very wonderful. Lai Yuxia didn't reply. Her beautiful pupils were also somewhat blurred like Nellen Ryuayu's, recalling those days when she had happily lived with her parents in Illusory Forest. What are you two chatting about? Looking at your smitten appearances, were you two thinking about me? A familiar voice suddenly resounded in the ears of the two women. Lai Yuxia and Nellen Ryuayu immediately turned their heads and saw a man with a beautiful smile reclining on the windowsill of the viewing platform who was watching them with a warm gaze. My husband, you came back. Nellen Ryuayu excitedly jumped up like a little girl and rushed towards Long Yi. In any case, there were no outsiders here, so no one else could see the hidden womanly side of this famous empress. Long Yi pulled Nellen Ryuayu into his bosom and kissed her. Then holding her waist, he spun around a few rounds. Nellen Ryuayu happily smiled. She affectionately nestled in Long Yi's bosom for a while before gently pushing him away. Since Lai Yuxia was alongside her, she didn't want to occupy Long Yi for too long. She knew that the return of Long Yi definitely had something to do with the matters of Lai Yuxia's parents. Long Yi walked over to Lai Yuxia and saw that she was looking at him with expectation and also fear. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Long Yi, did you find my father and mother? Lai Yuxia was very nervous. She grabbed the warm big hand of Long Yi as if she wanted to draw some courage through his warmth. Long Yi also held Lai Yuxia's little hands and gravely said, I found them. Your father and mother are still alive, but you need to be mentally prepared to hear this. Originally, Lai Yuxia was very happy hearing the first half, but hearing the other half, her heart sank. She bit her lower lip and said, Take me to them now. I want to see them. Long Yi nodded his head and looked at Nellen Ryuayu. But, she quickly said, My husband, quickly go with big sister Liu. Furthermore, take good care of her. Long Yi felt warm in his heart. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Long Yi quickly returned to the Divine Dragon Archipelago with Lai Yuxia using the Transformagickery. Father, mother. When Lai Yuxia saw the miserable conditions of her parents, she sadly cried and rushed toward them. She had always been tough and tinsel. She had never shed tears, but now, tears freely flowed down her cheeks as she wailed. This scene was heartbreaking. Who would not feel as if a knife were being twisted into one's heart upon seeing one's close kin in such a miserable condition? Although Nair had a childlike temperament in addition to lacking an impression of her parents, seeing her big sister cry so miserably, she also cried in the bosom of Long Yi. There was a certain feeling of pain, and she was merely following her feelings. She felt indescribably unwell and inexplicably wanted to cry. She also didn't understand why her big sister was so sad, but seeing her grieved like this, she felt even sadder. Xur. Don't cry, being able to see you again in this life, this father has no regrets. Fandi comforted Lai Yuxia in his hoarse voice. But, his ghastly hollow eyes made Lai Yuxia feel even sadder. It was because of you all. I will kill you all. Lai Yuxia could no longer control her emotions. She roared and transformed into an over 100-meter-long dragon with a body that alternated black with golden streaks. Then, she released her dragon breath towards the Dragon King and the elders while swinging her huge dragon tail everywhere in grief and indignation. Under the signal of Dragon King, The elders didn't counterattack and merely dodged the attack of Liu Xu. Although the current strength of Liu Xu was pretty good, compared to Dragon King and the other elders of the Dragon Clan, there was still a sizable gap. Her crazy attacks only consumed her energy. Moreover, with their strength, they could easily subdue her too if they so wished. Liu Xu, enough. Do you still want to save your parents or not? Seeing Liu Xu had nearly finished venting her emotions, Long Yi shouted to her. Sure enough, hearing her parents could still be saved, Liu Xu immediately calmed down and transformed back into her humanoid form. She landed beside Long Yi, then looked at him with tearful eyes. Long Yi affectionately wiped her tears and gently pulled her into his bosom. Then patting her back, he said, I am here. I will help you. For you, I would hold out the sky. Feeling Long Yi's warmth, the panicked heart of Liu Xu gradually calmed down, and she tightly hugged the waist of Long Yi. For the first time in her life, she felt that this man was indispensable to her. Chapter 585, Difficult Rescued Part 2. After a good while, Liu Xu completely calmed down, and Long Yi woke up Salyanya, letting the mother and daughter meet each other. After meeting her two daughters, Salyanya's vitality became even more tenacious. Long Yi, Dragon King, Barbarian Bull, Li King and the 6 remaining elders. Editor's note: one of them was sent away, consulted with each other. I have decided to resolve all 10 black iron chains in one go-in, lest the 2 might not be able to hold on for too long. I will use all my energy to protect the spinal column within their bodies. You 9 along with Liu Xu will be responsible for removing those black iron chains. Our main goal is to unhook the black iron chains from their spines. And be careful when putting forth your strength. Otherwise, although the spine will be under my protection, no one can be certain that there will be no accident. Long Yi said with a stern countenance, but he was also secretly somewhat indecisive in his heart. Although you are the inheritor of Lightning God, it is still not easy to remove these black iron chains within a short time. Will you be fine? Dragon King expressed his worries. The reason why he asked this question was that not only did Long Yi have to protect over 100 meters worth of spine within the body, but he also needed to bear the impact power while they were attacking those 10 black iron chains. Although the strength of Long Yi was unfathomable, in front of the attacks of 10 powerful people that he could only withstand and not dodge or counterattack, this would definitely be an extremely difficult task. Whatever happens, I will protect their spines. Long Yi didn't speak much, but his tone was firm. Fine, let's not delay any longer. Let's start immediately, Dragon King resolutely said. Long Yi walked to the front of Fandi. He had decided to begin with him. Uncle, you have also heard our discussion. First, we have to cut open your back, then I will protect your spine, and they will cut off the hooks of the black iron chains. During the process, you must hold on. You absolutely cannot lose your consciousness. If you lose consciousness, your vitality will decrease substantially, and you may never see your loved ones again. So you must remain awake, Long Yi slowly said. Ordinary people absolutely couldn't bear this kind of pain and remain conscious. This operation would completely depend on their willpower and fortune. Father, you must hold on. I and younger sister are by your side. Liu Xu had already calmed down a lot. At this time, she also encouraged her father. I know. Come, I have already endured this torture for so many years. I don't believe that I will fall at this final juncture. Now, given this hope and seeing his entire family reuniting, Fandi's will to survive became very strong. Li King. Long Yi signaled Li King. His ice sword combined with his iced gi was the best choice to cut open the body. Li King nodded his head and slammed his sword into the ground before flying up. Standing proudly, his transparent iced sword trembled, sending out misty ice chi which cut open the back of Fandi from where a black iron chain had entered his body. The wound was clean without any unnecessary gore. Now, between the gaping flesh, one could see a spine covered with blood and flesh. Because of the ice chi, there was not too much blood flowing. Fandi was truly a man of the dragon race. His body merely trembled for a bit. He didn't even let out a groan. Before long, 10 deep openings had been cut open by Li King. After that, Long Yi took a deep breath, and his entire body glimmered with a 7-colored radiance. Then, he placed his hands against the Fandi's forehead and injected his internal force and spirit power into the dragon's body. Now, everyone could see that the exposed spine from head to tail was covered with the same 7-colored radiance surrounding Long Yi. Start! Long Yi shouted. The 10 people who had been standing in front of the black iron chains in preparation used all their strength to attack the back iron hooks attached to the spine upon hearing Long Yi's command. These black iron chains were incomparably hard. Even with the strength of the Dragon King, his every attack only left a shallow mark on the iron chain. This showed that they needed to attack over 100 or even over 1,000 times to break through these back iron chains. Every time these 10 people attacked, the dragon face of Fandi distorted in pain. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than the tortures of the past. On several occasions, he nearly lost consciousness, but his tough and tensile will erupted with unlimited endurance. In addition, the presence of his daughters also gave him great power. What type of father would he be if he faltered now? Long Yi was finding it even more unbearable. He felt his blood and qi churn, his meridians were swollen, and he felt a tingling pain as if countless needles were poking his sea of consciousness. Like that, after everyone had attacked nearly 100 times, Long Yi had already expended a lot of energy. Nevertheless, even the Dragon King, who was the most powerful among the 10, had only been able to create a small cut. Long Yi closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Then, a silverish purple lightning god spirit tablet flew out from his glabella and spun in midair. The lightning attributed magic elements in the air crazily gushed into his body and replenished his energy. After everyone attacked another 100 times, the light god spirit tablet flew out from his glabella, and the light magic elements in the air replenished his energy. In just this fashion, whenever Long Yi felt he was unable to hold on, he would use spirit tablets to reinforce his energy reserves. Very soon, all 6 spirit tablets had already been used, and yet, only the black iron chain which had been attacked by Dragon King was almost completely cut off. But the most serious problem had also appeared. Even under the continuous encouragement of everyone, Fandi seemed unable to continue to hold on. His consciousness had already begun to blur. Once he fell unconsciousness, then he would most likely never wake up and pass away like that. All their efforts would be in vain. For a moment, everyone stopped and didn't dare to attack anymore. They feared that Fandi would thoroughly lose consciousness if they attacked again. While everyone worried, and Lai Yuxia was in tears, melodious harp music refreshed the spirits of everyone. It was Lai Yulai. At this moment, her legs had already transformed into a golden fishtail, and there was a 7-colored harp in front of her. Her jade hand was rapidly moving through the strings of this harp, and that harp music seemed to drill into the innermost soul and spirit of everyone, resonating with their hearts. The blurred consciousness of Fandi was shaken, and he became sober again. Everyone was relieved. Soul-locking 7 notes, the secret skill of Mermaid Clan, was truly extraordinary. As it turned out, not only could it be used as a powerful attacking ability, but it also had the effect of rousing the feeling of those in despair or fatigued. When there was a war between 2 armies, if such music were played, it would be equivalent to having all one's soldiers buffed with the blessing magic of priests. No, this soul-locking 7 notes was much better than those low-level blessing magic spells. Long Yi couldn't help thinking this in his heart. As a matter of fact, the thinking of Long Yi was correct. Soul-locking 7 notes was a high-level divine magic passed down from the divine realm. It used to be the special skill of a famous first-tier god. Merely, it had already become unknown by the time it fell in the hands of the Mermaid Clan. Suddenly, Dragon King roared, and his hand glimmered with golden light. Then, a golden blade made from intense golden light chopped toward the small part remaining that linked this black iron chain together. With a clear breaking sound, the black iron chain Dragon King was responsible for was completely broken. Dragon King immediately pulled out this black iron chain and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It had been a long time since he had last worked this hard. This made everyone excited. All of them used all their strength to attack the black iron chain they were responsible for breaking. As for Long Yi, he persistently endured it all while panting. His sea of consciousness was already empty. He wanted to wear lightning god armor, but he didn't dare to do so, because after wearing it, once he was unable to maintain it, he would not have any energy at all left to continue protecting Fandi's spine. Fortunately, one black iron chain had been resolved. This gave him a little breathing space as it was one less attacking force. Dragon King looked at other 9 people and discovered that their speeds were all almost the same. Only the strength of Lai Yuxu was a little worse. The black iron chain she was responsible had only been cut halfway, so he decided to help her even though he had also already depleted his dragon power. Lai Yuxu, let uncle take over. Dragon King went over to Lai Yuxu and said. The entire body of Lai Yuxu was drenched with sweat. Although she was still unwilling to forgive Dragon King, her maternal uncle, this matter was related to her father's life, so she didn't willfully. She just said her words of thanks and stepped back. Clang, clang. The 2 elders also successfully completed their task. At this moment, Long Yi's complexion was already deathly pale. Seeing the unsightly complexion of both Long Yi and her father Fandi, Lai Yuxu's heart endlessly throbbed in pain. They were the 2 most important men in her life. One was her blood-related kin, and the other one was her sweetheart. At this moment, both of them were quietly enduring great pain, and there was nothing she could do. Now, it was already a critical moment. Long Yi had almost reached his limit, and Fandi had also done the same. If it were not for the support of Lai Yi's harp music, then perhaps, both of them might not have lasted until now. Finally, along with several breaking sounds, Barbarian Bull, Li King and all the remaining 4 elders completed their tasks one after another. All of them were exhausted. Now, only Dragon King persisted while gritting his teeth. His dragon power had already been exhausted. After all, he had yet to reach Dragon God realm. Only sheer willpower kept him going at this point. Nair, who stood at one side, had been watching all this occur for a long time. At this time, the Dragon God's heart on her neck glimmered, and she suddenly comprehended something. She suddenly jumped up, and opening her little mouth, a tyrannical dragon power shot toward the last black iron chain. Clang! That final black iron chain was also broken. Everyone was dumbfounded and then cheered. Until now, Nair and Long Yi had thought that the attacking means of devouring dragon physique was only through absorbing. They had never thought that she could transform the energy she devoured into another substance to attack. That glimmer of the dragon god's heart had enlightened Nair. To be honest, if Nair were asked to explain, she might not be able to explain how she had done it. Perhaps, Dragon God's heart not only had the essence, chi and spirit of the guardian dragon god, it might also contain some of his experiences and comprehensions. Long Yi retracted the spirit tablets and turned around. At that moment, he had a sweet feeling at the back of his throat, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Long Yi, what happened? At one side, Lai Yuxu, who was shedding tears of happiness, noticed this action by Long Yi. Nothing. Long Yi wiped the blood with his sleeve, and turning around, he replied with a smile. Lai Yuxu grabbed the hand of Long Yi, and seeing that bright red blood stain on his sleeve, tears flowed out continuously. At this moment, her heart was filled with 2 contradictory feelings of happiness and sorrow. She thought that today, she had shed enough tears for her entire life. Hereafter, she would not shed tears, and like Nellen Ryu and the others, she would also live happily because she had this man protecting her. After the deadly black iron chains were removed, it wouldn't take long to heal the other flesh injuries due to the astonishing healing ability of dragons. The life of Fandi had already been saved. Now, it was Salyunya's turn. Merely, because everyone was exhausted, they needed to rest for 2 days in order to recover their energy. And when it was Salyunya's turn, she showed great confidence because her husband had given her a model example. In addition, with the support of her husband and 2 daughters, She was determined to survive. Merely, when everyone was prepared to start, an uninvited guest arrived. Chapter 586. Demonic Dragon King. A scholarly-looking handsome middle-aged man in shiny black armor suddenly appeared in the valley. He leisurely considered the Divine Dragon King. The 6 elders immediately prepared to fight and simultaneously took a step forward with tense expressions, forming a semicircle around the Divine Dragon King. Shakinian, this is not the place you should have come to. Since you have intruded here today, don't think about leaving. Elder Feely said in a stern voice. He had never imagined that the demonic Dragon King would dare to intrude onto Divine Dragon Island by himself. Moreover, he seemed to not care about them at all. Want to fight? Then let's fight. Whether you want to fight one-on-one or come at me together, I will accompany you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Shakinian indifferently said to Elder Feely. You. Elder Feely had never expected Shakinian to be so aggressive. He immediately thought to transform into his true dragon form and fight, but Divine Dragon King stopped him. It's been over 1,000 years, Your Excellency Demonic Dragon King. I trust you have been well since we parted? Divine Dragon King also smiled indifferently, showing his kingly demeanor. Thanks to your blessing, it hasn't been too bad. My purpose in coming here today is also not to create trouble. I heard the devouring dragon physique has appeared. I have especially come to verify it. I don't dare to forget the ancestral teachings, Shakinian faintly said. Diving Dragon King looked towards Nair nestled in Long Yi's bosom and affirmed, that's true. Shakinian looked over, and his gaze remained on the dragon god's heart for a short period. Then, he sized up Long Yi with great interest. He seemed to be very interested in Long Yi. Don't look at me like this. I don't swing that way. If you want to look at someone, look at him. I think you two comparatively suit each other. Long Yi frowned and said while pointing at Divine Dragon King. The 2 Dragon Kings looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This brat truly didn't know how to show respect for his elders. The reason why Shakinian was sizing Long Yi up like this was his darling daughter. This daughter of his not only greatly admired Long Yi, moreover, she had also said that she would only marry the person who defeated Long Yi. Otherwise, she would not marry for the rest of her life. Today, seeing Long Yi, he learned the other possible meaning of hers. Perhaps, his daughter had taken a fancy to Long Yi, but he had heard that this boy had a large number of wives and concubines. This man would not make a good son-in-law. Your Highness Demonic Dragon King, since the devouring dragon physique has appeared in the world, what does your demonic dragon clan plan to do? Divine Dragon King asked while looking at Shakinian. Since the devouring dragon physique has truly appeared in this world once more, my demonic dragon clan will certainly comply with the ancestral teaching and take her as its leader, Shakinian said. The 6 elders seemed to have a lot of objections, but before they could speak, Divine Dragon King immediately said, it's good this way. Although our 2 branches of dragon race have different beliefs, we all are from the same veins. We should throw away former ill wills and jointly deal with the upcoming disaster. The eyes of Long Yi shone, and a hint of smile appeared on his face. Something fishy was going on between these 2 dragon kings. It appeared as if they already had had a discussion at an earlier time. Okay, your 2 branches of the dragon clan can discuss further later. Now, there is a much more important matter waiting for us to complete. Seeing the anxious Liu Xu, Long Yi hurriedly said, correct, my younger sister is still waiting for us. Your Excellency Dragon King, since you have come here, is it possible for you to help us? Divine Dragon King said. The strength of Demonic Dragon King Shakinian was similar to his own. Letting him replace Liu Xu would make his younger sister suffer less. As long as I have the ability, I will not decline, Shakinian said with a smile. Everyone was prepared. Bolstered with the experience of already saving Fandi, everybody was familiar with the process. They were no longer nervous. With the help of the Demonic Dragon King along with the stimulation of the soul-locking 7 notes by Lai, the 10 black iron chains were completely removed, successfully pulling her back from the jaws of death. At this moment, Lai Yuxia was crying in the bosom of Long Yi. One could say that her heart was truly free at this moment. Her family was finally reunited. Long Yi had never thought that everything would go so smoothly. Not only had the parents of Lai Yuxia been rescued, but also the Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan had reached a verbal agreement. As for the date of the formal discussion between the two clans, it would be held a month later. The Dragon Kings representing both sides would discuss with their elders first. When all the clansmen of the Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan gathered together for the first time, Nair would have to temporarily make an appearance as the spiritual leader of the dragon race. As for when she would truly become the leader of the entire dragon race, that would wait until she grew up and truly had that ability. The night on Divine Dragon Island was beautiful. The sea breeze faintly blew, and the fragrance of flowers spread everywhere. Long Yi had used the tree vines of Teresa's garden to make a swing. Little Xingxing and Nair were giggling while taking turns to gently push each other on that swing. These two little girls were truly kindred spirits. After getting to know each other, they always played together. They were closer than biological sisters. Teresa was sitting under the eaves doing needlework. She was in the process of embroidering a pattern on a piece of silk. From time to time, she would look at these two little girls and smile. It was very hard to imagine that a woman of the dragon race would unexpectedly like this kind of needlework often performed by human women. As for Long Yi, he was lying on a net that was bound between two trees. He was looking at the shining starry sky while listening to the giggles of the two little girls. This truly was a good night. A few meteors streaked across the sky, emitting a bright light. It made this night even more beautiful. Long Yi slightly narrowed his eyes, and his eyes suddenly focused. Then, he suddenly disappeared into the thin air, leaving behind the still swaying net. Long Yi used Great Cosmos Shift, flying past many peaks toward the distant sky. Such a beautiful night. You two Dragon King seem to share a good mood to enjoy it. I am not disturbing your intimate time, am I? Long Yi slowly appeared and said with a smile while looking at the two Dragon Kings who were in human form. Stinking brat, don't speak nonsense. Just hand over my treasures that you have stolen, Divine Dragon King said, directly calling Long Yi stinking brat. In the beginning, he had at least addressed him respectfully as Lightning God Inheritor. Treasures? What treasures? You shouldn't accuse others wrongly. Don't think that just because you are the Dragon King, you can extort other people. Long Yi fully displayed his acting abilities. He had the principle of never spitting out what he had eaten. Well, if you have any questions, you can ask them, Demonic Dragon King Shakinian said with a smile. Long Yi sized up the two of them for a while and asked with a smile, are you two committing adultery? The complexions of both the Divine Dragon King and Demonic Dragon King simultaneously become ghastly pale, and they rushed to kick Long Yi. Alas, Long Yi had already been prepared and successfully dodged. I guess I have spoken incorrectly. However, weren't you two already colluding from an earlier time? Long Yi asked. Chapter 587, The Information on Undersea City. From the mouths of these two Dragon Kings, Long Yi learned about the matter from the beginning to end. Since the formation of the Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan, these two clans had always been as incompatible as fire and water. At that time, when they began searching for Fandi and Salyania, the current Dragon Kings coincidentally met each other. Like a friendship that formed out of blows, they actually become good friends in the end. When Fandi and Salyania were captured, they secretly made an agreement that if they ascended to the throne of Dragon King someday, they would definitely think of a way to save them and work hard to eliminate the hatred between the two clans. Merely, some old people of their clans were very stubborn. It was very hard to achieve their goal, so they were waiting for an opportunity. At that time, when the Demonic Dragon Clan's Princess Charmin and Crystal snuck into Blue Wave's continent, they had sensed that this might be a chance. Therefore, Divine Dragon King had dispatched Midair and Legyuxia. Sure enough, they unexpectedly drew Long Yi, this odd human. Moreover, he had a close relation with the two daughters of Fandi and Salyania. But the most important matter was the discovery that Nair had the legendary devouring dragon physique. Like that, The fusion of the demonic dragon clan and divine dragon clan became logical. These two old foxes. After hearing them, Long Yi curled his lip and muttered to himself. These old fellows who had lived for thousands of years were truly not that easy to deal with. After obtaining the Dragon King seal, he had been feeling complacent while thinking his luck was outstanding, but to his surprise, Divine Dragon King had intentionally let him obtain it. This made him feel somewhat out of sorts in his heart. Ha ha ha, Long Yi, thanks to you, everything is going so smoothly. Demonic Dragon King laughed heartily as he patted the shoulder of Long Yi. What's the use of just words? Give me something material? Long Yi rolled his eyes and said, Fine, I, Sukinian, am not a stingy person. If you have time, come to my demonic dragon island. There, you can take any treasure you like. Demonic Dragon King laughed heartily and said. Divine Dragon King looked strangely at Demonic Dragon King and said with a smile, You have always been a very stingy man. In those years, you haggled with me over a silver coin. When did you become so generous? Don't ruin my illustrious name. In those years, you have extorted my many treasures on Blue Wave's continent. Demonic Dragon King glared at Divine Dragon King and said, Were dragons not stingy? Of course not. The reason he was being so generous was that he had some plans for his daughter Charmin. Okay, you two. Don't argue. Let's just say that you two are rare forthright dragons of the dragon race, Long Yi said with a smile. After seeing these two Dragon Kings had satisfied expressions, he added, You all have lived on the surface of the sea for so many years. I want to ask whether you know of the existence of the sea race? Sea race? Are you talking nonsense? Isn't that little mermaid beside you a person from the sea race? She should be of royal kin. Divine Dragon King asked in confusion. Although she is from sea race, she was sent into exile. I heard that the sea race lives in a place called Undersea City. Do you know where it is located? Long Yi asked. I know its general position, but I have never been there. Sea race has a sphere of influence in the sea. They have always been living on the seafloor and have nothing to do with our dragon race, Demonic Dragon King said. Long Yi was happy in his heart and asked, Where is that place? Is it far from here? Far, very far. We need to continuously fly day and night for about 10 to 15 days to reach there from our demonic dragon clan, Demonic Dragon King said. That far? Long Yi was surprised and pondered. In this world, no one could continuously fly day and night for 10 to 15 days. Even if he combined his wind magic and internal force, it was absolutely impossible for him. In other words, with the addition of the time to rest, it would likely take more than 20 days. Moreover, since the specific location was unknown, it was truly too troublesome. Do you want to go to Undersea City? I advise against it. The attack power of sea race might be limited when on land, but in the sea, they are like a stranded fish put back into the water. In addition, their population is monumental. Although you are very strong, if you truly want to intrude there, you might not even able to protect yourself. Demonic Dragon King warned with good intentions. Hee, do you think I am a brainless fool? I will just pay a visit with proper courtesy. Wouldn't everything be fine then? Long Yi said with a smile. Sea race is the most anti-foreigner race I have ever seen. They never allow other races to intrude into their territory. Regardless of the reason, you will be besieged, Demonic Dragon King said. Is that so? Long Yi rubbed his chin while frowning, but his interest was evoked. Anti-foreigner? It seemed that he had to teach those wildly arrogant sea race people a good lesson so that they would understand mutual contact and mutual benefits. Long Yi smirked. This was clearly his expression when he was brewing bad plans. The two Dragon Kings looked at each other, and taking advantage of the time when Long Yi was not paying attention, they left in order to avoid being pulled into his bad plans. Long Yi, however, didn't care about them. Just learning the general location of Undersea City was already a huge gain. He wondered how Bai-Fi and Xiaomi were doing since it had already been such a long period of time. Long Yi also returned to the small island of Teresa. By this time, it was already late at night. Nair and Xingxing had already fallen asleep. Only Teresa and Lai Lai were talking softly, seemingly waiting for his return. Young master. Seeing Long Yi had appeared, Lai Lai welcomed with a smile. Long Yi directly hugged the slender waist of Lai Lai and said with a smile, "Still chatting so late at night?" "No, we were waiting for you. I feared that Lai Lai would be too lonely alone, so I accompanied her. Now that you have returned, I will go to sleep." Teresa stood and rolled her eyes at Long Yi before entering into her bedroom. "Little mermaid, we should also go to sleep." Long Yi smiled and teasingly blew hot air in Lai Lai's ear while his hand climbed toward that plump. The heart of Lai Lai softened, and her beautiful face became red, but she obediently followed Long Yi into a room. A hint of starlight sprinkled the room via a small wooden window, and a vague fragrance of flowers was blown into the room by the gentle breeze. This made these two people drunk in this ambiguous atmosphere. The hand of Long Yi was like a torch, directly igniting the most primitive flame of deep in her heart. Her silky robe floated down, and her golden hair hung down loosely. Moreover, her snow-white crystal-clear skin was completely revealed. The beautiful and intoxicating naked body of Lai Lai emitted an astonishing charm. Her plump were standing firm, and the two pink buds on them were infinitely tempting. Her slender and flexible waist was the perfect gift of heaven. Now, under the faint starlight, she looked just like female celestial who had descended from the starry sky. Lai Lai was very satisfied seeing that Long Yi was intoxicated. She took a step forward and hugged the neck of Long Yi and kissed his handsome face as her little hands skillfully removed his clothing. When the two people were completely naked, Long Yi was already unable to exercise patience. He directly picked Lai Lai up and threw her onto the bed. Then, intoxicated moans came from their innermost souls. After a long time, Lai Lai was left lying on Long Yi's bosom with her eyes half closed. She had a thin layer of sweat layering her body, and she would slightly tremble frequently. Her lingering didn't disperse for a long time. Long Yi gently moved her golden hair away and caressed the side of her ear and neck. Long Yi knew that Lai Lai liked this kind of caress. Lai Lai took a deep breath and gently rubbed her little face against the chest of Long Yi. Hearing his rhythmic heartbeat, she felt at ease. Moreover, her lower part was still filled with his bad thing that would twitch and send a shiver down her spine every once in a while. This made her feel full. "Lai Lai, let's go to the Master Island to see Lai Yuxu and her parents at dawn. Then, let's leave." The big hand of Long Yi moved to the plump butt of Lai Lai as he softly whispered. Lai Lai was startled for a moment, then became happy and asked with expectation, "Young master, where are we going?" "Of course, we are going to Undersea City." "I already know the general location of Undersea City." "When we get there, let's think of a way to sneak in," Long Yi said with a smile. Young master, you are truly nice." Lai Lai swayed and said. She knew that Long Yi had always been thinking about her matter, so she was very happy. "Okay, little mermaid, I will not spare you if you move again." Long Yi was still not satisfied yet. Merely thinking about Lai Lai, he had stopped early. But, at this moment, she was teasing him. How could he not get fired up? Then, "Young master, please punish Lai Lai." Lai Lai bit her lower lip, and her eyes became misty as she rubbed her body against his body. Long Yi immediately turned over and pushed Lai Lai down. Then the second round of began. Early in the next morning, Long Yi was very refreshed. He got out of the bedroom along with a charming Lai Lai. "Father, were you lazing around in bed?" "Nair has already gotten up." Nair rushed into the bosom of Long Yi upon seeing his arrival. Long Yi smiled and picked up little Xingxing too and kissed these two little girls. "Big sister Lai Lai, you look very beautiful today." Little Xingxing noticed Lai Lai, who was radiating light all around while standing to one side, and the little dragon exclaimed in admiration. "Is that so? But, Xingxing is more beautiful than this big sister." Lai Lai happily said. Which girl didn't like others saying she was beautiful, especially in front of her beloved? At this time, Teresa came in from outside, and taking a glance at Long Yi, her beautiful face became slightly red. Then, she said to Xingxing, who was resting in the bosom of Long Yi, "Xingxing, Don't always pester your big brother Long. Quickly come down. Let your big brother Long and big sister Lai have breakfast. No, big brother Long will carry Xingxing and Nai. Xingxing will feed big brother Long. Little Xingxing was sentimentally attached to the bosom of Long Yi. She said this while acting like a spoiled child. Fine, let Xingxing feed this big brother Long. Long Yi said with a smile. You don't dote on her so much. You are spoiling her. Teresa rolled her eyes at Long Yi and said. The concerned parties didn't care about these words. Lai, however, was slightly surprised. Looking at Teresa, she was lost in thought because her words made her feel as if Teresa were wife complaining to her husband. It was certainly worth thinking about the feeling between these two people. The gaze of Lai made Teresa feel something, but she didn't notice that something was wrong with her words. Instead, she pulled Lai over, and they began to talk in whispers. Long Yi sat down and placed the two little girls on his lap. When he turned around, he saw that the beautiful faces of those two women were red. He didn't know what they were talking about, so he couldn't help asking, "What secrets are you talking about? Why are you two blushing like a monkey's butt? Breakfast is on the table. You two can eat. I am going to water the flowers." Teresa hastily left, leaving behind only these few sentences. Lai sat at one side of Long Yi with a red face and softly asked, "Young master, last night, did you set up a barrier?" Long Yi suddenly realized what had happened upon hearing her question. Last night, the atmosphere was so good that he had forgotten to set up a barrier. No wonder Teresa looked strange today. As it turned out, she had heard their love-making sounds. Thinking about it, he also felt somewhat awkward. After eating breakfast, everyone went to the Master Island to visit the recovering Fandi and Salyanya. Now that the restriction within the body of Teresa had been resolved by Long Yi, as well as the fact that Divine Dragon King had done them a favor, this pair of mother and daughter were no longer restricted. They could move around freely. They arrived in front of the Dragon King residence at the peak of the Dragon King Peak. Li King and Barbarian Bull came to welcome them. They had been arranged by Long Yi to protect this place. "How is the situation?" Long Yi asked. Replying to young master, "The parents of Lai Yuxu are still very weak, but they are awake. Now, Lai Yuxu is guarding them." Li King replied. "What about the Divine Dragon King?" Long Yi asked. "My father Emperor, the Demonic Dragon King, and their elders are negotiating things." At that time, Midair and Leguxia came out from a cave. It was Midair who had answered Long Yi. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders. He would no longer participate in the matters of the dragon race. He made these two siblings lead the way to the place of Lai Yuxu and the others. "Long Yi, you came." Upon seeing Long Yi, a hint of unnatural shyness appeared on Lai Yuxu's face. Long Yi was surprised. Lai Yuxu was in her human form. On a spacious jade bed, the human forms Fandi and Salyanya were lying as well. Upon seeing him, they sat up. Their backs were wrapped with thick magic ribbons. Fandi looked mighty and extraordinary. Merely, he was still blind. Salyanya was gentle and beautiful. She was sizing up Long Yi with her beautiful eyes like a mother-in-law would size up a son-in-law. "Uncle, are you getting better?" Long Yi warmly smiled and asked with concern. Long Yi, "Well, we are doing pretty well. We have to thank you for your life-saving grace," Fandi replied with a smile. Since he was able to get out of the Forbidden Land and be reunited with his family, he was truly grateful to this youngster from the bottom of his heart. "We are a big family. No need to be so polite," Long Yi said with a smile. "A big family? Hee. Correct. Since we are a big family, we will also not be polite with you." Salyanya seemed to be very satisfied by these words of Long Yi. The beautiful face of Lai Yuxu became red, but her beautiful smile clearly showed her happy mood. At that time, unable to endure any longer, Teresa walked forward and called out, "Cousin." Salyanya's smile faded due to her startlement. After carefully looking at Teresa, she happily said, "Teresa, it's you." Teresa rushed over with her eyes filled with tears, remembering the times she had spent together with her cousin. Then, this pair of cousins hugged and cried, making Long Yi and the others feel sad. Only after a good while did these two people separate. Then, Salnya introduced Teresa to Fandi and asked, "Teresa, you got married? Remember, in those years, you held everyone in contempt. I wonder which family's bloke married you, this proud dragon beauty." Teresa looked somewhat dejected, then turning around, she called, "Xingxing, quickly come over here." Xingxing, who was hiding outside the cave, exclaimed and happily rushed inside, holding hands with Nair. The arrival of Nair made both Fandi and Salyanya sitting on the jade bed tremble. Just a moment ago, when Nair was playing outside noisily, they had been suppressing their feelings with great difficulty. When they were captured, their eldest daughter Liuxu was already sensible, and after they were rescued, she had been accompanying them. This comforted them greatly. Merely, their youngest daughter had been too young when they were captured, so she basically did not have any impressions of them. Moreover, they had heard their younger daughter addressing Long Yi as father yesterday, and she seemed to trust him greatly. This made them feel very unpleasant in their heart, even though they too viewed Long Yi as a family. "Xingxing, come over and greet aunt and uncle," Teresa instructed Xingxing. Xingxing sweetly greeted, making both Fandi and Salyanya come back to their senses. They were very surprised to see that Xingxing was able to transform into a human form at such a young age and wanted to ask what sort of person Teresa's husband was. But at this moment, they were somewhat absent-minded because Nair was at their side. Long Yi clearly realized their thoughts, and he squatted down and said to Nair, "Nair, go over to your father and mother." Nair, nevertheless, tightly grabbed the finger of Long Yi. Although she had a kind of close feeling toward Fandi and Salyanya, when all was said and done, they were too unfamiliar, so she just shook her head and said, "You are Nair's father." "He isn't." Fandi slightly trembled and sighed softly. Clearly, he was very disappointed. "Actually, he is Nair's biological father." "Father, you don't want Nair?" Before Long Yi finished speaking, the big eyes of Nair were filled with tears, and she rushed into the bosom of Long Yi and firmly embraced his strong neck. Long Yi felt sour in his heart. He had been together for Nair for a long time. In his heart, he already treated her as his own daughter, and he greatly enjoyed Nair's dependence on him. Seeing this scene, everyone became silent. It was not an easy matter for a child to suddenly accept two very unfamiliar people, especially since Nair already considered Long Yi as her father, and the concept of Long Yi being her closest kin had already rooted itself deep within her heart. Chapter 588, Soaring Dragon City, Military Camp. Part 1. Long Yi didn't force Nair again and merely apologetically looked at Fandi and Salyanya, but Salyanya actually gave him a comforting smile. Although she too did not feel well in her heart, such dependence by Nair toward Long Yi proved that Long Yi had truly taken good care of Nair in these past several years. Children have pure and sensitive hearts. Moreover, their intuitions were also amazing. Perhaps to resolve this awkward atmosphere, Salyanya changed the subject of the conversation to her cousin Teresa again. She gently caressed the soft beautiful hair of little Xingxing and said, "This child truly resembles you." What about her father? Teresa had already leveled her state of mind. After more than 800 years, how could she still be unable to let go? She softly sighed and replied, "Dead." Both Salyanya and Fandi were shocked, and they hastily asked what had happened. Teresa just shook her head and used her hands to lift the bangs of little Xingxing. Salyanya saw that the forehead of little Xingxing was smooth. There was not even a small bump. She suddenly understood everything and sighed. He was human, right? "Teresa, you have suffered these past years." "No, I am fine." With Xingxing there to accompany me, I have always been content. Teresa smiled faintly and said. Salyanya endlessly sighed in her heart. When dragon with a lifespan of nearly 10,000 years fell in love with a human who only had a lifespan of, at most, a few hundred years, there was no need to mention the result. The differences between the two were too great. At that moment, she thought about her eldest daughter Liuxu. Just from her tone, Salyanya knew that this girl liked Long Yi. Fortunately, although her daughter had fallen in love with a human, since he was the human that had obtained the inheritance of Lightning God, there was no problem with his lifespan. Merely, Would they be happy? Dragon race had always been a monogamous race, but they had heard that Long Yi was surrounded with numerous beauties. At that time, Long Yi, carrying Nair, left with Liu Xu, Li King, Barbarian Bull, Midair and Leguxia also followed behind. When all was said and done, the atmosphere was more relaxed when there were only youngsters. With their seniors present, they would feel somewhat constrained. They found an open space on Dragon King Peak and sat down, watching that azure sea that stretched as far as the eye could see while hearing the faint sounds of sea waves beneath this warm sunlight. They felt refreshed, enjoying this rare peaceful time. Long Yi leaned against a smooth rock. Nair had already fallen asleep in his bosom, and Liuli and Liu Xu were sitting beside him to each side. As for the others, they were either wiping their weapons, staring blankly at the view, or lying down to rest. Long Yi, what do you plan to do next? Liu Xu had already settled her heart, and now, her tone was unexpectedly a lot gentler. There is nothing left to do in the Dragon Clan. After Divine Dragon King and Demonic Dragon King return, I plan to go look for Undersea City with Liuli. Long Yi looked at Liuli for a while and softly answered. Liu Xu looked somewhat hesitant and said, Long Yi, my father and mother have yet to recover. I am afraid I cannot go together with you. She was not jealous at all about Long Yi being so good to Liuli. He was not rushing about for his own matters. If it were not for him, how could her family reunite so easily? If it weren't for his dedication to his loves, then her parents might have died already. You have been separated from your family for such a long time. This time, you naturally should accompany your mother and father. Long Yi smiled. He anyway didn't have any place to allow for Liu Xu to follow him. At that time, Barbarian Bull, who was pricking up his ears, jumped up and excitedly said, Boss, Liu Xu might not be able to go, but this old bull can. Li King, hugging his eyes sword, also looked over and indifferently said, Young master, count me in. As for Midair and Leguxia, hearing that they could go to a new place, they were so excited that they couldn't sleep. They eagerly ran over and said that they also wanted to go together. Hee, only I and Liuli will be going, at least for the first time, in order to scout out the circumstances. It is not good to bring many people. In any case, now that there is transfer magic array, if I need your help, it will be very convenient and easy, Long Yi said with a smile. Upon hearing Long Yi, everyone felt his words were reasonable and nodded their heads in succession. With a transfer magic array, the distance was no longer a problem. As long as Long Yi set up a transfer magic array at the destination, they could easily go there in an instant. At that time, a powerful dragon power fluctuation spread throughout the air. Then, with a flash of black and golden light, Demonic Dragon King and Divine Dragon King appeared in front of everyone. Long Yi greeted them with a smile and asked, How is the discussion going, Dragon Kings? Divine Dragon King glared at Demonic Dragon King with dissatisfaction and said, For the time being, we still can't come to an agreement. The convention of our two clans should be held on this Divine Dragon Archipelago. Merely this fellow stubbornly insisted on holding it on Demonic Dragon Archipelago without thinking about the pestilential atmosphere of their Demonic Dragon Archipelago. Who would willingly go there to suffer that pain? Long Yi thought for a bit and understood a bit. Because of the difference in beliefs, Divine Dragon Island had a dense light magic element and Demonic Dragon Island had a dense dark magic element. Naturally, they didn't have a good opinion about the other's territory. Long Yi smirked and said, At present, uniting the entire races to prosper together is the kingly way. Although the convention of your dragon race pertains to the general affairs of your dragon race is also an indispensable race of this world. Your convention will also be one of the big events of this world, so how about holding it in Blue Waves continent? Wouldn't it be even more wonderful to let all the races witness this mighty moment? Divine Dragon King and Demonic Dragon King were startled, and their frowns gradually loosened. Indeed, since the devouring dragon physique had appeared in the world, Dragon race shouldn't be thinking just about themselves. It was time to appear in front of all the other races again. Therefore, the two Dragon Kings unanimously agreed with the proposal of Long Yi. Since that is the case, I will first return to Blue Waves continent and make an arrangement. Then, I plan to go to look for Undersea City with Lai Lai, Long Yi said. Have you decided? Demonic Dragon King asked. Yes, Long Yi replied with a smile. Since that is the case, I will not say anything more. Just return after the arrangement is made in Blue Waves continent. In any case, I am also returning to Demonic Dragon Island. We'll be together partway. Demonic Dragon King patted the shoulder of Long Yi and said, that is not the urgent matter. Divine Dragon King suddenly cut in. He turned to Long Yi and said with a stern countenance, I heard from my daughter that you have discovered the historical remains left behind by the god of war and a demon within our Divine Dragon Island, and there lie the remains of our dragon race's ancestor dragon god. Moreover, I heard that only divine power can open the magic gate to enter the ruins, so can you take us there to pay our respects first? Is that true? Long Yi, can you hold up your plans for some time? Upon hearing the words of Divine Dragon King, Demonic Dragon King also became incomparably serious. It seemed that the dragon god truly had a supreme position within the dragon race. Long Yi thought for a bit, then looking at Barbarian Bull and Li King, he instructed, you two, stay behind. I will leave the matter of opening the magic gate to those historical remains to you two. Barbarian Bull and Li King nodded their heads in agreement. Soaring Dragon City had become the place where the power of Blue Waves continent was concentrated. Under the bright scorching sun, all its streets were crowded with the flow of people. There were merchants, trade caravans, and also tourists. In the originally western suburbs, there were now several tens of thousands of workers dripping with sweat who built infrastructures and houses. This was the active efforts from the expansion of Soaring Dragon City that had just begun not long ago. According to the design plans, nearly half of the expansion projects undertaken by Soaring Dragon City had already finished. All kinds of architectural styles from various regions were introduced along with the Violent Dragon Empire's own architectural style. Thereby, Soaring Dragon City became the first metropolis of Blue Waves continent. After the sign by Zeman Nu came into effect, many carefully selected beastmen suddenly poured into the various big human empires, and various big trade caravans of humans also rushed toward the Hengjuan Mountains in a steady stream. The entire continent experienced a flourishing scene. Human and beastmen also increasingly got closer, and society began to enter a phase of rapid development and expansion. The entire continent entered an unprecedented flourishing age. At this moment, Zeman Nu was inspecting every place of Soaring Dragon City under the protection of several hundred Imperial guards. Throughout his way, many people who came from various places greeted him with great admiration. Although Zeman Nu was still very busy every day, the Empire had already begun to function effectively, and he didn't need to worry too much. Moreover, he seemed to be getting younger day by day. His face was ruddy, and his steps were light. He seemed to have entered his prime. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is back. He is waiting for you in the Imperial study. At that time, a figure hastily rushed over on a horse from the Imperial Palace and respectfully reported after dismounting. Zeman Nu immediately became happy. He led his Imperial guards and returned to the Imperial Palace. His wife had gone to travel all around the world with his daughters-in-law. During this time, he had been truly lonely, and now that he heard that his son had returned, he was very happy. When Zeman Nu entered the Imperial study, he saw that his son was looking at him with a faint smile, and he suddenly became somewhat emotional. His ignorant and incompetent Silkbant's son had already grown up. Now, he was an incomparably strong and highly intelligent youngster. Thinking this, he felt proud, and a kind of indescribable sense of loss also welled up in his heart. Long time no see, father. You, however, are getting younger and younger, Long Yi said with a smile. Long Yi had never addressed Zeman Nu as Father Emperor because he deemed that calling him father was more cordial. This was not conforming to reason, but in this world, who could disciple him? Moreover, with the tacit acceptance of Zeman Nu, this habit had continued. Showing no respect for one's elders, what a scandal. Zeman Nu kept a straight face and said with majesty, but he couldn't conceal his happy mood. Would Long Yi display any fear? Of course, He wouldn't. He directly walked over and hugged Zimenu, then said with a smile, "Father, don't make such a face again. Is it necessary to be like this between us father and son? There is no one else here." The beard of Zimenu trembled. He was naturally happy to be so close to his son. His child had already grown up. Now, he didn't need to put on the airs of a father, but he was still somewhat stiff as he was not too used to relaxing with family. Chapter 588, Soaring Dragon City. Military Camp Part 2. The father and son sat on a high-grade sofa facing each other, and Zimenu asked, "Is there a matter for you to return this time?" Long Yi nodded his head and said, "Father, you should also roughly know the matters of the dragon race. Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan are like fire and water, but because of the appearance of the devouring dragon physique, they have reached an agreement and unified. After 1 month, those two clans will hold a dragon race convention on Blue Waves continent." Zimenu was a wise man. Upon hearing this matter, he immediately thought of the effects that would occur from holding the dragon races convention on Blue Waves continent. He stood up and walked 2 laps around the imperial study. Suddenly looking at Long Yi, he said, "The matter of the dragon race reappearing in Blue Waves continent is not a simple matter. This father has already experienced the destructive power of the dragon race. Can you be sure that dragon race is friendly?" "Father, since your son has handled the matter, you can rest assured. The dragon with the devouring dragon physique that will lead these 2 clans is my daughter and also your granddaughter named Nai-Er," Long Yi said with a smirk. "Since that is the case, this father will be at ease. I will give this matter priority, and I will inform all races to gather at our Soaring Dragon City and extend the influence of this dragon race convention to the fullest. It would be best if we can sign a pact with the dragon race. Then, the position of our Imperial Zeman clan would consolidate even further." Ha ha ha. Zimenu was worthy of being a wily old fox that had fought in the political arena for decades. He immediately thought of plans, and feeling happy, he complacently laughed. "Then, I will leave the arrangements of this matter to Father. I have already set up a transfer magic array on Divine Dragon Archipelago. In a few days, I will set up a transfer magic array on Demonic Dragon Archipelago too. At that time, Father can send some people to discuss with both the dragon clans," Long Yi said with a smile. The father and son arrived at an agreement about the matter of the dragon race convention. Then, they discussed the empire's current state of development as well as some other matters. Unknowingly, the sky had already gotten dark. "Father, where are mother and those girls now?" Long Yi asked. "The news has just come today. They went to Elven Forest to visit under the invitation of Elf Queen. Your mother has silently stayed cooped here for more than 20 years for us father and son. This time, I think we should let her have enough good time." When speaking about Dongfang Wan, tender feelings overflowed in his eyes. She had quietly suffered for the entire clan. Because she was here, he had never needed to worry about a number of the clan's matters that were loaded with trivial details. Long Yi smiled. Sure enough, it was not outside his expectations. Elven Forest was so beautiful that he feared they would be reluctant to return. Stay here tonight. In any case, it is almost dark. You can go to the military camp to stroll around for a while," Zimenu said to Long Yi. Long Yi also didn't object to it. Speaking about it, it had already been a very long time since he had visited the military camp. The sun sank into the horizon, leaving behind an afterglow. Long Yi went towards the east side of the city where Violet Dragon Legion was stationed. After going through the blood refinement, Violent Dragon Legion had already become the world-famous Iron-Blooded Legion, especially the unparalleled battalion in it which only had roughly 20,000 soldiers. Whether in terms of individual combat power or actual war, no other troops could come close to them. Practically any soldiers would be very proud to enter the unparalleled battalion. Even the soldiers within the lowest rung of the unparalleled battalion gained respect wherever they went. When Long Yi arrived outside the military camp, many soldiers just happened to be returning from a drill while shouting a slogan. Long Yi smiled and stood at one side. The officer at the front clearly recognized Long Yi, This Lord Crown Prince and also the founder of Unparalleled Battalion, he was already divinized by the military camp, 15th Squad Captain of Violent Dragon Legion's Bloody Cavalry Regiment. Yu Chengji pays respect to Great General. Salute. This officer agitatedly ran over to the front of Long Yi and reported in a loud voice, before saluting Long Yi as per military ritual. Hundreds of soldiers behind him also simultaneously stood at attention. Realizing the man in front of them, Long Yi returned the military salute. This was a rule of the army. In the military camp, only the military position was viewed, regardless of the noble peerage. Long Yi looked at this group of soldiers with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Captain Yu, what kind of drill were you doing just now?" Answering to the great general, "It was a 50-kilometer armed marathon. My 15th squad has completely fulfilled the task. Not a single one has fallen," Yu Chengji proudly replied in a loud voice. "It seems the training course for your cavalry is new," Long Yi commented with a smile. Replying to Great General, "This is the new training course implemented by General Betang 2 months ago. General Betang asked us to become the most elite cavalry, and also become the most elite infantry when without a horse." Yu Chengji threw out his chest and said loudly, "Good, it truly should be like that. It seems you all have done a good job. Let's go to the camp now." Long Yi patted the shoulder of Yu Chengji and said with satisfaction. Betang Yu had grasped the overall situation and become more and more sophisticated. The elite cavalry should not be just suitable to fight on horses. They should be prepared to fight on the foot as well. Long Yi went toward the rear entrance of this military camp along with his cavalry squad. Although the soldiers who guarded the entrance still recognized Long Yi, they still asked him to show a military tablet. This was the rigorously enforced rule first made when Long Yi had led the troops. It was to prevent any possible spies from tricking their way into the camp. When Long Yi entered the military camp, Nangong Nu along with his guards came over to welcome him. Now, this Nangong Nu, who was only roughly 17 years old, already had a tough and stocky build. Moreover, he no longer had an immature face. He now had a sharp pair of eyes, and his body emitted an intense baleful aura. The sword of this kid was stained with the blood of countless enemies. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. Violent Dragon Legion's Deputy Commander Nangong Nu greets Great General. Nangong Nu was pleasantly surprised and led Long Yi to his big tent after offering a military salute. When Long Yi looked at Nangong Nu, who had already become a famous general, he was very pleased. He gently caressed the head of Nangong Nu and said, "Nuer, you have grown up, brother-in-law." After entering the tent, Nangong Nu no longer covered up his feelings. It was Long Yi who had taught him what a real man was. It was Long Yi who had brought him into the military camp, and he had never forgotten the things taught in military camp. Moreover, Long Yi was the person he worshipped the most. "Well, I haven't eaten a meal at the military camp for a long time. How about going to the dining hall?" Long Yi said with a smile. At this time, all the soldiers who had gone out to train had returned, so the dining hall ought to be open. "Okay, but let's wait for General Betang first. She has gone to the other side of the military camp with those newly arrived female soldiers. Just a moment ago, my adjutant went to inform her of your arrival," Nangong Nu said with a smile. Only in front of Long Yi would a hint of a mischievous that belonged to a youth flash through his sharp eyes. "Didn't she go out to play with my mother? When did she return?" Long Yi was pleasantly surprised as he asked. It was no wonder his father had asked him to go to military camp. It was presumably for this very reason. In the Betang clan, other than Betang Yu, all others had met a bad end. Perhaps because of this, his father wanted to make it up a bit for her. He was obviously concerned about her. He had made her the commander of Violent Dragon Legion and conferred a first-class military order granting her the privilege of executing first and reporting afterward. She returned 2 days ago, and like me, General Betang is accustomed to staying with the army. Without hearing the army bugle call, we feel like something is wrong the whole day. Nangong Nu said. Long Yi just smiled. It seemed Batang Yu couldn't do without the military camp in this life. In the past, he had still been somewhat remorseful and uneasy, but now, he let go of everything. Everyone had their own path, and the path of Batang Yu was in a military camp. But as long as she was happy, it was enough for Long Yi. Not long after, Batang Yu wearing a skin-tight general robe came over along with 2 female bodyguards. When the 2 people looked at each other, their gazes tangled. Although they didn't open their mouths, tender feelings had already seeped into their hearts. This was the long-standing tacit understanding between Long Yi and Batang Yu. When this group of people arrived in the dining hall of the unparalleled battalion, all soldiers who were having a meal stood up simultaneously in attention, and they enthusiastically looked at these 3 people with utmost respect. Now, Long Yi was in the front, and Batang Yu and Nangong Nu were half a step behind. Why on earth are you brothers standing up today? This general doesn't have anything good on me. What should this general do? Urgsi, Shitu, you 2 are squad captains now. Not bad. Long Yi waved his hands and said with a smile. When encountering old veterans who had fought with him in the past, he greeted them. In the past, after their training, he would also joke and chat with soldiers under his leadership. He was very close to them. This tradition was still preserved at present. Now, when training, all officers disowned officers who didn't spare personal feelings. While training, feelings did not exist, but immediately upon the completion of training, the officers' expressions would soften, and they would happily ridicule each other while taking care of the injured soldiers. This had become a tradition, making soldiers of all levels get along harmoniously with each other in the army. Moreover, they were unusually united. Long Yi and the others had a meal similar to the other soldiers, but their quantity was far greater. On the dining table, Nangong Nu and Batang Yu explained the changes within the army after the war to Long Yi while asking for Long Yi's opinions on some new strategic ideas. Because the news of Long Yi's arrival spread through the military camp, many soldiers began to rush over to this side, especially a number of new recruits who wanted to see their idol with their own eyes. Moreover, officers of different levels also rushed over to meet Long Yi after hearing this news. Seeing the noise outside was getting louder and louder, Long Yi made Nangong Nu go out and inform that all the training scheduled for the night was cancelled. Moreover, all the soldiers and officers were to gather on the training ground after supper. Chapter 589, Preparing for a Rainy Day. When this news spread, the entire military camp seethed with excitement as the drumbeat signaling for them to gather resounded. This time, the soldiers displayed extremely quick responses. Within an extremely short period of 10 minutes, the spacious training field was filled with soldiers. Moreover, they were neatly arranged according to their battalions. Now, looking from the platform, regardless whether horizontally or vertically, only soldiers could be seen as far as the eye could see. Long Yi, accompanied by Batang Yu and Nangong Nu, went to the platform. Seeing those excited faces and those straight backs, Long Yi also became excited in his heart. These soldiers were the ones who had risked their lives, used their blood, and used their unyielding willpower to build up the entire country. Bring wine. Long Yi's low voice sounded like thunder in the air. The logisticians were startled and immediately followed the instructions. Violent Dragon Legion had large enough reserves of good wine. Originally, the soldiers were not allowed to drink wine, but this rule had been later changed. The soldiers would be allocated a bottle of wine once every week. The quantity of this wine was low, but it was sufficiently strong. Moreover, various kinds of medicinal herbs were added in it. Thus, not only they could enjoy the good wine, but this wine would also strengthen their bodies. Not long after, a cart full of good wine was brought over. Soon, a bowl of wine was in the hands of everyone present, and dense alcoholic fragrance spread throughout the air. Brothers, you all must be very surprised. Today, we are not going on an expedition, so you must wonder why are we drinking? The voice of Long Yi resounded throughout the sky and entered the ears of the soldiers below. Among the soldiers, there were old veterans who had already experienced many life and death tribulations, and there were also newly recruited soldiers. However, All these soldiers were standing still holding the wine, their blazing eyes were watching Long Yi on the stage, waiting for his explanation. The first bowl is to respect yourselves. When you all became soldiers, you all took on the mission, that is to use your own life and your unyielding will to defend the empire and protect thousands upon thousands of common people behind you until you are left without a drop of blood. The empire is proud to have soldiers like you. Drink. Long Yi emptied a big bowl with one gulp. All the soldiers and officers below became even more excited, and copying Long Yi, they also emptied their own bowls in one gulp. Before standing erect, their gazes become all the more steadfast. The second bowl is to respect all the brothers who died in the war. They used their blood to complete the oath they took when they entered the army. The soldiers should use their swords and enemies' heads to prove themselves. Being wrapped in horsehide after death and being buried in the battlefield are the greatest honor for soldiers. They all are heroes, for their invincible military soul. Drink. Long Yi raised his head and emptied another big bowl in one gulp. Now, he was somewhat agitated as the land of Yatzana, which had been dyed red by blood, appeared, its red flowers swaying with the wind in front of him. Countless bones were needed to pave the path of an emperor. For the invincible military soul, drink. All the soldiers roared loudly. The wine had wet their lapels, but no one noticed. Perhaps their final destination was also being buried in the battlefield. Recalling that boundless battlefield along with that bleak hookah sound and ghastly skeletons covering in the sand, the blood of everyone boiled and tears appeared in their eyes. If they could, they would rush over to that battlefield and kill all their enemies. The expressions of Nangang Nu and Bitangyu were also unusual upon hearing the words of Long Yi. Just after drinking 2 bowls, even they who had personally experienced the war were unable to control themselves. Especially for Bitangyu, her reputation of Hell Angel was obtained through cruel and cold-blooded means. Regardless of how many people she had killed, she didn't even bat an eyelid, but for an unknown reason, the words of Long Yu easily affected her today. As a matter of fact, it all came down to Long Yi. Since he was in such an agitated state, his abnormal spirit power dispersed everywhere, which easily affected the moods of other people. Since Bitangyu was already well acquainted with him, she was easily affected by this. The bustling military camp fell into silence. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might. Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. Long Yi and Bitangyu had just experienced an intense battle between men and women. Now, they were holding each other while naked. T/N. Such an abrupt change. It was like this in the raw. Long Yi opened his eyes and caressed the back of Bitangyu with his big hand. In another 2 hours, it would be dawn. Last night, after ending the gathering of soldiers and officers within the Violent Dragon Legion, he had had the pleasure of close intimacy with Bitangyu. After a long time, Bitangyu recovered some strength. Half lying on the thick chest of Long Yi, she looked at Long Yi and asked softly, Are you alright? Long Yi smiled faintly, and caressing the beautiful face of Bitangyu, he said, I am fine, but there is something I want to tell you. I am giving you military orders using my position as Great General. When I am away, you will be in charge of all the armies. You absolutely cannot loosen the training aspect. Moreover, if you can, consider making an independent battalion like Unparalleled Battalion in every legion. The selection, training methods, and strength of these special legions should be in accordance with the standard of the Unparalleled Battalion. Moreover, train all legions to cooperate harmoniously as if they were in a war. Bitangyu was dumbfounded, and her coquettish expression instantly became dignified. Since Long Yi was letting her administer all the armies of the Violent Dragon Empire, and he was saying such words even when the continent was peaceful and flourishing, with her understanding of Long Yi, she knew that Long Yi must have noticed something, but since Long Yi didn't want to speak about it, she would also not ask. Long Yi slightly frowned and sighed in his heart. He hoped that this peaceful situation within Blue Wave's continent wouldn't get destroyed. He was making such arrangements largely because of the words of that guardian dragon god. That dragon god had said that the appearance of the devouring dragon physique in this world was the sign of an upcoming inevitable great calamity. If a great calamity truly occurred, then Blue Wave's continent would definitely be affected. He absolutely didn't want to imagine the destruction of all of civilization again. Now, he was making such arrangements just to prepare for a rainy day. They didn't speak again. They quietly embraced each other, seizing their time to enjoy the remaining warm moments. Merely, time wouldn't stop for anyone. The stars in the sky quickly disappeared, and the sun rose as usual. Long Yi left after issuing his military orders, leaving behind a beautiful figure who was staring at the horizon in a daze. Chapter 590, The Flies of Demonic Dragon Island. The sky was clear blue and decorated with flower-like white clouds. This blue was a kind of radiant and enchanting hue, making people feel refreshed. On the Divine Dragon main island, all Divine Dragon, regardless of their ages, gathered together. They contributed their treasured jade stones that they regarded as if these were their lives, and in an extremely short period of one night, they built a magnificent dragon shrine and respectfully placed the skeleton of the dragon god found in the main hall of those historical ruins atop this shrine. As for those angels' remains, they placed them in a side hall, thereby commemorating the deceased heroes of the War of Demons and Gods. When Long Yi returned to the Divine Dragon Island, the Dragon Clan's tedious ceremony of commemoration was still in progress. All clansmen of the Dragon Clan were standing in a line based on seniority and respectfully worshipping before that dragon god's skeleton. But, at this moment, Demonic Dragon King was engrossed in chatting with Lee King and Barbarian Bull. He was very curious about the divine power within their bodies. Dragon King, why aren't you going to join in the fun? Long Yi suddenly appeared out of thin air and asked Demonic Dragon King with a smile. Demonic Dragon King, however, wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of Long Yi. He just curled up his lips and said, "Why would I join in the matter of their Divine Dragon Clan?" Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. When all is said and done, that dragon god is also your ancestor, Long Yi said with a smile. Then, sitting on the ground, he lay his head on Liali's fragrant shoulder. I, Shakinian, deeply respect the dragon god. I will never decline to perform the necessary etiquette, but although I and Divine Dragon King have already reached a preliminary agreement, our views cannot be changed in a short time. Look at those clansmen of the Divine Dragon Clan. Each and every one of them has the appearance of itching to eat me, Demonic Dragon King faintly said. This kind of situation was clearly within his expectations. Long Yi muttered in agreement and didn't speak again. He just inhaled that pleasant body fragrance of Liali and rubbed his chin on her bare snow-white neck, making Liali turn bright red in embarrassment. And she grumbled in a flirty manner, "Young master, it tickles, don't mess around." Demonic Dragon King looked at Long Yi with some irritation and said, "Smelly boy, I didn't see you return yesterday night. Presumably, you were indulging in pleasures somewhere." Demonic Dragon King truly has wonderful foresight, Long Yi smirked and said as he used Liali's lap as his pillow. Demonic Dragon King thought of his daughter and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his expression suddenly became strange. Looking away, he ignored Long Yi. This kid truly had a peach blossom life. My daughter would suffer some grievances if I matched her with him. Forget it. In any case, Charmin hasn't stated her intentions explicitly. A young man and woman in love have their own fortune. It is better to let nature take its course. In any case, I am not the only one who has been depressed. That fellow Divine Dragon King should also be in a similar situation as me. His daughter Midir also seemed to be interested in this boy. Could it be that the dragon race owed him in his previous life? After a good while, the ceremony of the Divine Dragon Clan finally came to an end. Long Yi also didn't want to delay. He immediately bade farewell to the Divine Dragon King, but Nairan Xingxing, These two little girls held his hands with tearful eyes, unwilling to let him go. It took him a great deal of effort to make them release him. After that, he instructed a few things to Lee King and Barbarian Bull before flying away toward the horizon with Demonic Dragon King while holding Lai. This was the first step on their journey to look for the undersea city. The sea was infinitely vast. At this moment, the sea was calm and tranquil. There were only slight ripples on the sea surface, hiding what might lurk beneath. However, no matter how fascinating the scenery was, after some time, anyone would have aesthetic appreciation fatigue. At this moment, Long Yi yawned while rapidly flying in the sky with Lai in his arms. Although he was flying like this, he was not exhausted because after breaking through to the fifth layer of Outianju, he didn't need to use any energy to fly. Nevertheless, it was still boring to just fly like this. He wanted to sit on the back of the Demonic Dragon King with Lai and enjoy the ride, but when all was said and done, he was still a Dragon King. Long Yi couldn't threaten him like how he had threatened Leguxia, could he? Long Yi recalled Beiyu whom Yu Hanyan had left behind for him, and with a thought, he immediately summoned Beiyu from his dark space dimension and made it become larger. Flying was one of its special skills. With just Long Yi and Lai riding on its back, there was no adverse effects on it. It easily followed behind the Demonic Dragon King. After a few days like this, Demonic Dragon Island that was shrouded within dark mist became faintly visible. Demonic Dragon Island was one big island. All demonic dragons lived here. It seemed that this place was more bustling than the Divine Dragon Archipelago. Just after landing with the Demonic Dragon King, the eyes of Long Yi were immediately attracted to a dazzling treasure mountain made up with piled-up treasures at the center of this island. It appeared even more shocking than the concealed riches of the Divine Dragon King. The rules of the Demonic Dragon Island were not as strict as the rules of the Divine Dragon Island. When Demonic Dragon King returned, those black dragons just greeted him lazily, those basking in the sun still basked in the sun, and those dozing off still dozed off. Instead, Charmin and Crystal happily rushed over from far away. These two were always together as if they were a pair of inseparable Siamese twins. Long Yi wondered if they would marry the same person. He let his imagination run wild, licking his lips. Long Yi, Lai, you two came. Welcome to our Demonic Dragon Island, Charmin happily said and pulled the arm of Lai. But her beautiful eyes remained on Long Yi. Demonic Dragon King hopelessly sighed upon seeing the infatuated expression of his daughter and said, "You two, entertain them for a while. I have something to discuss with elders." Demonic Dragon King left after speaking. Long Yi, say, is the mother and father of Liuxia fine? The black pupils of Charmin glittered, faintly fluctuating with emotion. Big sister Charmin, do you need to ask this? If something had happened, would he have come here? Crystal watched Charmin with a sly smile and said. Charmin rolled her eyes to Crystal and said, I want to make sure and not assume it as a matter of course. In any case, I am also their niece. Well, they are fine. With this young master taking action, there is nothing in this world that this young master cannot accomplish. Long Yi smirked and said, what a braggart. First settle up with big sister Charmin before talking. Crystal laughed. The beautiful face of Charmin immediately became bright red, and she ferociously glared at Crystal, but her heart was beating rapidly. She peeked at Long Yi's expression. Should she speak out her small thought or kept it buried in her heart? Crystal, I have not seen you for so many days. You seem to have become even more beautiful. Long Yi stepped in front of Crystal, and grabbing her fair and tender cheeks with his hands, he said with a grin. Ah, so hateful. The beautiful face of Crystal also became bright red, and pushing Long Yi away, she stomped her feet like a little girl. Hee, well, take us to stroll around your Demonic Dragon Island. Also, let's look for a place to set up a transfer magic array in passing, Long Yi said with a smile. At that time, a dozen or so black dragons flew over and landed beside these four people after transforming into human forms. Those dragons who had been dozing and basking in the sun not far away opened their eyes in succession and looked toward this side with interest. Seeing these overbearing youths of the Demonic Dragon clan, Long Yi patted the shoulder of Charmin and said with a smile, "Princess, these kids don't seem to have good intentions. This isn't how your demonic dragon clan treats a guest, is it?" Seeing Long Yi was so familiarly coming into contact with Charmin, these youths of demonic dragon clan glared at Long Yi as if they wanted to shoot fire at him. "Gulade, what do you think you're all doing?" Charmin frowned and angrily asked. That leading youth snorted and provocatively looked at Long Yi and said, "Our demonic dragon island is not a place where anyone can casually visit." The eyebrows of Long Yi shot up. No wonder Charmin held them in contempt. These fellows had no brains. He had always thought that the elites of demonic dragon clan were great figures, but as soon as this person opened his mouth, he was somewhat disappointed. He looked at Crystal and asked with a smile, "Crystal, it seems the demonic dragon clan is not a peaceful place. This place has too many flies." Crystal chuckled while covering her mouth and said, "You should ask Princess, not me." Seeing Long Yi was ignoring them, and moreover, calling them flies, this group led by Gulade burned with anger. Some of them had already begun to make a move. They emitted their fierce dragon mites to suppress Long Yi. Long Yi, nevertheless, was unperturbed, and he sneezed in response. These youths of the demonic dragon clan felt as if a clap of thunder had exploded beside their ears, and their spirits shook. They involuntarily retreated a step back, and their ears continuously rang. However, the people beside Long Yi appeared as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. "What is this foul smell? Is it the legendary odor of a soft-shelled turtle? How come it smells like someone who has not bathed for several 10,000 years? It is truly irritating my nose. I want to sneeze again. Ah. I guess it didn't come. Why on earth are you all retreating? Could it be that you all can also smell that?" Long Yi rubbed his nose and looked at those youths of demonic dragon clan with confusion and said in an inquisitive tone. Gulade and others who had considered themselves the best in the world were shocked by the powerful spirit power and internal force contained in that sneeze of Long Yi. Now, all of them looked pale, and a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. They had thought that this human wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. But just his sneeze alone contained such a powerful might. Although they were caught unprepared, they knew that they couldn't compare to this human youth. One could well imagine what kind of blow they received in their hearts. Charmin and others weren't fools. They immediately knew that Long Yi had played tricks. "I will take you around the island. I think those flies will not come to annoy us again." Charmin smiled and led away Long Yi and Lai Lai, walking past these pitiful youths of the demonic dragon clan. Running into Long Yi, this abnormal person, they were destined to be unlucky. At that time, hadn't she also suffered many grievances? Chapter 591, Peculiar Space. Strolling around demonic dragon island along with Charmin and Crystal, Long Yi was in a good mood. The scenery of demonic dragon island was truly great. This single island was actually divided into several completely different environments. At the center of this island was a continuous range of mountains covered with dense forests. Moreover, there were also lakes hidden among them. The northwest zone, nevertheless, was filled with jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. The surface was full of gray-black rocks and steam occasionally shrouded this place. One could even hear the gurgling sound of spring water. This place unexpectedly was a hot spring of a quality that was very difficult to see on Blue Wave's continent. It was due to an active volcano located in this northwest region. Although it was an active volcano, according to Charmin, from the time since the demonic dragon clan had migrated here, this volcano had never erupted. Merely, some smoke and dust would occasionally emerge from the crater. They had never seen magma flowing out. Presumably, it was a stable active volcano. As for the southeastern region, it was a wide expanse of flat land. That place had carpet-like lush green grass covering everywhere, and at its end was the vast sea. This scene truly made people sigh endlessly in admiration. Charmin, your demonic dragon island is a good place. It is a pretty good choice for spending one's holidays. Long Yi sat on the soft grassland and said while looking at a few fire rabbits playing with each other not far away. Hereafter, you are free to come often, but I am afraid that our small demonic dragon island will not even enter your sights soon. Charmin said with a smile. Looking at Long Yi, a hint of happiness appeared in her heart. How can that be? Your demonic dragon island has such beautiful scenery. Moreover, there are two outstanding great beauties. Anyone would be reluctant to leave after seeing them, Long Yi said with a smile. Charmin smiled and said, then, are you also reluctant to leave? Of course, if there aren't any other important matters to attend. You should stay here for some time. Long Yi bit a long grass stalk and imagined playing with his numerous girls in this grassland. Just like those fire rabbits, when they got tired, they could go to the hot springs of the northwest and be completely open with each other. At that time, touching Xiang Yun's thigh, touching Ryu Iu's pert buttocks, not to mention, Long Yi, how come you are drooling? I can tell just from looking at your expression. Aren't you thinking about something bad? The fantasies of Long Yi were destroyed by a pinch from Charmin. He screamed and came back to reality. Hey, I was thinking about you. Long Yi said with a bad smile. He was very eager for that kind of pleasant business. In this world, he had already undertaken more than sufficient responsibilities. But wasn't everything for the sake of being able to live this kind of quiet and beautiful life in the end? Charmin snorted softly, but a hint of a blush appeared on her beautiful face. The four people fell into a kind of tacit silence for a moment. Only a sea breeze blew softly, and the grasses far away swayed. The continuous sea waves far away seemed to have suddenly turned blue from green, becoming well organized and coherent. This was especially fascinating. Suddenly, Long Yi sprang to his feet. Clapping his hands, he spat out that grass he was biting and said, okay, Charmin, take me to a secret and quiet place to set up the transfer magic ray. I and Lai still have to go look for Undersea City. I cannot stay here for too long. Charmin thought for a bit and led Long Yi toward the northeast direction. There was a big cave there, and the guards of Demonic Dragon Clan strictly guarded that place. However, these guards didn't stop them upon seeing that Charmin was leading them. This cannot be the forbidden land of your Demonic Dragon Clan, can it? Long Yi asked with a smile after seeing more than 10 huge demonic dragon guards. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. You could consider it that. This is the resting place for the Imperial kinsmen of the Demonic Dragon Clan. My mother is inside, Charmin softly replied. She looked somewhat dejected when speaking about her mother. Long Yi gently held the little hand of Charmin, before releasing it. He talked no more. Charmin looked at Long Yi, and her complexion became soft. She smiled at him in gratitude and then led them inside the cave. The cave was full of fist-sized night-luminescent pearls that emitted a soft milky white radiance. There were no other decorations apart from this. Walking just a few hundred meters, they arrived at the end. There was a white jade door with a strange totem carved on it. Charmin dropped a droplet of her blood onto the groove of this gate. This white jade door emitted a strange magical radiance and slowly opened, sliding to two sides. Long Yi and Lai were dazzled for a moment. By the time they could see once more, they discovered that the other side of this gate was a completely different world. A warm and cozy aura blew against them, and a lush and green land with neatly arranged unknown trees appeared before their eyes. There were also colorful fresh flowers with a group of beautiful butterflies dancing lightly and gracefully. A spring gurgled at the right side. There were simply so many beautiful things that one couldn't take them all in. So beautiful. After a good while, Lai finally managed to exclaim in amazement. Following the gaze of Lai, Long Yi looked up and was also surprised. Unexpectedly, this was not open space as he had expected. Rather above was a luminous rock, and the light it emitted felt no different from sunlight. He had never seen such a peculiar scenery. This place was accidentally discovered by the first demonic dragon king of our Demonic Dragon Clan. This place is too peculiar. Although it is not too big, the trees here are green throughout the year, and the flowers never wither. Moreover, the remains placed here will never rot, Charmin softly said, leading them in. Those beautiful butterflies were not afraid of strangers. They just fluttered around everyone. Some even boldly landed on their shoulders, bringing along a strange fragrance. It was not the fragrance of flowers, but the fragrance of these butterflies. When Long Yi raised this question, Charmin smiled and said, "No one knows how long these butterflies have been living here. In any case, according to my mother, there are 356 butterflies here and this number never increases or decreases. With that being the case, I think that since they have been surrounded by the fragrance of flowers for years and years, a variation might have been born in their physique." The four people walked through a long and narrow artificial path. Right in front and less than 200 meters away were rows of transparent crystal coffins. There were more than 30 crystal coffins with old and young men and women of the demonic dragon clan lying inside them. They were all in human form, presumably because this mystical place was too small. Charmin strode in front of a crystal coffin that was at one end. There was a young and beautiful woman lying inside it. Her eyes were closed, and she had a ruddy complexion as if she were just sleeping. "Mother, Manman has come to see you." Charmin caressed the transparent crystal coffin, and her beautiful eyes became somewhat moist. Long Yi performed the courtesy of humankind toward that woman inside the crystal coffin, and then patted the shoulder of Charmin and said softly, "Don't grieve, don't be sad. It is enough to have beautiful memories." Charmin turned around and smiled, but her tears fell as she silently poured out her heart. "Mother, this is the man Manman likes. Isn't he very handsome? You will definitely like him, won't you?" Charmin calmed down and said, "Set up the transfer magic array here. It will be safer." Long Yi was startled, and he asked, "Isn't his place where only the Imperial kinsman can enter?" "After some days, your demonic dragon clan will go to the Blue Waves continent to participate in the convention." "What about the rest of the clansmen?" Charmin smiled softly and said, "Our clansmen have already become too bored from just staying here. It would be better to make them fly there." Long Yi frowned and said, "Since you insist, I will set up the array here. However, I still want to find another place to set up an array. It is not a bad idea to take some precautions just in case something happens." "Just in case something happens." Charmin looked at Long Yi with a solemn expression and muttered to herself, "No one knows what can happen in the future, so we should leave behind a route of retreat. Don't you understand, you pig brain?" Long Yi lightly knocked the head of Charmin and said he didn't know what kind of calamity would befall this world in the future, but he knew that it would definitely affect the entire world. He must unite all the races as soon as possible. "You are the pig brain, bullhead, blockhead." Charmin snorted. Turning around, she ignored Long Yi. Long Yi just smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He began to set up the relatively small transfer magic array on the open space not far away. After a while, the transfer magic array was set up. "If you want to set up another transfer magic array, then how about setting it at the foot of Dragon King Treasured Mountain? Usually, only some elders go in and out of that place," Crystal said. "Why didn't you say that earlier? You should have taken me there earlier." Long Yi stopped speaking when he saw that Charmin's complexion had sunk. "Let's go." "Perhaps, Father Emperor and the elders have finished their discussion. You can also return and set up your transfer magic array," Charmin said and left in a huff. Long Yi was stunned. He didn't understand why Charmin had suddenly gotten so angry. As it turned out, the brain structure of all female species had similarities with human women, at least in some aspects. After exiting this strange space, the white jade gate behind them closed automatically. "Lai, you say, what was going on with that girl?" "I haven't offended her, but why is she angry at me without any rhyme or reason?" "Didn't I just say that I only want to set up another transfer magic array?" Long Yi grabbed the little hand of Lai and asked in a whisper. Lai just smiled. Usually, young master was very sharp, but he was sometimes so foolish at times like these. She explained. Charmin was not angry for this reason. "Then, what was the reason?" Long Yi asked. "I think that setting up a transfer magic array was just the pretext to lead you, young master, to this forbidden land." "I think Charmin likes you," Lai said with a smile. Long Yi was still puzzled. He didn't understand how Charmin liking him was linked to this matter. After all, didn't everyone adore him? Her mother was there. "Young master, you are truly stupid. Lai softly said. Long Yi was stunned. He suddenly hit his own head and rushed to catch up to Charmin. Charmin, your mother is truly beautiful. The voice of Long Yi suddenly entered Charmin's ears. Charmin stopped and turned around. Her beautiful face instantly became lively. You have a pig brain. She forcibly stopped herself from smiling and snorted. As a matter of fact, she had taken advantage of this situation to accompany Long Yi to the Forbidden Ground because she had wanted him to meet her mother, but this bad fellow hadn't understand until now. Chapter 592, Holy Temple's Ancient Magic Array. At the foot of the Dragon King Treasured Mountain, Demonic Dragon King and the elders had just finished discussing the matter of the Dragon Race Convention. Long Yi went over and directly chatted with them for a while. These elders had already heard of the strength of Long Yi, especially Pierre, since he had seen it with his own eyes. These old fellows didn't flaunt their seniority in front of Long Yi. After all, this world was a world where the strong were respected. Moreover, the relation between Long Yi and the devouring dragon physique was an unusually close one. Even if he hadn't had this relation, Long Yi might still have become an imperial kinsman of the dragon race through his numerous dragon princess admirers. After a bit, Long Yi set up a transfer magic array at the foot of this treasured mountain. It was comparatively larger than the first transfer magic array. Since this was the first time he had come to the demonic dragon island, he thought about playing around for a few days, but seeing that Lai was very anxious, he didn't remain here for a long time. He carefully listened as the demonic dragon king explained the route again and then bid farewell to everyone on demonic dragon island. He along with Lai rode Bayu and flew toward the vast sea, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The cold moonlight softly illuminated every corner of the imperial city. The air didn't seem to be pleasantly cool like in the past. Instead, it was somewhat gloomy and cold. One could vaguely see a few stars in the sky. It truly was not the starry sky like it had been in the past. The desolate moon was very lonely. On Tania Mountain, a beautiful and elegant figure stood straight like 1,000-years-old fossil. Seemingly, this figure never moved. When the mountain wind blew, her beautiful hair would flutter in the air, making her look like a fairy floating above this world. Long Yi, have you ever thought of me? Or, have you already forgotten this Hanyan after being surrounded by numerous beauties? Mu Hanyan watched the cold moon in the sky, recalling Long Yi's smiling face. His pitch-black eyes that were like stars, the smile on his face that was like a bewitching magic speeding up the heartbeats of others. Several months ago, she had woken up from a coma and discovered that she had landed in the imperial palace of the Cyan Wind Empire. After that, she had smiled miserably and never spoken again. She would have rather preferred to die in Long Yi's bosom and be buried in the mountain with wildflowers everywhere. Her flesh and blood would nourish the flowers and plants while her soul would float along with the cool breeze. Like that, whenever she missed Long Yi, the gentle breeze would blow those flowers and plants to tell Long Yi that she was thinking about him. Now, although she was alive, she and Long Yi were in two completely different worlds. A powerful invisible barrier had thoroughly separated them. At first, she had forced herself to not think of Long Yi, that man engraved on her bones and heart, but she had discovered that death was better than living like that. Only by thinking of his warm smile and pitch-black eyes filled with wisdom, did she know that she was still a living person. Big sister. A clear and melodious voice came from behind. Mu Hanyan shook a bit, and the phantom above the cold moon disappeared without a trace. The warm smile on her face also disappeared as if she had never smiled in 1,000 forlorn years. She sighed softly, but she neither turned around nor replied. Big sister, are you still blaming me? Jingjing stepped forward, and grabbing the hand of Mu Hanyan, she asked. The little hand of Mu Hanyan trembled, and she retracted her hand. Then indifferently watching Jingjing, she said, blame you? Why would I blame you? Also, Tania Mountain is my territory. I wish to stay here alone. I don't want anyone coming to disturb me. After speaking these words, Mu Hanyan turned away and walked toward a small wooden house not far away. Big sister, don't you want to see Long Yi again? Jingjing watched the lonely back of Mu Hanyan and shouted. Mu Hanyan paused and didn't move for a long time. Then, she faintly said, "Come in, let's talk about it." In that small wooden house, the two sisters sat opposite of each other. Clearly, these two women had gotten much thinner in this period of time, especially for Mu Hanyan. That bewitching and charming attitude of hers had completely disappeared. It was replaced by indifference. Her beautiful eyes were also lifeless without any spirit that had brimmed within them in the past. "Speak, did you find a way to split open the energy cover?" Mu Hanyan indifferently asked. Jingjing shook her head and said, "Not yet. I have done over 100 tests, but I have not succeeded so far." Mu Hanyan frowned before the hint of emotion hidden deep in the bottom of her heart dispersed again. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. But there is a way to get out. Jingjing clearly knew that there was no one around, but she still lowered her voice. "What way?" Mu Hanyan asked. "The Holy Temple," Jingjing replied. Mu Hanyan's hand, however, trembled, and she nearly knocked over a teacup. "Are you insane? The Holy Temple is strictly guarded. Basically, no one is allowed to enter or exit. The ancestors themselves set up this rule. Whoever enters without permission will be beheaded without exception. If we are discovered, even Father Emperor will not be able to save us." Mu Hanyan glared at Jingjing. The words of Jingjing had shocked her so much that she had reverted back to her previous self a little. Now is the perfect time. Several big cities on the front line have already fallen, and the Empire's reinforcements have already been cut off. If this goes on, the Cyan Wind Empire will be completely destroyed before long. Who would care about the ancestors' rule? Jingjing hastily said. A hint of a ripple appeared in Hanyan's heart, and she tried to reason taking this risk. Now, the alliance of mankind was on the verge of destruction. Going out to look for Long Yi for help might give them a gleam of hope. "Big sister, don't hesitate, let's go. I know a secret path that leads directly to the Holy Temple." Now, most of the Holy Knights of the Holy Temple have already moved out to reinforce the armies. "They will definitely not discover us," Jingjing said. Mu Hanyan gritted her teeth and nodded her head. Then, with Jingjing leading the way in front, they quickly ran towards the foot of the mountain. The front line was in a critical condition, and the military strength of Imperial City was basically used up. Only a few soldiers were stationed in the city, so these two girls were able to easily sneak out of the city gates. In the dense forest, Jingjing lifted up a slab stone camouflaged as green grass, revealing a dark hole. When the two women jumped down, magic lamps on both sides of this secret path immediately lit up. These devices were very similar to the magic devices within the Lost City's City Lord's mansion. At this moment, within the Imperial Palace of the Cyan Wind Empire, Emperor Mu Qingming was looking at a head-sized crystal ball on the table. On the crystal ball was unexpectedly the scene of Mu Hanyan and Jingjing rushing through the secret path. "Your Majesty, are you truly determined to do this?" Behind Mu Qingming, a white-bearded old man stood. He wore a strange-styled magic robe. He held a magic staff that emitted a faint cyan light. His voice was hoarse as he asked. The tough face of Mu Qingming flickered under the illumination of the radiance of this crystal ball, showing his current state of mind. This secret path that led directly to Holy Temple had intentionally been disclosed to Jingjing by a person he had sent. Several other pieces of news such as the general location and activation method of the ancient restriction within the Holy Temple had also been intentionally leaked by him. "This is our final chance. If someone has to be punished for this, then I, Mu Qingming, will bear that punishment." Mu Qingming lowered his voice but spoke with determination. Chapter 593, Clan in a precarious situation. The weather on the sea was truly hard to predict. Yesterday, the sky had still been clear and calm, but today, lightning flashed everywhere along with thunderclaps. There was also a heavy rainstorm and strong gales. Sea waves would suddenly rise more than 10 meters before slamming heavily on the sea again. Now, looking out as far as the eye could see, one could only see dreary and hazy wind and rain. and the entire vast world above the sea appeared hazy. "Young master, how long until we reach the undersea city?" In a tent pitched on a small island, Lai Lai, who was leaning on Long Yi's shoulder, asked while watching the sea waves outside the barrier. "It shouldn't be too long now. With the flying speed of Bayu, in another half a month, we will definitely reach the undersea city." Long Yi patted the shoulder of Lai Lai and softly said. Lai Lai nodded her head, but the melancholy condensed within her globula didn't disperse. The closer they got to the undersea city, the more nervous she became, and she got all the more worried about the safety of her Aunt Bai-Fi and maid Xiaomi. She feared that when they entered undersea city, she would hear unfortunate news about them. After all, they had been banished from the sea race. Long Yi felt Lai Lai's uneasiness and sighed inwardly, but he didn't speak, even though his heart was also somewhat taut. Undersea city was a world he had never come into contact with. According to the demonic Dragon King, Undersea city had an extremely anti-foreigner stance. Moreover, they were unusually powerful in the sea. Although he didn't fear to fight against them and also believed that no one in the world could block him from going anywhere he wanted, the purpose of this trip was absolutely not to enter conflict with the entire sea race, but rather finding out what exactly had happened to the mermaid clan hundreds of years ago in order for them to be banished from Undersea city. If possible, he even wanted to use his greatest efforts to unite the entire sea race. The waves rolled over and over again on the sea's surface. But there was also an undercurrent beneath the sea. More than 1 kilometer under the sea, a group of sea tribes with strange looks and weapons were divided into 2 camps that were fighting. To be more precise, it was a complete one-sided slaughter. Several hundred shark-headed people, each with a sharp fin on their backs, who were clearly of the Shark clan, held jagged weapons and were besieging 100 or so people with thick shells on their backs. They were the Clam clan and wielded huge hammers forged with iron and deep-sea stone. All the clansmen of this Shark clan were well-trained, full of valor, vigor, and bloodthirstiness. Moreover, their attacks were orderly. In contrast, those clansmen of Clam clan were far inferior. Although their defenses were pretty good, they had already suffered heavy casualties under the attacks of the Shark clan. Their blood attracted a large crowd of sharks, but they didn't dare to approach this battlefield as they feared those people of the Shark clan. Among this Clam clan, a handsome young man and a beautiful young girl with a purple shell on their backs were guarded in the middle. Clearly, they were important figures of the Clam clan. "Prince, Princess, these are transfer stones. We cannot hold on much longer. Quickly leave this place using these transfer stones." An aged man of the Clam clan stuffed 2 stones with magic runes carved on them in the hands of the young man and young girl. His aged face was filled with tears at the thought of his Clam clan being destroyed overnight. Already, thousands of their clansmen had been massacred. That handsome young man of the Clam clan, nevertheless, looked stubborn, and looking at his guards falling down one after another, his eyes practically shot flames. "I will not leave. I want to fight against these scumbags." This young man waved his hand and yelled. Then, tightly gripping his purple iron hammer, he roared and rushed forward. He swung his hammer and actually killed several clansmen of the Shark clan. He was very bold and powerful. "Sagiate, come back!" That young girl of Clam clan anxiously shouted and also prepared to rush over. "Princess, let this old servant bring back the prince." The aged man of the Clam clan stopped their princess, then he rushed over, gritting his teeth. Now, the prince and princess represented the only remaining bloodline of their Clam clan's imperial family. They absolutely could not let them fall into any mishap, otherwise, he would not have any face upon meeting the Clam king in death, to whom he had many debts of gratitude. At this moment, because of the appearance of this handsome young man, practically all the warriors of Shark clan crazily rushed over toward his direction and attacked violently, instantly offing nearly half of the bodyguards protecting this young man. Although this young man was very bold and powerful, he was unable to match this group of bloodthirsty warriors of Shark clan, and the numbers of wounds on his body increased. "Prince, watch out!" A sad wail resounded, and this young man only felt that he was involuntarily falling backward as the scenery in front of his eyes became hazy. When he flung back his head and looked forward, he saw blood spraying. He was indescribably sad. He saw that that old servant who had been so loyal and devoted to his clan had already become a dismembered corpse. He roared with sorrow and rushed forward madly. Despite the forest of sharp saws in front, several warriors of the Shark clan fell under the hammer of this young man, but ice-cold weapons attacked him from all directions in turn. Those were the special jagged swords of the Shark clan. The remaining bodyguards of the clan didn't have time to save this young man. The young man hopelessly closed his eyes and waited for the arrival of his end. Sajayate. The soft voice of the princess of the clan resounded in the ears of the young man. At that time, the young man suddenly felt like he was dreaming. He didn't feel the anticipated pain. He turned his head and saw a gorgeous blood flower bursting from the body of his big sister, and she was warmly watching him while slowly floating away in the sea. That was his big sister, the only magician of clan. After using all of her magic power, she had cast a damage transfer magic spell with her life as the price to shift all the damage of the attacks aimed at him. Prince, leave quickly. The remaining guards quickly seized this chance and guarded their prince again. The young man of clan helplessly watched his big sister being washed away. She was going to fall into the mouths of those bloodthirsty sharks. Upon seeing this, he hastily rushed over and held her tight. Big sister. The young man of clan called out, "See, Sajayate. Be obedient. Leave quickly. You are the only hope of our clan." The young girl took her last breath before she finished speaking. "No. Don't, big sister, wake up." The young man appeared as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't believe that his big sister who had always cared and cherished him would leave him just like this. "Prince, leave quickly." The remaining guards anxiously shouted. The young man of the clan suddenly lifted his head, and looking at those ugly faces of the Shark clan warriors and those jagged swords in their hands that were cutting down his clansmen, he trembled and roared, "One day, I will repay your Shark clan's debt of blood with blood." A six-edged magic formation illuminated the midst of the deep sea, and the young man holding his big sister disappeared. Meanwhile, the remaining guards of the clan smiled as they were chopped down by the warriors of the Shark clan. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. At this moment, on an island, the devil claws of Long Yi were wandering inside Lai clothing, rubbing her plump, while gently kissing her ears and neck. Such teasing slowly dispersed the melancholy feeling pent up in the glibella of this mermaid. She had already temporarily forgotten about Undersea City, so presumably after a joyous lovemaking session, her mood would brighten a lot. This was Long Yi's plan. According to him, this was one of the best means to divert the attention of women. A soft moan escaped from Lai's pink lips. Now, her beautiful face was bright red, and her eyes were blurred as she swayed to withstand the invasion of Long Yi. Suddenly, both Lai and Long Yi were shocked. Lai held the big hand of Long Yi that was fondling her chest, and her blurred eyes instantly became clear. Merely, the blush of her beautiful face had yet to disperse. "Young master, I feel a kind of peculiar aura," Lai said while carefully watching Long Yi. "Is that so?" "I don't feel any aura, I just sensed a magic fluctuation not far away. I will go to take a look." "You stay here." Long Yi retracted his hands from Lai's bosom of Lai and quickly disappeared from inside the tent. Passing through the billowing sea waves and drenching rain, Long Yi found the place where he had sensed that magic fluctuation. He stopped and looked all around. Suddenly, a shadow shot out from a big wave not far away from him, and there was a weak light fluctuation. Long Yi rushed over and looked carefully. He discovered that this shadow was a hugging bear, a young man and a woman, both with a purple shell on their backs. Those shells looked just like an enlarged version of a clamshell. He was sure that these two people were definitely from the sea race. He couldn't help but be happy because just when he had been worried about not being able to find Undersea City, he had found these two. Merely, These two were seriously injured, especially that woman. She had already stopped breathing. Only her heart beat irregularly. Long Yi easily gave them some basic first aid to sustain them before carrying them back to the small island. Young master, are they Clam clansmen? Lai Yilai looked at those two peculiar people Long Yi had tossed onto the bed and asked. She had once learned about the various clans within the sea race from Aunt Bai. Looking at the appearances of these two people, they should be from the Clam clan. Moreover, the purple shells on their backs clearly indicated that they were from the imperial family of Clam clan. Perhaps they are. Since we discovered them here, this shows that Undersea City is not far away. Now, I will treat their injuries, and after they wake up, we will request for them to show us the way, Long Yi said while curiously sizing up this second type of sea race. The first type of sea race that he knew of was naturally the mermaid clan. Did all sea race individuals appear so beautiful? Seeing this handsome man and beautiful woman of the Clam clan and again thinking about the appearance of Lai Yilai, Bai Fai and Xiami, Long Yi couldn't help but think so. Long Yi peeled off the clothes of these two people that had been woven with a kind of peculiar seaweed and used light magic to heal their injuries. Finally, he used his internal force and spirit power to repair their internal organs. Because their body structure was very different from that of human beings, Long Yi had to spend a lot of effort. After helping them cure their wounds, the naked body of that young girl from the Clam clan made Long Yi want to look at her a bit more, to assure that she was fine. Of course, he was a responsible doctor. She was absolutely of the highest grade, but thinking that this pair of man and woman might be husband and wife, he quickly tossed away his thoughts. When all was said and done, he already had many beauties around him, so he already had a pretty good resistance to beauty. Young master, can you guess whether they are big brother and younger sister or big sister and younger brother? Lai Yilai asked with a smile. Why not husband and wife? Long Yi asked in confusion. Young master is truly stupid. The imperial family of Clam clan only has a direct line, without any sidelines, and the purple shell on their back is the sign of imperial family. Lai Yilai smiled and said, this means they are family. Chapter 594, The Reappearance of Purple Gold Soul Stone. Long Yi was stunned, but he shrugged his shoulders. He didn't care whether they were siblings or husband and wife. In any case, it didn't matter to him. He only wanted this pair to guide them to Undersea City. The rainstorm above the sea came fast but dissipated slowly. Only after a day and a night did it gradually subside and the thick black clouds disperse, revealing a night sky filled with twinkling stars. Long Yi lit a bonfire outside the tent and roasted a 6-horned antelope. It was something he had hunted on Dragon Island and stored in his space ring as a reserve food. Since Lai Yilai didn't like to eat meat, she just ate some fruits and a kind of delicious seaweed found deep in the sea. At this moment, she was sitting to one side watching Long Yi flipping the grill above the bonfire. Just watching him concentrated on roasting meat while occasionally swallowing a mouthful of saliva and licking his lips and subconsciously revealing a warm smile, she felt that as long as she was able to see him, that would be a kind of lasting happiness. It's finally done. Long Yi smeared the seasoning over the dish, and flipping it over, he tore off a roasted leg and bit it. He hadn't had the time to have a good meal in recent days. Little mermaid, why don't you come over and take a bite? Watching you becoming so thin hurts my heart. Long Yi said with a smile. Lai Yilai rolled her eyes and mockingly replied, so hateful, I don't want to. While Long Yi was teasing Lai Yilai some more, his eyes flashed and he suddenly said, they woke up. Let's go and see them. After saying this, he put down the roasted leg. Wiping his hands with a handkerchief, he entered the tent with Lai Yilai. That young man of the Clam clan was already sitting on the bed, watching his big sister who still had her eyes closed. He looked sad and also happy, and hearing the noise of their approach, he suddenly turned over and alertly looked at Long Yi and Lai Yilai. No need to be nervous, we saved your life. Do you still fear that we will harm you? Long Yi said with a smile. Seeing Long Yi's smile, the young man believed him for an unknown reason and instantly relaxed. He said in somewhat astringent voice, thank you for saving me and my big sister. I will definitely repay you in the future. After speaking, his eyes remained on Lai, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face, and he asked, "Mermaid clan?" Lai nodded her head and said, "That's right, but I am from the mermaid clan that was exiled from the undersea city." The young man suddenly understood and said, "So it turns out that you are from the mermaid imperial family that was banished several hundred years ago. Then, what about him? He doesn't have the smell of our sea race." "I am a human. I came from the distant Blue Waves continent," Long Yi said with a smile. "Human?" The young man exclaimed in surprise and sized up Long Yi. Hey, is it strange? Do you want to touch me?" "Generally, I only let beauties touch me." Long Yi smiled and stretched out his hand. The young man hesitated for a bit before reaching out with his own ice-cold hand. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. Long Yi grabbed the approaching hand and shook it, saying with a smile, "I am Long Yi. I am very glad to meet you. She is Lai, my wife. My name is Sajiate, and she is my big sister Yamai." Sajiate nodded his head, and looking at his big sister who still hadn't woken up yet, a hint of pain flashed through his eyes. "You can rest assured, your big sister is fine. She should wake up tomorrow morning," Long Yi consoled. Sajiate got off the bed and walked outside the tent with Long Yi and Lai, carefully regarding the antelope meat Long Yi had roasted. He hesitated for a bit at first, but after tasting it, he ate like a wolf and a tiger. He didn't dislike eating meat, unlike Lai. After drinking several mouthfuls of good wine Long Yi had given to him, Sajiate felt like his soul was fluttering, and his emotions gradually got out of control under the guidance of Long Yi. He shed tears and wailed while telling of the calamity that had exterminated his Clam clan. There were numerous clans among the sea race. Clam clan was among those of the sea race who loved peace. They were not aggressive and always lived in one corner of Undersea City without provoking the other clans of the sea race. And generally, other sea clans also didn't came to provoke them. Because Clam clan was good at digging treasures, they paid a good sum of tribute to Sea Emperor who commanded the entirety of the sea clans. The Sea Emperor had taken charge of the Deep Sea Dragon clan. Although Deep Sea Dragon clan was called the Dragon clan, it was substantially different from both the Divine Dragon clan and the Demonic Dragon clan, because they lived at the bottom of the sea, and they had a dragon horn. They were called the Deep Sea Dragon clan. They were good at water magic and lived in the Dragon Palace located at the center of the Undersea City. The common ground between this Sea Emperor and the Land Dragon clans might only be that they immensely prized sparkling and shining treasures, and because Clam clan had the special ability to find treasures, they were favored by the Sea Emperor, and this was also the reason the other sea clans didn't dare to bully them. Merely, several hundred years ago, the dominance of the Sea Emperor over the sea clans began to weaken. Moreover, Shark Clan, Huge Whale Clan, and several other aggressive and powerful clans began to unite to encroach on the power of the Sea Emperor, making Sea Emperor practically a figurehead. And not long ago, the Clam King had obtained a purple gold soul stone from somewhere. Hundreds of years ago, these kinds of energy stones had already vanished within the surrounding thousands of miles around the Undersea City. The king of Shark Clan had demanded it using the name of the Sea Emperor, but Clam King hadn't complied, thereby attracting the calamity of the extermination of the entire clan. Not only had Clam Clan that lived in that far corner of Undersea City been massacred, even all the other Clam clans that lived outside Undersea City had suffered a fatal disaster. After the Prince of Clam Clan recounted his tale in tears, he collapsed. He was completely drunk. Only Long Yi and Lai looked at each other in blank dismay, looking anxious. Purple gold soul stone? Didn't Bai Fi have one? Long Yi made a wry smile, thinking about it. For this piece of purple god soul stone, Lai and Leguxia had also gotten into a fight, and later, when Bai Fi and Xiami had left, they had taken this purple gold soul stone with them. Aunt Bai Fi and Xiami didn't meet an accident, did they? Lai was anxious and fearful in her heart. On one hand, she was worried about the safety of Aunt Bai Fi and Xiami, and on the other hand, she was also feeling guilty. If that purple gold soul stone that had arrived in the hands of the Clam King had truly come from the hands of Bi-Fi, then wasn't the genocide of Clam Clan indirectly caused by her? Don't worry, you also know how cautious your Aunt Bi-Fi is. There should not have been an accident. That purple gold soul stone is not necessarily hers, Long Yi comforted. I hope so. Lai Lai sighed softly. Long Yi looked at the twinkling stars in the sky and frowned. If that purple gold soul stone was truly the purple gold soul stone of Bi-Fi, then how had it landed in the hands of the Clam King? If the Clam King hadn't taken it by force, then how had he obtained it? If this had all been the intentions of Bi-Fi, then what was her purpose? Chapter 595, Undersea Passage. As the sun rose, a red glow appeared at the horizon and a rippling flame was reflected onto the sea surface. This scene was very dazzling. The princess of the Clam Clan, Yamai, had already woken up. Now, she was sobbing while hugging her younger brother Sagiat, who had also woken up with a hangover. Fortunately, she had survived. But the sad thing was the huge debt of blood. Long Yi carefully sized up this clam princess. Her face was very elegant, especially her clear and beautiful eyes. They were limpid and distant. Her skin was tender and soft as if water would come out if he pinched her. Other than the purple shell on her back, she could be regarded as a devastating beauty even among those of the human race. And suddenly thinking about those alluring women who were captured in the fairy tales of his previous world, all of whom were lovely enough to cause the fall of a country, Long Yi smiled in a daze. But, by coincidence, this smile was seen by Yamai, who had just stopped sobbing, and she immediately swallowed her words of gratitude, thinking he was gloating over other people's misfortunes. Long Yi, however, didn't notice this. He was thinking about all sorts of strange races within this world. If not for experiencing everything himself and etching everything in his memory, he truly would have believed that he was immersed in a tediously long dream where even his real memories had become messy and blurred. Yamai glared at Long Yi, but she was confronted with his black eyes shining with an inexplicable luster. Although his eyes were not focused, there was a kind of attraction, and she then understood that that smile of just now had not been directed at her. Feeling the gaze of Yamai, Long Yi came back to his senses, and touching his face, he asked, "Is there something on my face?" Yame blushed a little, and retracting her gaze, she softly said, "Thank you for saving us." Long Yi just smiled and said, "No need to be so courteous. Your younger brother has already thanked us. Let's end it with that." Yamai didn't speak again. After pondering for a while, she suddenly raised her head and asked, "You are a human, and she is an exiled mermaid. Why are you here?" Long Yi was somewhat surprised in his heart. This Yamai had immediately asked such a fundamental question. Even after suffering the horrible disaster of the extermination of her entire family, she was still able to calmly think of this issue. She was truly cautious and meticulous. Compared to her that simple younger brother, she was much better in this aspect. "We came here to look for Undersea City and figure out the truth about the exile of the Mermaid Imperial Clan." Long Yi told the truth without concealing anything. "Then, you want us to show the way?" Yamai was startled for a moment, and then her eyes instantly became sharp. "Yes." Long Yi calmly looked straight at her. Yamai stared at Long Yi for a long time, and could only discern that he was speaking the truth. Her expression eased, and she said, "I can lead you to there because I believe that you will not harm our sea race. Moreover, I also want to find out the truth of this genocide." The eyebrows of Long Yi shot up, and he asked, "Do you believe in me so much?" Yamai faintly said, "I believe in my own vision." Long Yi smiled and looked straight into the beautiful eyes of Yamai. They were glimmering with insightful wisdom. Not long after, Yamai broke the eye contact and moved her gaze to one side. "Since we are in agreement, rest well. We will go to Undersea City after you have completely recovered," Long Yi said with a faint smile. It was not hard for Long Yi to understand the thoughts of Yamai, who had barely escaped with her life. If he couldn't understand her selfish calculations, he would not be Long Yi. Rather than saying that she was willing to lead Long Yi to Undersea City because she believed in him, it was better to say that she was gambling. While helping Long Yi, She also wanted to use the strength of Long Yi to find out everything about her family's death at the same time. Of course, they had this tacit understanding. Afternoon, the sun rode high in the sky, with Yamai and Sajiat leading in front. Long Yi and Lai followed them toward the bottom of the sea. The shells on the backs of the Clam clan were the best means to wander about in the sea, and Lai was like a stranded fish put back into water in the sea. Her golden fishtail gracefully swayed as she leisurely swam. As for Long Yi, he gathered internal force in his legs and swam forward, but his actions looked somewhat lacking in artistic terms. However, since he had already reached the 5th layer of Tianju, his skin could absorb oxygen even within the sea, so he was also relaxed. After these people reached more than 3,000 meters into the sea, it was already like night. At this depth, only a very small amount of scattered starlight reached here. At this point, Yamai and Sajiat stopped. Now, we need to go a further 10,000 meters, and we will see the entrance to Undersea City. This entrance is relatively better to sneak through, but the surroundings around this entrance are harsh. Not only are there bloodthirsty sharks, heaven-slaying squid and other very dangerous sea monsters, but there are also poisonous swamps. Therefore, other than some strong adventure groups of sea race, no one else dares to operate their vertical bar. Yamai turned around and said to Lai and Long Yi behind her, "Is it that dangerous?" Long Yi asked. One could say that the undersea world was a world unknown to him. He didn't know what land-based magical beast those bloodthirsty sharks and heaven-slaying squids had an equivalent ranking to. There is a certain level of danger, but those sea monsters have their own territory. Generally, there will only be one per sea area. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems with your strength, Yamai explained. Since that is the case, let's continue forward. Long Yi nodded his head and said. After diving roughly 5,000 meters into the sea following Yamai and her sibling, floating specks of light appeared in the pitch-black sea. They were a kind of luminous deep-sea fish species. Diving deeper, their buoyancy opposed their motions more and more. Long Yi had to increase his internal force a little to resist the pressure and buoyancy. On the other hand, the siblings and Lai seemed to have felt nothing. This was probably the difference between the human and sea race. At the same time, Long Yi also began to worry. The pressure was already so great at the 5,000 meters mark. Since Undersea City was more than 10,000 meters deep, didn't that mean the pressure would be even greater in the future, when continuously expending his internal force to withstand the pressure? How long could he stay there? Moreover, if he suffered an attack, it would be very troublesome. After all, would he be able to display even a fraction of his strength? The heart of Long Yi became heavy as he thought of this. Be careful, there is a whirlpool passage below. The voice of Yamai came. Immediately after hearing Yamai's voice, Long Yi felt a strong suction force. He subconsciously held Lai's little hand and used his strength to resist. However, Yamai and Sajiat just rolled into it. Young master, Yamai said that it is a whirlpool passage. Shouldn't we enter it to go to Undersea City? Lai said. Long Yi thought about the words of Yamai. At that time, she didn't seem to be afraid at all. This should be a passage like Lai suggested. After thinking a bit, he calmed down and withdrew his internal force. Then, he entered that whirlpool passage while hugging Lai. After feeling as if the sky and earth were spinning around, Long Yi saw a light in front of him. The Yamai siblings were not far away in front of him. Then, he and Lai looked around in amazement because they seemed to have arrived in a completely different world that defied common sense. Now, there was a black sea with continuously spinning whirlpool above them and a crystal clear and transparent underwater world below them. It was as if there were a barrier separating these two worlds, juxtaposing two opposing physical realms. He didn't know from where those lights had come from. As for the seabed, it was blackish red, and air bubbles continuously rose upward. The black part was mud, and the red part was undersea magma. Remember, never touch those air bubbles. Also don't go to the sea floor, Yamai solemnly instructed. Long Yi stared at those air bubbles for a little while, but he was unable to see any danger. He took out a small dart from inside his space ring and threw it at an air bubble that was far away from them. "Don't!" Yamai screamed, but it was already too late. A loud explosion resounded as that air bubble blew open like a strong explosive. Moreover, it led to a chain reaction, and those air bubbles exploded one after another, causing the seawater to begin to boil. Seeing those explosion waves rapidly spreading toward them, Long Yi was inwardly speechless. He immediately grabbed the Yamai siblings and Lai Lai, before quickly flying into the whirlpool passage above. After exiting the whirlpool passage, Yamai patted her rapidly rising and falling chest. Then ferociously glaring at Long Yi, she screamed, "Didn't I say to never touch them? Do you want to kill us?" Long Yi laughed hollowly and apologized. "I'm sorry." Seeing Long Yi was apologizing, Yamai's anger also gradually dissipated. Merely, she was still somewhat fearful and said, "I guess that there's nothing we can do now. It will take some time for the activity below to calm down. I think we should wait an hour before we go down again." Long Yi touched his nose. He had just wanted to see what would happen. Moreover, he had already been quite cautious, yet that earth-shaking chain reaction had still shocked him. If he hadn't fled through that whirlpool passage, then even if he had exhausted all of his energy to block it, he would have definitely lost a layer of skin. Moreover, he would have still had 3 more people to protect. Just when they were waiting beside the whirlpool passage, over 10 multicolored light advanced towards them from the distance. With Long Yi's sharp eyesight, he saw about a dozen different colored jellyfish. They were pink, green, blue, cyan, and so on, but all of them were transparent and had long tentacles fluttering in the sea. They looked very beautiful. "Such a beautiful group of jellyfishes," Long Yi exclaimed. In his heart, he knew that although these jellyfishes looked beautiful, they were very poisonous. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. Are you saying that there are jellyfish? Where? Are they pure or mixed colored? Yamai hastily asked. Her eyesight was not as good as Long Yi's. "All are pure colored, and there are a variety of colors." "What's wrong?" Long Yi asked. "Really? Can you catch them?" In the past, Sea Race used them to kill bloodthirsty sharks. In addition, average sea monsters will make a detour if they run into them. "With them around, we will be much safer," Yamai excitedly said. "Is that so?" "Merely, is that the only reason for doing so?" Long Yi looked at that group of beautiful jellyfishes and smiled while scrutinizing at Yamai. Yamai was startled, and seeing those black eyes that sparkled even here in the dark beneath the sea, she suddenly felt as if he could see through her heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, she couldn't conceal anything. Chapter 596, Undersea Fours. Long Yi had guessed it right. These kinds of pure-colored jellyfish were known as rainbow jellyfish among the sea race. This was because these kinds of jellyfish often moved together in groups of over 5 jellyfishes of different colors, making them look just like an undersea rainbow. These kinds of rainbow jellyfish were also very rare even within the vast seas, and their poison was also very strong and rare in this world. As long as one was touched by one of their tentacles, the nerves of one's entire body would be immediately paralyzed, and one's heart would stop beating within a short period of time. The value of these rainbow jellyfish was also high here. Extracted poison from them could be refined into an extremely valuable and effective rare antidote. Moreover, it could be refined into a poison that would spread through water and attack a large area. The refined poison would be tasteless and colorless. It could poison tens of thousands of undersea life forms to death without anybody noticing. For this reason, rainbow jellyfish was priceless in the markets of the sea race. "Do you want to use the rainbow jellyfish to take revenge?" Long Yi asked after hearing the explanation of Yamai. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. That is just one aspect. The convention of the sea race is right around the corner. We can use rainbow jellyfish to gain entrance to the trade association. Like that, it will be much easier to act. Yamai said. The convention of the sea race, wasn't it supposed to have convened long ago? Long Yi asked in surprise. Didn't Bai Fai and Siami return to attend this sea race convention? It had already been so long. It has not peaceful within the sea race for a long time, so the sea race convention was postponed again and again. Finally, it was set for 2 days from now. Yamai answered. What exactly are the matters discussed at this sea race convention? Long Yi curiously asked. Sea Race Convention is held once every 100 years. All people of the sea race can come to participate. The main contents are the huge trade conference and the exploration of the undersea death melting cave. Sea Emperor will also issue some new policies and new decrees. It lasts for a month. Other than those main events, there will also be other events hosted by some sea race organizations. You will know more in the future, Yamai said. Long Yi smiled and said, this sea race convention is truly not bad. One day, I will propose such a grand event including the entire Blue Waves continent. Enough of this. Will you capture those rainbow jellyfishes or not? If you miss them now, you might never find them again, Yamai urgently said, seeing those over 10 jellyfishes were approaching closer and closer. Don't be anxious. Am I not thinking of a way now? It is not difficult to control them, but the problem remains. Where would I put them? Long Yi said. Regardless of his dark dimension space or his space ring, there was no seawater or pond. Thus, if he put them there, some rainbow jellyfishes were bound to die. As long as you can control them, it is enough. I naturally have a place to put them, Yamai said. After hearing that Yamai had a way, Long Yi no longer hesitated. He shot forward like an arrow. Emitting a large amount of spirit power to form an invisible container, he quickly caught those rainbow jellyfishes. Yamai, it's your turn now. Long Yi turned back and shouted. Yamai gave a charming smile, and waving her hand, a faint white radiance appeared. Then, those rainbow jellyfishes under the control of Long Yi disappeared one after another until not a single one was left. Long Yi retracted his spirit power and asked in surprise, what did you use? In the dazzling hand of Yamai was a small finger-sized transparent cylindrical container. Inside, there were 10 different colored light dots. Upon closer examination, those light dots were shrunken rainbow jellyfishes. This is a space bottle to store and domesticate sea monsters. It is filled with seawater and is very common in the seas, Yamai replied. Long Yi nodded his head and seemed lost in thought. The sea and land were basically 2 totally different worlds. The main difference between this kind of space bottle and space ring was that living beings couldn't be stored inside a space ring, but this space bottle could. At this time, Long Yi's eyes suddenly flashed, and he asked, can all living beings that can breathe in seawater be stored within this space bottle? Yamai was startled, and strangely looking at Long Yi, she said, do you want to ask if the people of the sea race can be stored in space bottle? Long Yi smiled and nodded his head. Talking to smart people saved so much effort. Yamai shook her head and said, all living beings of the sea can be stored in the space bottle except those of the sea race. Perhaps, the person who invented these bottles, removed the possibility of storing the people of the sea race. The eyebrows of Long Yi shot up, and muttering for a little while, he asked, do you have another space bottle? Let me take a look. Sajiat took out a space bottle and handed it over to Long Yi. This space bottle was no different from the space bottle of his big sister Yamai. When this space bottle fell into his hand, Long Yi felt an indistinct magic fluctuation coming from it. Then, using spirit power to probe it, he discovered that there was a miniature space magic array carved on the bottle. He seemed to have seen the composition of this magic array before, so Long Yi frowned and thought hard. This space magic array was very similar to a magic array he had seen in his magic array collection, but some magic lines were changed at certain key points. This greatly surprised him. The person who had remade this magic array must have been a genius in magic arrays. He had actually shrunk, merged and refined this space magic array. Long Yi guessed that this might be the reason why the people of Sea Race couldn't be stored in this space bottle. Long Yi fiddled with the space bottle for a while before saying to Sagiate, "How about giving this space bottle to me as a gift?" How could Sagiate disagree with this man who had saved himself and his big sister? "It is almost time. The matter below should have calmed down. Let's go down," Long Yi said. The four people re-entered the undersea passage and arrived at the undersea world below. Sure enough, everything had already simmered down. The seawater was crystal clear once more, and air bubbles were rising one after another like a world in a children's fairy tale. But who would have guessed that these air bubbles were actually so deadly? How come the spread of these air bubbles have become so dense? How should we enter now? Sagiate worriedly said. Before these air bubbles had detonated, he was confident in avoiding them while crossing this area, but now, there was not enough space between those air bubbles. "Sagiate, you don't need to worry, someone has a way," Yamai said while looking at the relaxed expression of Long Yi. For an unknown reason, she believed that this human had a way to solve this problem. "Indeed, this person has a good way, just follow behind me." Long Yi lightly laughed. Then, he emitted a large amount of spirit power and gently sent it forward. Those deadly air bubbles were gently pushed away, opening an empty path in the middle. But the air bubbles in the surrounding area were even denser now, practically each rubbed against another. However, there were no actual collisions. This greatly shocked Yamai and Sagiate, and their backs were drenched with cold sweat at the thought of Long Yi losing control for even a moment. After that, Long Yi condensed some internal force in his legs and shot straight forward like an arrow while protecting that passage. Lai Lai and the others followed closely behind him. Fortunately, the area covered by these deadly air bubbles was not very large, otherwise, Long Yi would have wasted a lot of spirit power, which certainly would have caused trouble in the future. The four people traveled underwater at a high speed, and after 10 minutes, they passed this sea area, and a new scene that appeared in front of their eyes surprised Long Yi and Lai Lai. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the wonder of nature. Before them stood an undersea forest. Various kinds of undersea trees, flowers and plants stretched as far as the eye could see. Unlike the green forests found on land, the vast majority of these trees were not green. Instead, they emitted different colored, glittering, and translucent radiances, and various kinds of fishes shuttled back and forth in dazzling formations. At first glance, it appeared just like a colorful jade forest. It was like scenery straight out of myth. Beautiful, right? But, don't get mystified by this scenery. This is the territory of the heaven-slaying squid. It always disguises itself and hides among the forest, waiting for a chance to kill all intruders in its territory. Yamai warned solemnly. Long Yi looked around and saw that this beautiful undersea forest was peaceful and calm, but he knew that Yamai wouldn't speak randomly. It was certain that a potentially great danger hid within this undersea forest, so he asked, "What does the heaven-slaying squid look like? How is it different from normal squids?" Yamai was startled and shaking her head. She said, "The heaven-slaying squid always appears in disguise and kills intruders with one hit. I have never heard of anyone seeing its true appearance." The answer of Tamai was somewhat outside the expectations of Long Yi. His complexion also became somewhat solemn. No one had actually seen the true appearance of the heaven-slaying squid. This was enough to prove the strength of this sea monster. All those who had seen its true appearance must have already met their deaths. Since we have rainbow jellyfish, this heaven-slaying squid will have some scruples. I heard that someone used rainbow jellyfish to safely pass through this undersea forest in the past. Yamai took out her space bottle and said, "Heard? That's as useful as a fart. Now, conceal your aura and follow me." Long Yi curled up his lip and urged everyone to retract their auras to the best of their abilities. Then, he took the lead to advance toward that undersea forest. "Long Yi, wait a minute. Why don't we swim over the forest? It is easier to notice danger like that." Seeing that Long Yi was rushing toward the undersea forest, Yamai hastily called out. Long Yi turned his head back and said with a smile, "My intuition tells me that it will be safer to go through." Lai Lai followed Long Yi without any hesitation. She had complete trust in Long Yi without any reservations. Even if she lost her life, she would not complain. Moreover, she knew that he would not let her get injured. Don't ask how, she just knew it. Yamai and Sajiat hesitated a little and decided to follow this human. They didn't completely believe in his intuition, but his strength gave them a sense of security. Chapter 597, Heaven-Slaying Squid. Clear seawater flowed through this undersea fairy tale-like forest. The seaweed swayed and fluttered slowly. Light specks glimmered in the trees. Long Yi's group of 4 entered this undersea forest and discovered that the inside and outside of this undersea forest were completely different. The flowers, plants and trees outside glittered and appeared translucent like jade stones. In addition, there emitted all kinds of lustrous and transparent lights. However, it was dim and serene inside. Only the surface layer of these towering sea trees was luminous. Upon careful examination, Long Yi was surprised to discover that the things that gave off the light emitted by these trees, flowers and plants were unexpectedly a type of very tiny organism. Hundreds of millions of these organisms gathered on the surfaces of these undersea plants. Inside the undersea forest, water plants floated about. The rocks were slippery, and seaweed could be found everywhere. Moreover, strange roots of undersea trees protruded out of the seabed. There were also strange fish shuttling back and forth. Occasionally, some huge sea clams would open up their huge shells, and the sparkling deep-sea pearls hidden inside would become visible. These pearls were so gorgeous and dazzling that they enthralled people. Some fish swam toward them to play upon seeing those shining lights, but these sea clams would suddenly close their huge shells, turning these fishes into their meals. Strangely, whenever Yamai and Sajiat used their hands to caress these sea clams, they would obediently open up their huge shells. Then, these siblings would casually take away the huge sea pearl inside them. Now, they had already walked inside this undersea forest for a period of time, but they hadn't encountered any danger. This relieved Yamai and Sajiat. However, this kind of calmness made Long Yi uneasy. He had a feeling that a great danger lurked beneath this calmness. Suddenly, Lai Lai's little hand tightly grabbed the big hand of Long Yi, and a hint of horror flashed through her beautiful eyes. What happened? Long Yi pulled Lai Lai into his embrace, and following her line of sight, he saw a severed and withered root of an undersea tree located beside a huge rock. That root is alive, its aura makes me feel fear. Lai Lai stuck close to Long Yi. She was trembling lightly. Long Yi was startled and used his spirit power, but he failed to sense any life or aura from that root. Yamai and Sajiat also looked doubtful. Clearly, like Long Yi, they sensed nothing. At that time, Sajiat, who feared neither heaven nor earth, carefully advanced toward it while holding his huge purple hammer. He then touched that withered root, turned around, and laughed. "Don't be paranoid, isn't it just a severed root?" At that moment, Long Yi with his sharp eyes suddenly noticed some shards of white bone in the mud below that severed root, and a kind of ominous feeling appeared in his heart. The hair all over his body stood erect. "Watch out, return quickly!" Long Yi shouted, and the water seal on his globula shone as he used eternal icebound magic to attack that severed root behind Sajiat. At the same time, that severed root that didn't seem to have any life twisted strangely and shot toward the confused Sajiat near it. "Sajiat!" Yamai exclaimed loudly, but the eternal icebound magic of Long Yi had already frozen both Sajiat and that severed withered root, changing the surroundings within 10 meters of the two into blue ice crystal. Everything within that area was completely frozen. Before Yamai even finished exclaiming, that frozen area shattered, and Long Yi had already turned into afterimages. He instantly reappeared at his original place after grabbing Sajiat, and at that time, sharp whistles resounded from all directions. and the entire underwater forest seemed to tremble. The severed root that had attacked Sagiat by surprise had already broken into more than a dozen pieces. A green liquid slowly spread out in the seawater along with a strong smell of blood. Long Yi carried Sagiat, Lai and Yamai and immediately rushed to the back of a towering tree located some distance away. Then, he injected his internal force into the body of the unconscious Sagiat. Long Yi, nothing's happened to Sagiat, right? Seeing her younger brother pale look and weak breathing, the Yamai's heart tightened, but seeing that Long Yi's expression was calm as usual, she slightly felt assured. He is fine, he will wake up in a while, Long Yi said. Just a moment ago, when he had cast Eternal Icebound magic, he had made a slight adjustment in the water magic elements. The coldness that shrouded Sagiat was much less, therefore, the damage he had suffered from the coldness couldn't be considered heavy. As long as Long Yi used his internal force to expel the cold chi from within his body, he would be fine. Sure enough, after the internal force of Long Yi circulated a lap within Sagiat's body, he opened his eyes and groaned. Then, he moved around a bit and discovered that nothing was wrong with him. Just a moment ago, what exactly was that? It really frightened me. Recalling that moment, Sagiat's heart trembled. At that time, he had smelled the aura of his own death. If it were not for Long Yi, he might have really become a corpse. Long Yi frowned, remembering that green blood. A divine light flashed through his mind, and he suggested, was it the legendary heaven-slaying squid? I guess that severed root was one of its tentacles. I also feel that makes sense, Lai said. Just a moment ago, she had been the first one to notice an unusual aura around that severed root. Heaven-slaying squid? Yamai and Sagiat exclaimed in fear. After all, the mighty name of the heaven-slaying squid already reverberated like thunder among the sea race. Many elite adventurer groups had been buried in his stomach. In addition, no one knew its true appearance, and it was shrouded by a veil of terror and mystery. At this moment, the strange whistling sounds and vibrations stopped. A number of frightened small fishes fled the undersea forest. This undersea forest became calm again as if nothing had happened. However, Long Yi's group of 4 were absolutely not relaxed. That heaven-slaying squid could disguise itself like that with even Long Yi being unable to detect anything, so tentacles might shoot out from anywhere. Let's advance. Lai, you pay more attention to the surroundings. Amongst us, only you can detect its aura, Long Yi said. Got it, young master, Lai warmly agreed. After this surprise attack, these 4 people became very alert. Yet even after swimming through this undersea forest for several hours, they didn't encounter any further danger. The 4 people quickly passed through the twists and turns, stone cracks and so on in the depths of this undersea forest, hurrying to escape this treacherous place. The light within this undersea forest was getting dimmer and dimmer, and the temperature was somewhat colder. Moreover, they rarely saw any life forms. Young master, something's not quite right. Lai grabbed Long Yi's hand and said with restless expression, did you sense that aura again? The pupils of Long Yi shrunk, and he tensed even as he asked. The Yamai siblings were also nervous. Lai shook her head and said, no, it's just that I have a strange feeling in my heart. Long Yi's eyes shone, and he looked above through the gaps of branches and leaves. He could see several wisps of faint blue lights glittering. He believed in Lai's instinctual sense just like Lai believed in him. There must be something strange about this place. At that time, a few screams came from far away. Perhaps, because the distance was so far away, those screams were a little distorted. It appeared. It's that aura. A 7-colored radiance floated in the hands of Lai as she said in fear. It was not that she wasn't courageous, but it was just that that aura truly made her feel too frightened. Let's go and see, Long Yi said. This undersea forest was so secretive. The psychological burden of living with an uncertain danger was too great for everyone. Since that was the case, it was better to go out and figure out the truth of the danger. Even if that was more dangerous, it was also better than their current state of extreme suspicion and fear. Long Yi put forth the strength in his legs and shot forward like a rocket while spreading out his internal force. Wherever he passed, no matter whether it be branches or stones, all turned into a fine powder. The other 3 people followed behind Long Yi using the passage he opened up. Some distance away, the 4 people saw a long pitch-black tentacle swaying outside of the undersea forest. They could vaguely see a humanoid figure trapped within that tentacle. There were also some other shadows rushing toward this tentacle and attacking it crazily. Long Yi was startled in his heart by the size of this tentacle. With such a big tentacle, how big must that heaven-slaying squid be? Still, he didn't think on it too much, and using Great Cosmos Shift, he disappeared. "Frank, hold on, you must hold on." Carl shouted himself hoarse as he watched his good brother who had grown up with him from childhood pierced by that tentacle and gradually withering. He felt terrible pain as if his heart were being torn apart. He shot the divine arrows of the Miluo clan at that tentacle. But this divine bow that could usually break through any defense was like a child's toy in front of this heaven-slaying squid. It was basically useless. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. Ka.rl. Quick, leave quickly, take care of Xuji. Sensing his life was running out, Frank knew that the mission of this time had utterly. Only they 2 remained of their team of 35 people. Now, it seemed that even he wouldn't be able to escape with his life, so he could only hope that his good brother Carl could escape with his life. "Xuji is your wife, you should take care of her yourself." Carl opened his eyes, and a few tear droplets dissipated in the sea. Nevertheless, he didn't notice that some green sea vines had already arrived behind him without making any sounds. Suddenly, those green sea vines coiled around the hands, legs and even the fin-shaped wings on Carl's back like snakes. In an instant, he was completely bound and couldn't move. The divine bow of Miluo clan that glimmered with mysterious runes also fell from his hands. Chapter 598, The Prince of Miluo clan. This sea vine was unusually tough. No matter how Carl struggled, it was useless. On the contrary, it tightened and tightened with every passing second, and his entire body began to become stiff and numb. Just when Carl had given up all hope and despair, he felt a light flash past him. Then the sea vine tied around him loosened. As his body began to regain its freedom, he saw a strange man with a warm smile in front of him. "Catch your bow, I will go save your companion." Long Yi tossed that bow with its mysterious energy toward Carl. Then holding a sword, he circulated his internal force to condense some sharp sword chi to slash at that long tentacle. Oh! The huge energy slash cut apart the seawater and ferociously cut the tentacle coiled around Frank. Along with a wail, this tentacle suddenly shrunk, and Frank was freed from this tentacle that had been absorbing his essence blood. He was caught by Carl, who waited at one side. From the deep wound Long Yi had cut on the tentacle of the heaven-slaying squid, green blood sprayed out like a fountain. At that time, Lai Lai and the Amai siblings had arrived and just happened to encounter the heaven-slaying squid that had gone mad due to the pain that it hadn't felt in a long time. Now, the tentacle that had received a serious injury from Long Yi madly thrashed. Moreover, countless flesh thorns emerged everywhere on that tentacle before shooting out in all directions. When Long Yi had attacked, he had already expected a counterattack of some sort. He moved rapidly. He carried both Frank and Carl and rushed toward the lower parts of this undersea forest. At the same time, he combined his spirit power and internal force to form a defensive barrier, withstanding several flesh thorns flying toward him. Long Yi retreated into a pile of boulders along with Carl and Frank. He then only heard continuous rumbling sounds as wood chips and stone pebbles rebounded all over. Now, the undersea forest was a big mess. At that time, Carl, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, wanted to carefully size up his benefactor, when, to his surprise, Long Yi grabbed him and sidestepped quickly. Carl only saw a shadow brush past him, and then the boulder where they had hidden just a moment ago was smashed into pieces by a black tentacle. FK. Long Yi cursed. Then, he tossed these 2 people to one side and rushed toward that black tentacle from a peculiar angle. Whirlwind interlink slash. Long Yi shouted loudly. The huge sword in his hand became 10,000 sword phantoms that sliced toward that huge tentacle with dazzling cyan light. Although this move, Whirlwind Interlink Slash, was the sword move created by Long Yi when he had just begun to study the fusion of magic and ki, it was now completely different from the past. The fusion of magic and ki, then the fusion of different attributed magic, and finally the fusion of magic, internal force and spirit power. Long Yi had already progressed further than his initial explorations. In addition, with his current strength, the might of this move was simply incomparable to the past. People only saw those cyan swords swarm that tentacle. Although that tentacle was tough and tensile, it was unable to withstand the continuous attacks of Long Yi and was completely severed into two pieces. Green blood dyed the nearby seawater green. That sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound resounded once more, and the remaining piece of tentacle withdrew into the seabed mud before disappearing without a trace. This series of matters seemed long when describing them, but in fact, they happened in just an instant. Lai Lai and the Yamai sibling who had just successfully dodged those flesh thorns rushed over. "Young master, are you alright?" Lai Lai swam over and asked with concern. "Don't worry, you still don't know the abilities of your young master?" Long Yi smiled and rubbed the beautiful golden hair of Lai Lai. But Long Yi didn't have much time to boast while wearing his smile, and his smile suddenly stiffened. Then, he immediately activated the barrier that triggered upon touch to surround everyone. Dense and dark tentacles appeared everywhere in this undersea forest and shot toward them as fast as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Along with several collision sounds, the barrier swayed. Unexpectedly, it was already about to break. Moreover, in the midst of these dense and dark tentacles, a towering and very long giant tentacle roughly 100 meters thick appeared. Compared to this giant tentacle, that tentacle cut off by Long Yi simply paled in insignificance. Long Yi inwardly clicked his tongue, and his heart tightened a little. This heaven-slaying squid, what kind of sea monster was it? Just a tentacle was already so big. Then how big was its body? Could it be that it could collapse a mountain with its body alone? How long had it taken to grow so big? The remaining people also turned pale as their lips trembled. Even inside the barrier, they were unable to breathe easily under that powerful pressure. Long Yi licked his lips, and a hint of excitement flashed through his eyes. He then somewhat worriedly observed those people beside him. His Tianju had already reached the 5th layer, and his spirit power and magic power had also already reached the peak state, so if he wanted to take a step further, then normal cultivation was useless. Only an actual battle could make him break through again, but he was unfortunately already almost invincible in Blue Wave's continent. Now, however, just this bit of the heaven-slaying squid's power made him feel a pressure that he had never felt before, and at the same time, it also made his blood seethe in excitement. If he were alone, then even if he were unable to defeat it, he was confident that he could escape alive, but now, he had to give some consideration to the safety of those around him. Long Yi thought for a bit. This heaven-slaying squid usually stayed here. In any case, it would not leave this place. Thus, he should first take his group away from here and return to safety. He would still have a chance to fight against it in the future. Yamai, release those rainbow jellyfishes. Let's see whether or not they are effective. Long Yi calmed down and said. The poison of the rainbow jellyfish was so poisonous that even the heaven-slaying squid presumably has some misgivings about it. If they didn't work, then he just needed to go all out. Yamai agreed and relaxed a little upon seeing that Long Yi was calm. She took out the space bottle and released the seal. Those 12 rainbow jellyfishes instantly appeared in front of her, and Long Yi quickly used his spirit power to control the limits of their movements. Sure enough, those dense and dark tentacles surrounding everyone retreated as if they had encountered something truly frightening. Even that giant tentacle was no exception. It seemed the saying that everything has its own nemesis was really true. These tiny rainbow jellyfishes could make this huge heaven-slaying squid feel dread. Everyone was relieved, and Long Yi retracted the barrier, making the aura of these rainbow jellyfishes denser. Those disgusting tentacles that had sprung out from everywhere of this undersea forest swayed. They seemed to hesitate for a while, but in the next moment, they hid and disappeared within the seabed. Then, the surging seawater also slowly restored itself to its original calmness. Greater than. Long Yi didn't dare to relax his guard. He continued using his spirit power to control those rainbow jellyfishes. He didn't intend to put away these rainbow jellyfishes before crossing this undersea forest. Frank, quickly wake up. Don't sleep, we are going home. Carl shook his good brother resting in his arms and called out while choking with sobs. Long Yi squatted down and examined Frank. Then, facing the hopeful look of Carl, he inwardly sighed and shook his head. The essence blood of this Frank had been nearly exhausted. Moreover, his internal organs had long since ceased working. If it were not for him forcibly holding on to his last breath, he might have already died long ago. Seeing that even this mysterious benefactor had no way to save his good brother, Carl sadly watched his good brother in his arms. At that time, Frank slowly opened his hazy eyes, and with his outer milky white eyelids hanging down, he said in his weak voice, "Carl. Promise. Promise me. Take care. Take care of Xuji for your lifetime." BD. Frank, you BD. Xuji is your fiancée. You cannot let her down. I will definitely think of a way to save you. Carl choked with sobs, and his face twisted in pain. Actually, I always knew. The person Xuji likes is you. But I selfishly pretended to not notice. I don't deserve to be your brother. Frank was somewhat agitated and trembled. Carl was startled and muttered, "It's me that was bad. I knew perfectly well that Xuji and you were engaged, but I still started to like her. It's me who doesn't deserve to be your brother. Promise. Promise me, as my brother, promise me, take care of Xuji for a lifetime." Frank suddenly grabbed the hands of Carl, and his eyes shone for a moment. Even his words went smoothly. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. Long Yi and Lai Lai looked at each other and sighed. Frank was already dying. He couldn't hold on for long. Carl silently nodded his head while tears flowed down his cheeks. How could he not know that Frank had already reached the end of his life? Good brother, thank. Before he could speak his final word of gratitude, Frank weakly fell in the bosom of Carl wearing a faint smile. Sagiat walked forward, wanting to console Carl, but Long Yi pulled him away and said in a low voice, "Don't disturb him, let him calm down. We will rest over there for a bit." Long Yi's group of four walked to one side and sadly observed Carl, who was petrified like a statue while holding Frank. This was the first time they had carefully sized up this person of the sea race. His entire body was dark green in color. He wore a suit of brown armor. His head was oval-shaped and without hair. His facial features were similar to that of a human, but he had a milky white layer as an eyelid. He had 8 legs with webbed toes. Long Yi wondered what race he was. They belong to the Miluo clan. They are good at forging weapons and have a large army. They are very powerful among the sea race. This Carl is the prince of the Miluo clan. The bow in his hand is the divine bow passed down in the Miluo clan. The Miluo adventure group he created is very famous. Yamai explained as if she saw through the thoughts of Long Yi. Another prince? Long Yi's eyebrows shot up. First, he had met the prince and princess of Clam Clan. Now, he again met a prince of the Miluo clan. It seemed that the princes and princesses of the sea race were not particularly valuable. Editor's note, or you have tons of plot armor. But, Yamai had said that the Miluo clan had a large army, so this prince was worth making friends with. Perhaps he might even be able to help them at a critical moment. Long Yi narrowed his eyes, and an indescribable look appeared on his face. Then he exhaled, giving rise to a series of air bubbles. Chapter 599, Heaven Sent Fortune. The undersea was one world. Above the sea, however, was another world. Without warfare, The above formed a perfect system. New states emerged everywhere and thrived. The state apparatus also operated vigorously. Each department had its own duty, and productivity was restored at an unprecedented speed. The news that the Dragon Race Convention was about to be held in the soaring Dragon City of Blue Waves Continent was well known by everyone, becoming the largest discussion topic among people during their leisure time. It seemed that all the races of the entire continent were seething with excitement about this reason. Everyone knew how profound the significance of selecting Blue Waves Continent as the place to hold the Dragon Race Convention was. This was the beginning of the Dragon Race living together with the various other major races. Their power was widely known, but living in seclusion for millions of years had turned the Dragon Race into a legend. In addition, it had also made the Dragon Race have a completely different system from the system found on the Blue Waves continent. Now, since the Dragon Race was returning to the continent and becoming a part of their world system, how could this not cause a sensation? Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. The unification of the entire continent, the return of the Dragon Race, the creation of the Transfer Magic Array, all of this was because of the Zeman clan. In addition, because of the presence of the current Crown Prince Zeman Yu, the prestige of the Zeman clan that had just become the Imperial clan had already reached the pinnacle. Their status of the Zeman Imperial clan was further consolidated by the thrilling news about the Dragon Race. Now, if someone asked who is the person most admired by the youths of all the races on Blue Waves continent, all would answer Zeman Yu. Due to his upgrade from being a very famous profligate son to reaching his current peak status, in addition to his powerful army, trustworthy brothers, and most beautiful beauties around him, he represented a legend full of dreams. Thereupon, that white silk gown, uninhibited black hair and lazy smile became extraordinarily popular. Even people of the Beastman race with their long hair all over their bodies could be seen wearing this kind of attire, making people involuntarily smile. Nevertheless, no one dissuaded them. After all, imitating one's idol was normal. In the fairyland-like elven forest, Dongfang Wan along with her numerous daughters-in-law was chatting happily and strolling in the company of the elf queen mother and daughter. Behind them, Nika along with her squad of elven guards followed. The environment of the elven forest was truly too beautiful. The fresh air, gurgling spring, splashing waterfall, and strange flowers and plants made Dongfang Wan and others enjoy it so much that they forgot to go home. Truly a paradise in the human world. If it were not for the urging of that husband of mine, I would truly hate to leave this place, Dongfang Wan said with a smile. Empress is always welcome in the Elven Forest. It is not a problem even if you live here for a lifetime. Elf Queen softly smiled and said. The Elf Queen and Dongfang Wan truly looked like sisters. They had the same kind of bearing, merely Dongfang Wan looked a bit more cordial while Elf Queen looked a bit more elegant. Now that we all are one family, why are you still treating me as an outsider? Hereafter, how about addressing each other as sisters? Dongfang Wan grumbled a little. Elf Queen was startled, and Long Yi's face with that bad smile involuntarily appeared in her mind. She was already regarded as his mother-in-law, and now, she was going to become sisters with his mother. Then in the future. Thinking this, Elf Queen was startled, and she hastily tossed those terrifying thoughts out of her mind. Could it be that she truly had some feelings for that little BD? Okay, I am older than you in age, so you can address me as big sister, and I will address you as younger sister. What do you think? Elf Queen asked with a smile. Big sister calling me younger sister is naturally fine. Dongfang Wan smiled and held the hand of the Elf Queen. If Long Yi learned that his mother was calling Elf Queen big sister, then one could only wonder if he would become extremely depressed. However, he might not be. He already didn't care that Elf Queen was the mother of Luxia, let alone just addressing her as an aunt. Greater than. Dongfang Wan and Elf Queen chatted joyously like that, but the great beauties beside them were even livelier. Now, delicate fragrance along with crisp laughter spread throughout the elven forest. Only Long Yi was blessed to enjoy this kind of scenery. Quickly, Come and look at what fruit I picked. It's red and beautiful. Murong Shu announced while holding two red fruits in her hands. It's the jadeite fruit unique to our elven forest. Only when it turns emerald green in color is it considered ripe. Now, although this fruit can still be eaten, it is very sour, Luxia said with a smile. Sour? Let me try it. Nangong Xiangyun, who was wearing a blue skin-tight silk skirt, took one jadeite fruit, and taking a small bite, she chewed it. Then taking another bite, she said, "It's not so sour, it's tasty." Luxia and the group of elven guards behind looked at Nangong Xiangyun in great surprise. Something was wrong. The red jadeite fruit was supposedly very sour. I will also try some. Murong Shu also took a bit after seeing Nangong Xiangyun eating this fruit. Ah, sour, so sour. My teeth are falling off. I am dying. Big sister Xiangyun, you liar. Immediately after taking a bite, Murong Xiangyun screamed. No, I truly think it is pretty good. Nangong Xiangyun shook the jadeite fruit in her hand and said, "Can it be that this one is tastier?" At one side, Long Linger pointed at the half-eaten jadeite fruit in Nangong Xiangyun's hand and said while crumpling her face sourly like Murong Shu, "Xiangyun, I have noticed that you like to eat sour things in these past few days, and last night, I heard you retching. Are you pregnant?" Leng Yuiu smiled and asked. All the women looked at Nangong Xiangyun at the same time. All of them looked excited. Here, other than King Wu, Piaozu and Simon Wuan, who still didn't count as a Long Yi's women, all others were the women of Long Yi. All of them were looking forward to bearing the child of Long Yi. Even if that child was not their own flesh and blood, that child would still be the first bloodline of Long Yi. Nangong Xiangyun looked at the jadeite fruit in her hand in a daze. Thinking about it, her physiological period had already been delayed for several days. Her heart involuntarily trembled. Could it be that she truly was pregnant with Long Yi's child? At this moment, Dongfang Wan and Elf Queen, who were walking in the front, heard the commotion and turned back. Then, Elf Queen used her power of nature to scan Nangong Xiangyun, and sure enough, she sensed a small life in her belly. "Congratulations, Xiangyun, you are going to be a mother," Elf Queen said with a smile. After she spoke, it became completely silent for a few seconds as if this news was too pleasant to absorb. "Ah!" All women screamed in excitement and congratulated Nangong Xiangyun. In any case, the child in her belly was also their child. Nangong Xiangyun was so overwhelmed that she was at a loss. Only God knew how much she had longed for this child, and now that her wish was fulfilled, it felt like she was dreaming. But the one person who was even more excited than Nangong Xiangyun was Dongfang Wan. She was finally going to have a grandchild, and the imperial clan would finally have someone to act as an inheritor. This was the greatest happy event possible. Nangong Xiangyun immediately became like the most treasured and protected animal. Everyone stood around her. It truly was like they feared she would melt if placed in their mouths and fall if placed on their hands. This news was immediately sent out from the elven forest, and within a day, this news had reached the ears of Zimenu, who had been occupied by the preparations for the Dragon Race Convention. He had immediately been so delighted that he had laughed heartily, and his beard had trembled in excitement. When Zimenu told this news to his father Zimen Kuang instantly became anxious and roared, "What are you doing here? Still not going to bring back my treasured granddaughter-in-law? If my great-grandchild loses even half of a hair, I will beat your butt until it is mushy." Zimenu sweated profusely. In front of his father, he didn't have any of the prestige of an emperor. Thinking about it, when he was young, his butt had suffered many beatings to such an extent that there was still a shadow in his heart. Long Yi and his group gathered together, and with a strong barrier around them, they swam above this undersea forest. In the beginning, they had advanced forward without any obstructions. But who would have thought that heaven-slaying squid was so cunning? It had turned the innumerable green seaweeds into a big dense net and attacked with earth-shaking momentum. If this continued, Long Yi and the others would also possibly collapse due to exhaustion. At this time, Long Yi made a prompt decision and chose to advance through the undersea forest. Although they could still suffer a surprise attack by some strange undersea plants, they were much more relaxed. Along the way, via the mouth of the surviving prince of Miluo clan, they learned that the Miluo Adventure Group had received a dangerous mission from the patriarch of the Shark Clan. It was to obtain the blood and bones of an adult bloodthirsty whale and also to look for a 9th Nether Spirit tablet lost in the undersea during the War of Demons and Gods. His reward had made Carl unable to refuse this mission. Once this mission was completed, Shark Clan would give him the invaluable sea mine located on the southeastern part of Undersea City as a reward. However, the even more important part was that the patriarch of the Shark Clan had promised to use the treasure of the Shark Clan, Dark Pearl, to save his cursed younger sister. Carl had been unable to withstand his desires. He had undertaken this dangerous mission, and after losing over 20 brothers in a fight with a bloodthirsty whale, that ferocious sea monster, they had finally killed an adult bloodthirsty whale and successfully obtained its blood and bones. However, after coming to this undersea forest that belonged to the heaven-slaying squid, only he alone had survived. Long Yi showed deep sympathy for the experience of Carl, but as an adventurer group leader, he should have already been aware of the principle that the gains were directly proportional to the risks. Like this adventure group, members of many mercenary groups of Blue Wave's continent were either killed or injured in order to complete a mission. Everything was just for self-interest. In the past, in that mission of the Lightning God, many first-rate mercenary groups had been destroyed. "Look, there is a big cave there," Sagiat suddenly shouted while pointing at the left front side. Chapter 600, The Land of Holy Spirit. Long Yi and the others looked over. Sure enough, they saw a large cave in front that was roughly 10 meters wide in the depths of this forest. It appeared dark without any light. For some unknown reason, a kind of inexplicable feeling appeared in Long Yi's heart. There seemed to be something attracting him. "Everyone, don't you feel this cave looks a little strange?" Yamai sized up this seemingly bottomless undersea cave and asked with hesitation. "It is quite strange. That heaven-slaying squid couldn't inside, could it?" Sagiat said. "That is absolutely impossible. Didn't you all also see that huge tentacle of the heaven-slaying squid? That alone was more than 100 meters thick. This cave is not big enough to hide even that one tentacle," Carl said. Long Yi raised his hand, and 5 light balls appeared. Although the light magic element was very thin in water, it was more than enough to maintain a few light balls. Then, with a flick of his finger, those 5 light balls flew towards that cave. When those light balls were roughly 100 meters inside that cave, they encountered an obstruction and were immediately extinguished. "Long Yi, should we go in and take a look?" The purple shell on the back of Yamai flapped as she asked. She seemed to be very interested in this big cave. "I think we should go and take a look. Does anyone have any objections?" Long Yi looked at everyone and asked. As a matter of fact, it was not wise to venture into this cave when they were already in such a dangerous undersea forest, but Long Yi's intuition told him that there was something in this cave, otherwise, he wouldn't have this kind of feeling. Lai took the initiative to shake her head. She would naturally always follow Long Yi. The Yamai siblings and Carl also expressed that they had no objections. Since their lives had been saved by Long Yi, they would not cower back if Long Yi wanted to enter. Moreover, taking risks was engraved in their bones. Greater than. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Long Yi created a few light balls again. Shrouding everyone in an isolation barrier, they swam toward that big cave. After arriving near the cave, they saw that there was a 45-degree slanted slope to the cave's entrance. Long Yi used his hands to feel the cave wall and discovered that it wasn't formed with mud nor rock. It was very hard and smooth. They swam 100 meters and reached the place where Long Yi's light balls had been extinguished before. It's the end. There is nothing in the cave. Beneath the soft glow emitted by the light balls, everyone looked all around but discovered that there truly only was a dead end in front of them. Long Yi frowned. Impossible. That feeling. How could this just be an empty cave? Long Yi strengthened the brightness of the light balls, and the surrounding area was illuminated brightly. At this time, he suddenly discovered a few ancient magic runes engraved on the left wall. If some lines were added, and these magic runes were circled, it would resemble a transfer magic array. Long Yi had studied a lot of magic arrays, and from an initial glance, he felt that these magic runes were very familiar, so he came to this conclusion. How about we give it a try? Carl asked. Long Yi had already had this plan. He transferred magic power to his fingertip and drew the connecting lines. No long after, a transfer magic array was completed. Now, as for inserting two pieces of magic stones, they should be A. Before Long Yi finished speaking, he saw that the magic runes that had already existed before they had come began to emit a faint radiance. This magic array could instantly activate. It unexpectedly didn't need magic stones as an energy supply. Should we go in? Sagiat asked foolishly. Nonsense. If I don't enter, I will not be able to rest nor eat in peace. Carl's eyes shone. He couldn't wait to know where this transfer magic array would teleport him. Everyone came to an agreement, and taking a deep breath, they entered this transfer magic array. Dear readers, scrapers have recently been devastating our views. At this rate, the site might ... Let's just hope it doesn't came to that. If you are reading on a scraper site, please don't. Long Yi held Liali's slender waist and only saw a blur in front of his eyes. When everything cleared up once more, he discovered that he was in an open field covered with overgrown weeds. The land below his legs felt real, and the air around was fresh. However, looking up, he could see blue seawater over 100 meters above where all kinds of strange sea fish swam. At that moment, the Yamai siblings and Carl stood up in the midst of a thick clump of grass not far away. They looked surprised and bewildered. Strange? How come we were transferred to the land of Holy Spirit in Undersea City? Let's leave quickly. It will be troublesome if we are discovered. Carl looked all around and said in a low voice, What is the land of Holy Spirit? Isn't this the wilderness? Long Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. In the past, he had always thought that Undersea City was a city in the midst of the sea, but to his surprise, it turned out to be a place with a huge barrier that isolated the seawater. However, this was better. Although he could absorb oxygen within seawater to survive because he had reached the 5th layer of Aotianju, a human was still a human. It was not so comfortable to soak in seawater all day and night. In the War of Gods and Demons 100,000 years ago, the sea race was also involved. At that time, the greatest sea emperor and his millions of people died here in battle. Later, this land was sealed off as the land of Holy Spirit, and no one was allowed to disturb the late emperor's sleep. If someone was discovered here, he or she would be sentenced to death, Carl explained. So many corpses? Long Yi spread out his spirit power, but he didn't sense any grievances. He then chanted an incantation and used undead summoning magic. A few grotesque skeletons of the sea race crawled out of the ground and stood in front of Long Yi. Ah! The Yamai siblings and Carl screamed at the same time and looked at Long Yi as if he were a monster. In the sea race, there were also magicians, but there weren't many, and most of them were proficient in either water or spirit magic. Undead magic merely existed in the legend. Moreover, necromancers were regarded as envoys of the devil. Long Yi didn't feel like explaining to them. He just examined these skeletons of the sea race, and shaking his head, he said, Look at the appearances of these skeletons. They are absolutely not 100,000 years old. They are at most over 100 years old. The attention of everyone shifted to Long Yi's words, and Carl exclaimed, Impossible. No one has ever set foot here. No one is allowed to enter here other than the Sea Emperor who comes here annually to commemorate the dead. I don't have any reason to lie to you all, but do you all know what this is? Long Yi took off a small plate from the neck of one of the 8-limbed skeletons. Isn't his the identity plate of a Sea Scorpion clan's elite scorpion guard? Carl took a look and exclaimed in shock. Are you sure? Carl, the elite scorpion guard was established 200 years ago. How could they appear here? Yamai asked. With this, everything felt that the matter was somewhat fishy. This was the place of the sea race where their clansmen who had sacrificed their lives 100,000 years ago in the War of Gods and Demons were buried, but now, Skeletons that were less than 100 years old had appeared here. Moreover, no one had been allowed to enter this place from the past to the present. Long Yi sized up all the skeletons around him and found that there were no scars on them. Thus, he was unable to discern their causes of death. He thought for a bit and twisted a front limb of this sea scorpion skeleton and examined it. After a while, he announced, "It seems that all of their essence blood was sucked dry before they perished. There is no marrow power inside this skeleton." Then, doesn't that resemble how the heaven-slaying squid kills? Didn't Frank die like that? Sagiat asked. The complexion of Carl changed, and the final tragic appearance of his good brother Frank appeared in his mind. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Examine. I must examine this matter." He sensed a huge conspiracy at foot here. At this moment, Long Yi's ears stood erect, and he said in a low voice, "Someone is coming, retract your aura and hide." Having heard what he said, everyone retracted their auras and hid in the invisible isolation barrier of Long Yi. They squatted down in the thick clump of grass. Not long after, along with crackling sounds, a group of 50 tall humanoid figures appeared. They wore armor and held spear-like weapons that dazzled with pallid light. They were still far away, but their bloody killing intent tripled in the air. This squad of 50 people advanced in a neat formation and passed by several dozen meters away from where Long Yi's group hid. "Which clan's army is this?" Long Yi asked in a whisper. "I don't know. I can't see their true faces." Carl shook his head. The Yamai siblings also expressed that they had never seen this army. Perhaps, this was an army trained here in secret, and the land of Holy Spirit was only a cover for them. Long Yi thought this was so. "Let's follow them and see where they are going," Long Yi said. The group of 5 followed this squad with some distance left between them. With the strength of Long Yi, tracking such a squad was very easy. After roughly an hour, this squad stopped in front of an unassuming rock, and the person taking the lead took out a triangular plate and placed it above this rock. A white light flashed, and this squad unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. The group of Long Yi rushed over to that rock and found that there was a groove embedded within this rock. If he forcibly moved this stone, then he feared that he would alert the enemy. Like that, the losses would outweigh the gains. "Long Yi, what should we do now?" Yamai habitually asked Long Yi. She always felt that there was nothing in this world that this man couldn't do. Long Yi closed his eyes and sent out his spirit power to examine whether there was any barrier or so on around this place. He was sure that whatever it was that had emitted that white light was not a transfer magic array because it didn't have the magic fluctuation of a transfer magic array. It had just been a simple magic power fluctuation. Could it be that there was an invisible magic gate here? After a good while, Long Yi helplessly shook his head and said, "There is nothing here. Now, we can only use the most cumbersome method. We must wait here. I don't believe that they will never come out." Everyone thought for a bit and felt that this was the only method they could use. Long Yi dug a hole not far away. He then disguised it and covered it with an isolation barrier, beginning their wait while listening to Carl and the Yamai siblings talk about the current circumstances of the sea race, especially their insinuations about the circumstances of Mermaid Clan. He truly wanted to know the current situation of Bai Fi and Xiaomi.